Hello and welcome to another day of CrossFire West League. We're approaching the end of the season a bit by a bit and everything is at stakes right now, so a lot of action is coming and we're here to present it to you. My name is Julio, I'm going to be your host for tonight and I have with me today Mr. Penguin. How are you?
All good, how about you?
I'm good. We're approaching the end of the season.
Yes.
Every game matters right now. And it feels like the pressure is very, very high on the teams right now, right?
Yeah, definitely, especially that the teams are now coming back from their deficit. We've seen very closer teams, but now the gap is getting bigger. Yesterday, after InnerCircle win, the gap is getting bigger between InnerCircle and Anubis, and even Anubis today have a very hard game. It's going to be versus ROC. So we started the season very, very close, and now it's starting to fall apart from some teams, and just the dream of getting into playoffs is getting closer and closer for some.
Yeah, and like from your perspective, who do you think are the teams that we are looking at in the top four from the recent performances and from the standings right now?
Well, I guess based on the standings, which is going to be shown very soon now, I guess we're only looking for 5 teams now.
Yeah.
It's going to be ROC Esports, InnerCircle, GG, PingPongPals and Anubis. I don't think Swam Gaming, TBI or 999 have the chance to get back to top 4. Okay, TBI, yes, they have a chance, but it's very, very tough. 999, no chances at all for them to get into the playoffs. Swam Gaming also is going to be very hard for them because they have to face TBI, their first contender, and their opponents. That's in the 7th place. So I think the only maybe the competition of the playoffs, we're not saying a competition of the league, the competition of the playoffs only relies on the top 5 right now, and the closest in the top 5 is ROC Esports and InnerCircle.
Yeah, and from the standings, we can see that GG and PingPongPals, which is our first game for today, it's a very, very important game because like both these teams are really close to each other in the score. They are
only set differences for GG.
Yeah, and like you want to increase the gap if you are GG or PingPongPals, right, between each other, because like it will make you more comfortable coming to toward the end of the split or coming toward the end of the season. And every win, especially against for the top 5 teams, like you said, every win against one of the other teams in the top 5, it will mean a lot to you as a team.
Yeah, as you said, exactly. That's what the team looking for. If you're going to be playing one of the teams that is in the top 5 and you win them, this is a huge advantage for you. That's what we said yesterday, because Swam Gaming, yes, they played Anubis. Anubis had to win this game. So I guess now all the teams very close, but it's a matter who's going to be getting these W's at the end of the season.
Yeah, and for our first game, we have Gaimin Gladiators versus PingPongPals, which is, again, once again, it's a very important matchup, like we said. They are both 5-4 in the standings. We saw Gaimin Gladiators with this Fox not being there and Dane replacing him. They did good in the last week. They did okay. And they are still in a pretty comfortable place against PingPongPals, which is a team that always surprises us when it comes to important matches.
Yeah, as you said, Dane replaced Spoxy, but it was a very tough game for them because they played the unbeaten and undefeated team, which is ROC Esports. So the defeat from ROC Esports to Gaimin Gladiators do not affect their place at all, because basically ROC Esports beats all other teams, so there is no advantage on the other teams of getting lost by ROC. But looking at today's game, now Spoxy, maybe they gave him a break. As we said, he had some severe health problems, but now he's getting more healthier, so that's good for him, and good to see this guy back on our competitive scene. So maybe this break was the best on time, because you would love to see Dane, your sniper, and he's gonna be one of the guys who's playing. Maybe I'm not saying Dane was not getting experience that much. He has much experience, but putting him versus ROC Esports, which is the unbeaten team, is very good for him to have one of your best substitutes in the season, because I call him the best substitute because he was main roster of GG back in the days when they were LCK. So Dane, Spoxy, they are both for me the same, especially that Dane has the same level of consistency like Spoxy. Maybe Spoxy more talented, that's why the guy is playing more and more games. So having Spoxy back, that gives GG the power,
the boost.
Boost, as you said, the mental boost for the teammates to claim this win today, because it's very, very important for them.
Yeah, 100%. And to clarify to the viewers, like we saw Dane in the roster, but like Spoxy is playing in this matchup, not Dane. As we can see, like from the KDs in front of us, Spoxy
1.5 KD. I guess he's the best. He's in top 3, I guess, in the league. Even though this guy didn't play 1 week, But he's still on the top 3, if not the best one, if not top 1. I guess this guy in top 3 is Spoxy, so very good to see this guy back.
Yeah, 100%. And on the other side, PingPongPals, again, we want to talk about this team because it's a team that always surprises. It's a team that you can never underestimate. A team with a lot of experience coming from Petra at the IGL. Like, this is the team that you cannot go like into a game saying, okay, we have an advantage.
Have an easy win,
you cannot underestimate them.
Yeah, everybody underestimated PingPongPals at the beginning of the season because they were the team that coming from the CFOL, from the Open League. But then after that, later on, when these guys started claiming wins, first game they played versus InnerCircle and they lost only by a golden round. Then these guys went in back to back, beating Swam Gaming, beating Anubis, beating some huge top teams. Yes, their deficit was the loss versus TBI, where TBI claimed the win 2-0 versus them. But other than that, PingPongPals showed us a very strong performance, even versus the top tier teams like ROC Esports. They were able to win one map and to get very close to beating the ROC Esports in the series. And then these guys everybody started not to underestimate them. They started to give them their credits and give them their maybe how good they are. They started to play a bit defensively versus them and do not underestimate this team. So they started claiming the wins. They started going for the wins. So yes, we are talking about today the matchup between HDZ and Spoxy, one of the top snipers. PingPongPals, these guys are only months playing together. We're talking about years for GG. It's not 23. Where GG came back as an LCK and they went from the CFOL to the CF West League. So I guess these guys played even since 2020 or 2021 together. So it's just a matchup of experienced players playing together and some new fresh roster have the big momentum to be one of the top 4 in the West League.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk more about the map expectations because like whenever there is a close matchup, I feel like the map selection or the map V2, like it gives... it says a lot coming into like map 1 specifically.
Yeah, as you said, especially that both teams, they have very close matchups. And this is what I said before, and I'm going to be saying it again. PingPongPals and GG, they have a very close V2 expectations because those two teams, they play same map. So, for example, Black Widow, both teams play Black Widow, and they both played very good. So we're pretty sure that we're going to be seeing Black Widow. Based on how we saw some base from PingPongPals, I guess we might see it, but definitely Karak is going to be banned by GG. Compound is an option for the teams.
Okay, let's take a look at the map V2 to see if there is a Black Widow in the first map, and there is a Black Widow in the first map. Like you said, both teams like to play it. So maybe for PingPongPals, it's actually a win to play on a Black Widow that you like and pick and compound for yourself as well.
Yeah, Black Widow was picked by GG, but GG are very good in Black Widow. We've seen how dominant these guys were, but also we've seen how dominant PingPongPals were on Black Widow when they played InnerCircle and they beat them, I guess, 10-4. So still, Black Widow is a very good option for PingPongPals, but he's still a best option for GG. But talking about compound, I guess compound, PingPongPals have the advantage on compound, especially that Pietro knows how to play very good compound, and he used to beat the IGL of GG, which is Flex, in the mind games. It should not always come into an end, a serious end or win for PingPongPals side or Unnight side where Pietro were playing. But still, Pietro had a very good calls versus Flex on compound, and he usually knew how to move his teammates around compound better than Flex lately, what we have seen from them. But talking about Black Widow, it's very close matchup. I would say that GG have the advantage. The guys that knows how to play good with the comeback of Spoxy. This guy may be rested mentally, and he's ready to maybe come back and put one of the best comebacks for himself. And also HTZ is doing a very good job based on the past performances and the last weeks. This guy is also popping off. So Black Widow, usually you look at the snipers, you look at the ohms, how these guys gonna be playing and facing each other because both shape every game.
So it feels like it's a battle of Spoxy versus HTZ, like we mentioned, and they are the key players as well of this matchup. But I feel like Gaimin Gladiators is a team that's really, I'm not sure if I'm wrong, but I feel like they're really good at the blacklist side more than the global risk side.
Yeah, because they're a very aggressive team. They like to play together. They have the controls, like they play Black Widow as a controls 4 and 5. They maybe go for a 4-man control along, 4-man at the blacklist, 4-man control along, 4-man control belong. They don't give you a chances to take any controls. Yes, if they take along, you can take water, but they're going to be instantly coming back to retake it from you as a 4 or a 5. So you usually, okay, you have an area, you got an area, the enemy team got an area, but still, as a blacklist, they can group as 5 and come back to retake this angle or just do a counter action, push to a side or to cat. So that's why usually we've seen how good they are in blacklist, because based on their teamwork, they are better than PingPongPals.
Yeah, so let's get into the game. The matchup is ready. Let's toss it over to the casters to take us to map 1.
All right, well, thank you very much. And yeah, first games of the day, and good way for us to get back together now. It's been a long time, but yeah, we got ourselves a pretty good day one here. I think this is going to be, or day two, I should say, and this is going to be an interesting one just because, I mean, I don't know, both these teams are kind of struggling for me, and I feel like Gaimin Gladiators especially are. I don't know what's going on with them, but they're definitely not the same peak as what we saw before.
Yeah, man, we need to figure this out because this Gaimin Gladiator side, you know, you look at Season 1, they were kind of untouchable at times, right? Especially against, like, anybody that wasn't ROC. They looked like a dominant force, and now they've become a bit of a middling side. That's not what you want, especially with, you know, big lands around the corner. They need to be getting really good reps in the West, in a region that, if we're being completely honest, is a little easy.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, we'll find out. I mean, this is where, you know, again, things get a little bit interesting, just in the sense of that, you know, the records are, you know, 5-4 for, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, you know, sitting the exact same thing here for PingPongPals. So, I don't know, like, you know, PingPongPals have definitely been able to kind of climb through the ranks a lot better than what I thought they were going to do.
Sure.
I was kind of skeptical in the beginning, but they made some really close games, just some losses, but they've really turned it around, which has been really impressive so far.
Yeah, agreed. I'm excited to see what this team can do. Of course, a lot of notable names in this side, and first and foremost, a very cool team name too. It's a little weird, a little funky, but I get with it. So far, a slow and tentative start, though. Not a huge amount on offer, just having a little feeler for each other, see what the aggression level's looking like, and well, so far, not a huge amount on offer.
Yeah, and again, you know, for the 4-1 split here from 3P is, you know, really interesting just because, you know, you can see Gaimin Gladiators, they have a really nice setup on this A side, but they're kind of posted up on it. They got the triple players here. Oh, Flex actually surprisingly doesn't even hit the shot, so this gets a little bit awkward, a little bit weird, but at least it's a 1-on-1 trade. Now you see 3P, they just dominate this site. Unless Dezane can do something where he can slip behind the lines, this could create a lot of havoc, but again, just these 1-on-1s, but my oh my, MKZ, he's got himself a clutch scenario that's just not looking like the best, and it comes down to a 1v1, my goodness.
Yeah, big from Raffin there as well, stepping up in a massive way. Sort of needed a bit of a hero moment from him as well, and, well, thank God we get it. It was much, much closer than it probably should have been, if we're being completely frank, but all that matters, around over the board, and now we can start talking about, hopefully, a little bit of consistency coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. Obviously been a thing that they just eluded them all season long, so that's what we want to see. Spoxy back in the lineup, back getting some shots on the board as well. Exactly what we want to see. Hopefully, health issues and all the rest kind of, you know, concluded for him. He's obviously a massive asset for this side.
Oh man, no doubt about it. I mean, even when, you know, the desk was talking about Spoxy was kind of out for a little while, it definitely makes you worried, obviously, for his health, of course, but you also worry about the team too, just because, like, they rely a lot on Spoxy. Like, he is a pillar to this team, like, no question. So the fact that he's back, it's great, but now it's a question, you know, can they get back into winning ways? Because they've lost that second place. They're a team that, like you said, they go toe-to-toe with ROC. You know, they're kind of a team that's always top 2, and now they're kind of falling through the ranks. So this is where you kind of sweat a little bit, because the season's getting closer to an endpoint.
Yeah, if we're being completely frank as well, you know, I mean, arguably, if you look at kind of the last few seasons and what we've kind of seen internationally, he's probably like a top 3 player, never mind just the top 3 ORM player, right? So we want to see this guy step up and you know, just have a little bit of form going into international events. We talk about EWC and all the rest, right? We need to see this guy looking his best here in the West. Minute on the clock, it's a 5 versus 3, and this should be a pretty simple one for Gaimin Gladiators to close out. They don't really have to overthink this too much. As long as they just play the trade game, sorry, 5 versus 4, may I say, it should be pretty easy. I mean, Pietro's already kind of 1 foot in the grave, and it looks like PingPongPals don't really know what to do, and there goes Pietro, down again to the ORM.
Yeah, and again, yeah, like you said, I mean, really it is just about the trade game, because this is where, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, assuming they can just play these trades and not play these 1-on-1 situations, that's going to be the best, you know, key of success for them. But Raffin's actually getting a little hungry, and he actually gets away with it. So now he can reset himself a little bit more for the 1-on-1. And now Gainer, again, a guy that's been decent here, but he has to be able to pull up something big. Raffin spots him, should be able to. No, but that's Gainer. Oh, this is the dangerous part of the HK. This is where that rifle can really start to make an impact, and there's 16 seconds remaining. Now this is where things are getting a little bit too tight. It's a 2-2, and now Spoxy, who other than him, caused a little bit more havoc. And now it's all just down to LSY, but he can't get it done. And Gaimin Gladiators survive another bit of a sweaty round when maybe it should have been a little bit better, right?
Yeah, it was a little funky for a second there. I'm glad they were able to sort of see it over the line. Big thing for them as well, they've got to start well. This is their map pick. Blackwood has been a kind of When you look at kind of maps across the board for Gaimin Gladiators, they obviously have real strengths in a few of them. I've always liked them on what I've seen, even bits of Compound, a very classic map in the West League, but I've liked what I've seen from them. So PingPongPals, they've got a bit of a task ahead of them in this series, especially if they want to take it all three. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Early nade damage coming through. LS White down pretty low off the back of that. Bit of chip damage towards Gaimin Gladiators, but nothing too worrying just yet. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators out the gates. Looking pretty strong, and Spoxy making sure of it. Zane will get caught, though. A missed shot there by Spoxy. Not what you want to see, but Flexel answer back. This is still looking a little rough here, though, for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, it's not good at all. And I mean, now, Raffin's definitely, like you said earlier, like he's having himself a lot better of a game so far. He's got some good impact, but this is tough because you got yourself in a man disadvantage, and this is where now they have to be able to find something big because they got 30 seconds to work with. But they're going to play together towards Catwalk. So they're going to try to play these numbers together, the buddy system a little bit. HDZ does get the little bit of a jump spot, but the question is, can he land the shot? Yeah, no question about it. And there we go. 3P back on the board, and honestly, nicely done from them. Like, they just play their system. They just play the, the crossfire. I love it. Like, it's simple, but effective.
No complaints at all. Exactly what you want to be seeing. So, for 3P, the PingPongPals, they're off to a start now, and again, in a similar vein to what we talk about Gaimin Gladiators, we just want to see a bit of consistency out the gate, start to put some pressure on. This PingPongPals side, coming through open, like we said, notable names, guys who have been around the scene. Obviously, Pietro's one of the main ones, Gainer too, HDZ, all have been regular features here within the West League, right? This is a side that have a lot to offer up, and if they can actually take down a side like Gaimin Gladiators, they start to really open a lot of conversations to them, right? About what their level is and kind of actually what the ceiling looks like for this side. Pietro, looking for 2 runs out of ammo, can't pull out the Colt in time.
Yeah, Zane's still playing underneath here, and this is a tough angle to play. And again, yeah, he has to rely on getting these shots and just can't seem to control the little bit of a tapping. But again, now a situation with a 4-on-2. This is now a really prominent position here for the PingPongPals. And this is where they just have to play, like you said, the trade game. They just got to play these numbers. They don't want to get overzealous. They don't want to overswing this. And now it's feeling like it's a lot easier. MKZ, one of the old vets, cleans things up nicely. And this is, man, this is like PingPongPal like fashion. Like, they have these weird slow starts, and then they climb themselves right back into the game. And now it's a dead even 2-2.
Yeah, exactly that. And the Gladiators, we're still asking questions of them. Spoxy, he's in position, doesn't want to overface. I like the decision not to play too wide there either. Just to take a little step back and realize that, do I really want to overextend this? Do I really want to play or to open? It's probably not for the best. I'm just going to take a little step away. So, smart call. And though, nice and tense about the gates. You haven't seen too much early aggression from either of these two sides.
Yeah, not even surprising, too, just again for teams kind of reset a little bit. And Flex kind of being a little cheeky. I like that, too, just kind of mimicking the smoke a little bit, just catches the edge of it, gets himself an easy opening duel, which is kind of important because that's what I feel like, Gaimin Gladiators are a team that they love to get that first opening duel. And then I just think it's like a mental thing for them. It's just like, okay, we have the man advantage. It's easy peasy, right? But They definitely need it in this kind of situation. And Flex, to be honest, in my opinion, he's playing so much better than what I've already seen in the last couple of weeks. So this is a gigantic start for these guys.
Agreed. Oh. Zane, along to 1. Raffin going to get caught there, though, by LSY. 3 versus 3, and with a minute left to work with, a couple of questions have to be asked now for Gaimin Gladiators. How do they unlock this down? Do you overstack a site? Do you play for trades? Do you actually get proactive and start to look for bits of aggression? Well, that's the question so far. Not a huge amount, though, being offered up. I mean, 3P are just waiting and playing super patient.
Yeah, I just realized, too, that, even away, you've been enjoying yourself. And I think this is your first time seeing these new guns, right?
It is, yeah. I've been hearing a couple of whispers about how OP they can be. So I'm interested to see. Of course, the HK, I've heard a lot about it, and not all positive, just how good it is. But in a way, if it's a good gun, it maybe elevates a good player. That's sort of how I see things.
Yeah, no doubt. It's definitely created a lot more openings for a lot of players, which is cool to see. Because even like, you think of someone like Gainer right now, where he's having himself a 7-2 game, or someone like Famous, like notorious for just one tapping away. But yeah, it's definitely created a lot more variety, I would say, in a lot of these matchups. So making things a lot more interesting, and that kind of goes like what the desk was talking about with some of the rankings and some of the records, right? And it's definitely flipped around a lot differently than I thought it was going to be like.
Sure. So far, so good. We're just tapping away and just trying to find gaps in through smokes. I do like this push towards the A site that we're starting to kind of build up on here now. This could be a little bit of an overwhelm. They've actually managed to group up here, which is good. And a re-smoking towards doors, which can go a long way.
Yeah, I like the fact that, you know, for PingPongPals, like what we've seen in the past on this map is the fact when they get this cat control, like this is important for them because then they have a lot of options. Like they can decide, you know, they can split A, they can have just the lurk, which they're kind of doing right now, which is HDZ just kind of posting up a bit. So it's a good amount of map control for them. It gives them a lot more options for what they want to go on the execute, but you can see the Gaimin Gladiators, they have a bit of a read on some of this as well and giving up that map control because they got Lion Claw just sitting on the back skirt of, you know, GR spawn. So it's a nice lean on B because they think surely this has got to happen. They got to stop going A eventually.
Yes. Yeah, agreed. That is the big thing. Well, for now, though, all a little quiet. Again, down to that minute mark, and we didn't make too much movement as we were moving towards there. They grouped up, but they decided to fall away. In the same vein as well, the kind of lack of pressure also can sow the seeds of doubt. They still want to test it. Now they're starting to make a move. First, Lion Claw makes it 2 as well before falling. That's a massive move.
Yeah, that's massive. Yeah, the fact that he's actually able to go for that swing. I was thinking that was a little bit premature from him. I was thinking, no, like you just gave yourself up. But the fact he gets at least 2 in that situation is now really just catapulted this situation a lot better here for Gaimin Gladiators. HDZ is getting so close to hitting the shot. Now, I mean, the fact that Spoxy gets taken out here, this is not the greatest kind of, you know, situation, but the bomb's still down. Flex is still actually going for the hunt. This is crazy. I don't know what is going on, but now this is just becoming a little bit of a DM. This could just be so disastrous, but oh my goodness, it comes through for Gaimin Gladiators again with such a sweaty round that doesn't need to be the way it is.
Yeah, that looked very concerning for a moment. But I guess ultimately that's all that matters is Gaimin Gladiators getting more rounds on the board and actually starting to build a fairly decent gap here. They can get just one more in this half. They're actually sitting in a pretty decent spot and they'd be pretty happy with that. So for now, slow and steady and maybe a little bit scrappy, but it's getting across the line and that's really all that matters. We just got to make sure that we don't drop the ball. I mean, PingPongPals have more than enough kind of in terms of individual ability to put a lot of pressure on a side like Gaimin Gladiators. Despite Gaimin Gladiators being seen as the kind of clear favorites into a game like this, they can't afford to let their kind of foot off the gas or start to kind of slow down in any way.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. Yeah, I agree with you. And, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, this is just, like you said, if they can get this 5th, that's going to be a really nice start for them. You know, especially just winning the half. It's just, these guys have really been trying to, again, there's been so many questions about their performance just because they have been on the top and they've been in this top 2, top 3 for multiple seasons for quite a while now. But I mean, it seems like it's a little bit more shaky these days, and the competition has just gotten more fierce this second portion of the year. But which I'm all for, but we'll see what they can do. Again, it's nice that they have themselves a buffer, but it's not really convincing how they're winning these rounds. Right? They're all down to these weird 1v1s and chaotic situations. But look, a round win is going to be a round win.
Yeah, and that's ultimately the kind of the way you look at it, right? All that matters is getting them across the line. Flex, that seems a little overzealous, I have to say. Maybe a little bit unnecessary, but Spoxy is still here and still a menace. Do not sleep on this guy. Colt pulled out. He's missed his shots, though, under pressure, but he does have Lion Claw in the backlines, who does get one. Spoxy then delivers, and Raffin's there to bail out. Looked a little funky for a second, but over the line, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and honestly, again, like, you know, just, you know, kind of nitpicking that round, it's, you know, for 3P, like, the mistake was they didn't clear Spoxy. Like, the fact that he could stay alive was so problematic, and then he was able to get another kill. So that, again, like, them not clearing him properly, it just allowed for so much room for a player like him to just kind of thrive. So that's what they cannot afford. They have to find a way to remove him out of the equation, and unfortunately, right now, they're just not being able to solve that equation at all. Like, nothing's working for them that way.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. So far, so good. That's all that really matters right now for GG. They're just doing enough. But I do feel like for PingPongPals, this is probably quite indicative of how like I mentioned, they've got the individuals, but it just kind of feels like they don't have the teamwork here right now. They're hitting shots, sure, but the synergy, the cohesion's not quite there. And we see it in a round like what's just happened here, right? A couple of shots being hit, but they're not setting up for each other to trade. So it's just a little bit too easy for GG to break down this offense, and that's all they really want. And now, lads, they've actually set up a really decent first half.
Yeah, they really put themselves in a great position. And like you said, I mean, if they can get one more, I mean, man, that's just going to be icing on the cake a little bit here. Now they're actually going to change things up in the sense that they're going to fight for long A control with 3 players, maybe even make it 4 because they've already lost one. So they're mixing up the playbook a little bit here, which I do like. They're kind of changing up the flavor just a little bit. But 3P, you can see they're very hesitant. They're still kind of scared to make any sort of movement. They're not really taking advantage of any intel that they get. So it's definitely not the same PingPongPals we saw, 1, 2, 3 weeks ago. Like, things have really just kind of changed here today.
Absolutely agreed. This is a side that are looking a little shaky, to say the least. Really not what you want to be seeing. 6-2. However, not a terrible position to be in right now, though. Already down to 4 versus 4. Both HCC and Raffin very low. PingPongPals can take the numbers advantage here. They've got something to work with.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty much like a dead even round again, right? It's like HDZ is critically low. Same with Raffin, but it's all about this first kill. And Lionclaw playing behind green box. He's given his position away, but it's now about PingPongPals what they want to do with this. They still have a minute left. They actually do find the lurk of Raffin, so that's actually a decent pickup. But now Lionclaw, ooh, again, he's getting a bit overzealous, but gets away with it. I don't know how he does. Survives with his life, but surely not much longer. But look at these players from 3P. They're critically low. The HDZ and LSY now, they're in the red. So this is not a good position for them, and they're kind of getting a little bit red. Like, this is an obvious situation now, and GG, they're getting ready for it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. This is a little funky, to say the least. HDZ. He's head up with the Orm as well. Lionclaw. Pretty common angle behind that box, but at the same time, still difficult to clear. He's not got a lot of HP, so he's got to try and make this effective. It's all about this crossfire with the Zayd. Bounding round the corner! The Zayd going to get 2. Can't quite make it a 3rd as well. And down into a 1 versus 2. HCZ and MKZ both so damn low. The Colt could be enough here if he can hit these shots. 6 seconds. Hits the first as well. Looking for the second. C4 will go down. So HCZ got it all to do. It's all about the swing and he can't hit it. So well played from Spoxy.
Oh man, that bunny hop too, like that's nuts because he knew that HDZ was just going to be primed and ready for him. He knew the scope was going to be there. The fact that he could jump over the scope, that is madness. I hope we can catch the replay of that because that is just, oh, that's just cold-blooded, man. That was so sick. And that's again what we talk about with Spoxy, right? Like that's the effect that he brings onto this team. Like he is just such a top player. And like you said, arguably one of the top 3, maybe, top 5 players, maybe worldwide. I don't know. But, like, he's definitely a guy in this league with no doubt he is top 1, top 2, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's up there. I mean, when he's on his game as well, he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best we've got in the league. I mean, such a solid player. And so far, so good. So, 7-2. I mean, a fantastic spot for GG to be in at the end of the half, right? I mean, already pretty close to the finish. We know this is a very good map for them, and it's showing right now. Lionclaw will find the first. HGC will answer back, but a little bit of a funky spot. I say that Lionclaw goes down, so this round does open up a little bit.
Yeah, and this is now just hitting these shots, and Zane actually really nice work with him and Spoxy just clearing it up. Look at how easy they make it look, too. It was actually getting a little problematic as the double OMs here were, making some good connections. I thought, the Gladiators were going to have a bit of a hard time, but no, like, they actually just kind of thrive in the chaos. They do well in that, weird situation, and now it's an 8-2. And PingPongPals, they're going to go for a full fight. They're going to go down long A here. Everybody's here. Pretty much everybody is just going for this fight. And now it's a question if PingPongPals can be able to find themselves an advantage. And Pedro's trying with his life to be able to find one more kill, but he just cannot. And now you can see even the Gladiators getting themselves some kills as people are trying to flee and just get out of this. And not a bad situation at all again.
Well, 8-2, of course, as we spoke about, but PingPongPals, you don't get this round here, you're in a lot of trouble. That is pretty safe to say. 35. You're not under too much pressure just yet. I say that. Nice shot. Gainer. Down he goes. That's why he hits a nice one of his own as well towards the Zane. 3 versus 2. Numbers still favor. C4 still needs to go down, but they're in a pretty decent spot. It'll come over. Not really going to do a hell of a lot. It's all about basically whether they can clear MKZ here.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest thing. Oh, no, he goes for a big swing. He was trying to get some intel, and I thought maybe he thought he could get the timing of it, but now, yeah, this is not good. LSY is in a really, really bad position. Again, he's got the sniper. He's now going to have to figure out how to find 3 kills. 30 seconds here, and this is tough because you can already see Flex. He's getting close. He's getting hungry for it, and there we go. Map points on the docket here for Gaimin Gladiators. This is looking like a potentially big swift of a first game, which again I was not expecting ever in this situation.
Yeah, it has to be said as well. You know, from what we've seen so far, very much deserved the way Gaimin Gladiators have been playing. They just look excellent, right? You know, we have no complaints about the way in which they're kind of approaching this game and really starting to put a hell of a lot of pressure on towards PingPongPals. Sure, it's their map pick, but this is a dominant display so far. Flex is down early. Pietro tagged up. Here we're at. Have to be just a little careful. In a spot where things could be potentially a little funky.
Yeah, the question, what do they want to do with this too? Because Spoxy's still in BL spawn, right? He's hoping for a cross. Yeah. He's hoping for that rotating kill, but I mean, look at this. Like the fact that Raffin's just trying to even lead the charge. This is crazy. But yeah, Gainer, there it is. Okay, that's what I've been kind of waiting for, right? A little pop off, you know. And now Spoxy, I don't know. Look, not saying it's impossible, but man, oh man, this is a lot to ask from one of your star players. 4 players to get. He finds himself 1, but no, not going to happen. Travis Law is going to stay intact a little bit here, and there we go. 3P find themselves another round.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, staying alive for now. That's ultimately all that matters, but still need to be a little careful. That's for damn sure. Can't allow things to fall too flat. Still got plenty of this game for them to kind of try and catch back up with. At the very least, even if they can't pull off this map, if they can at least make it a little closer, start to build a bit of confidence before going into their map pick compound, I think it's a silver lining, we'll say. But still a very, very long road to recovery. And not a good start either. Pietro going to get caught. Gainer trying to make a move, has the right idea here. Oh, but he overlooks the angle on Dezane. He thought about it and then doesn't. Dezane gets 2. And this could be where all things fall apart here, lads. Down to the last man. It's LSY who gets traded. And Gaimin Gladiators, they start with an absolute bang.
Yeah, honestly, kind of nice to see in a way, right? Like, this is where we talk a lot about, like, for Gaimin Gladiators, this is the expectation. We think that they should be on the top of the scales and in the rankings and things like that. So for them to get this map pick in dominant fashion is definitely a good thing to see, because it's been a little wishy-washy. It's been all over the place. Nobody really knows what's going on, but look, a win's going to be a win at the end of the day. So that's a pretty dominant way for them to get themselves started here in this day. So I'm really, really impressed.
Yeah, can't complain with that one at all. It's a very, very solid start for Gaimin Gladiators on their map pick. For now, though, we're going to throw it over towards the desk and see what the boys think.
Absolute domination from Gaimin Gladiators in game 1. We predicted a close matchup, but we were wrong. Like, it's a complete stomp.
Yeah, we definitely predicted that this game is going to be close, especially that we said that PingPongPals, these guys are good in Black Widow. They're not really average on Black Widow or so, but we said that Gaimin Gladiators have the advantage. The guys knows how to play Black Widow, one of the best maps. The controls, and as we said exactly, the controls, the 5-man long, the 4-man long controls from Gaimin Gladiators have no response. They had no response to PingPongPals, and we've seen Pietro taking the Ohm, trying to kill, but still, at the end, I told you that the trades will always go in the favor of GG, and definitely GG a deserved win in a fashion style.
Yeah, and like Black Widow, we know like it's a blacklisted map in a way, and PingPongPals started as a blacklist and they started losing a lot of rounds. They finished the half 3-6, so it's very hard to make a comeback from this position. And Spoxy, like, it's such a statement, like to take a week off and to come back and to be the highest KD as well in this game. Like, he's definitely the star player of this team.
Yeah, as I said, Spoxy, this is something that we knew as we were professional players, that in CrossFire, if you take 1 week break and then you come back, definitely you will be popping off. And they said it's going to be a rocket launch for Spoxy. This guy, 16 kills, I guess, in this game, or 15 kills. Minimum, I guess 16 kills. This guy, 1.5 KD solid. I mean, or maybe 1.8 KD. This guy is we just got used on how Spox is good on Black Widows. That's why you need to be avoiding Black Widow versus GG because of this guy, Spoxy. The guy is on the cam now. He's very good in trading and opening spaces for his teammates.
Yeah, and we did see a timeout for PingPongPals,
Yeah.
which is really weird, right? Like if you're getting if you're getting dominated like that and like it's a completely one-sided game, you should take a break. You should talk to your teammates. Try to you know, like prepare your card as well. Again, and 2.5 KD from Spoxy. He keeps proving over and over that he might be the best performing player
in West League right
in
now.
the West League right now.
Yes, he's definitely the best player because he's the most consistent player. Although, yes, with GG is having tough times because these guys have 4 losses and we are not used on having on GG having 4 losses on the league start, especially that it was before even Split 1 ends. They had three losses. So, but still, this guy is pretty, even if his teammates are down, he's still performing at his best and he's doing the best for his teammate to win as well. And talking about the tactical pose that you mentioned, my opinion that the tactical push should have been already there on maybe after it was 1-3 on the blacklist. Why? Because you're starting on the comfort side. Then you need to be, if you have having disconnection between your teammates, you need to take a pause, grab them out, and this is something that we expected from Petro based on his experience, but he didn't take the pause. So I guess after half, maybe we're talking about the first half ended, I don't think there were a comeback from PingPongPals because the guys are disconnected from each other. They are playing very, very much solo playing. Pietro's trying to take the home, trying to kill some players, trying to get some areas alone. We've seen maybe HDZ is playing some disconnected from his teammates. So this tactical pause maybe it would be better if you took this pause. I'm not saying that you would have won because it was basically a 10-3, but maybe it was been 10-6 or 10-7, maybe a closer matchup for your mental for the next game.
Exactly, like to get a good warm up at least. Like if you're not warmed up in the map 1, get your time out, just talk it out, take a breathe, and then maybe you can win some rounds, and it gives you more confidence in the second map.
And to stop the snowballing from
exactly.
GG, because GG definitely snowballed the game from first half. They kept winning, and PingPongPals couldn't respond at all on any of the attacks that they did, even on the global risk. GG started playing aggressively, and PingPongPals didn't have any response. So you take the tactical pause, try to get a response, try to maybe play defensively, even though if you're playing on blacklist, that should have been done by PingPongPals. Take a pause, play defensively, play on the mistakes. If a team is playing very aggressive versus you, that means that this team is trying to take controls a lot. That means that this team can be doing a lot of mistakes that you can capture on and capitalize on it and get the wins on it. But still, these guys kept facing the aggression with aggression, but still at the end, the aim-wise went for GG.
Yeah, and interestingly, like when I was looking into the maps that GG played recently, I mean, in their most difficult matchup, which was against ROC, their only map win, I mean, this series went 1 and 2. Their only map win was on Compound, which is the next map.
Yes.
So like it's a map that
and without Spoxy, by the way, it's Dane who was playing. No, we're not saying that they're on different level, but still, I'm saying that it was not the full roster because Dane did not, of course, practice as much as Spoxy with this team. So they didn't have to play full potentially versus ROC Esports, and yet they decided they won ROC Esports 10-7, I believe. Raffin had a very good game, and also the guys from GG. So now they're gonna be playing Compound and versus PingPongPals, who picked Compound.
Yeah, and GG will be starting on the global risk side. So if you are PingPongPals, you're starting in the same side again, like the first map.
But still, but now it's harder side. You started on blacklist on Black Widow, but it was the comfort side. Now you're starting on the harder side, so you need at least 4 rounds. 4 rounds, 3-6 again versus them. It's not gonna be as bad as Black Widow, but still it's tough. Because if you finish 3-6 on Compound, because Compound we know it's global risk biased map. So if you get 3 rounds, that's not bad, but it's gonna be tough. On Black Widow, it's almost impossible to come back from a 3-6 and losing the first round to be 3-7. But now, you're gonna be starting, as we said, on blacklist. You need some rounds. You need to be playing more connected, as we said, more into a team play. We are not getting used on seeing PingPongPals playing on solo plays, by the way. Okay, Swam Gaming, we got used on these guys playing on solo plays because if you mention the names, it's HZZ, Snox, Guys, Famous, and their new talent, Josh. Everybody's on the top level on individual skills, so you gotta use these individual skills. But it's not gonna be working versus teams who are playing into a teamwork as PingPongPals. That's why PingPongPals yesterday, last time, they beat Swam Game.
Yeah, and map 2 is ready. Let's toss it over to the caster to see if PingPongPals' reaction would be convincing enough. Let's see.
Well, that's what we're looking for, right? Can PingPongPals bounce back? It wasn't the greatest first map, lads. We're looking to see maybe what they've got up their sleeve heading into their map pick, but it's just the map that we've kind of come to know and love here in the West League. Compal's become a real regular kind of mainstay within this league, and if I'm being completely frank, we're expecting big things out of Gaimin Gladiators. Unfortunately, it just seems right now they're not only much more crisp, but they've actually got a lot more synergy, cohesion. These buzzwords we like to throw around, they just look like a bit more of a well-trained unit.
Yeah, honestly, no doubt about it. And it really does seem like, you know, can they get themselves into 2-0? Because that would really just, you know, define them being a well-oiled machine, like you said, because it felt like they were just unstoppable on Black Widow. But now the question, like you said, is kind of the classic of Compound, but we'll find out. 3P definitely, it did not look the same to me. Like, it definitely didn't seem like there was a lot of confidence in this. It didn't feel like everything was kind of clicking the way it was before. So, I don't know, which is odd because they played quite a bit of Black Widow this season. So it's not like it's been, you know, a map they, like, you know, instantly ban or, you know, whatever like that. But, well, so we'll see. It's down to the crunch map like this to keep themselves alive. But for Gaimin Gladiators to be on the GR side, it's definitely going to feel a lot better for them considering, you know, on the last game, it was a 7-2 GR side, right? So it's been working well.
Yeah, exactly. Decent spot to be in, that is for sure. Well, at least for now, not a huge amount on offer. In towards pillars, Pietro just trying to set the tone. Window clear. Moving his way forward. Just does he clear Lion Claw here? Playing by the boxes first for him. Oh, and a second two on the transfer. That is so well played.
Oh, that's just gorgeous. Yeah, again, this is just becoming a bit of a massacre into Zane once again. Putting himself in another double kill. He's really put himself in just a lot of good, like, multi-kill situations. Making it a triple, why not? There we go. So the Gaimin Gladiators are going to get themselves a nice start to this game. Map number 2, but been really happy to see, like, Zane's been playing well. We saw that Raffin has actually been able to put up some decent numbers as well. Those are kind of two guys that I always look out for a little bit. So it's good to see them starting to, you know, pop the chest a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Start to flex the muscles, start to sort of prove the level that they're at, and actually, in a way, sort of how they're so much of a level up again, you know, above other people. They are just the kind of two individuals who have been, I mean, even Raffin in terms of the rifling department, you look towards the previous season, you look towards last year as well, he really started to kind of prove his worth at that top level. The same. We'll get the first. Pietro going to get caught here as well. Flex onto back onto MKZ, making a bit of movement, but we'll get caught. But then there's HDZ, who gives space for LSY to get that C4 down.
Yeah, a little bit of a nice little bit of a crunch here from 3P, but now it's up to Lion Claw. He wasn't really putting up big numbers in this last game, but maybe he can be able to find himself a huge clutch on a 1-on-3. Still got some time a little bit to work with. Now he's spotted one, but he just cannot seem to control the spray. And there we go. PingPongPals jump right back into this game. They're not going to allow any sort of a lead to get really built up. So not bad at all, and they react well to the chaos. And that was that big fight down long A. That was really kind of, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, it was a bit of a risk. And yeah, it definitely bit them in the behind a bit.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. 1-1. PingPongPals. Let's get a good start here. Let's really start to prove our worth. You know, for PingPongPals in towards their mapping, especially on the back of such a dire first map, they need something quite special here if they want to push this towards a third. And getting an early round on the board, that's always going to help. Again, as with all things, like, you can just never take your foot off the gas when it comes to Gaimin Gladiators. This is a side who, sure, haven't had a great season, but we still know what the ceiling's like for this team.
Yeah, it's always been the question of, like, how high can their skill ceiling go, right? We know that they have some really, really good players, and, you know, one of the teams, you know, during the whole beginning of this year that didn't do the roster change or the roster media that we saw, so, but we'll see if they can keep their form up. And now, I mean, losing, you know, Flex is down to 3 HP, and that's a lot of utility that's caught onto him, but Raffin's gone early, so this is going to make the defense a little bit weaker, and this is where they have to kind of gamble a little bit on the setups, right? So they're going to just leave Lion Claw by himself, sole anchor at B, put the other players at A, which makes the most sense, but they have to make sure that these players from PingPongPals cannot cross through mid, because if they do, that's going to make it even harder for Lion Claw.
Agreed. I'll put it in a bit of a weird spot. So, Raffin down, Flex more or less down as well. So, pretty decent spot for PingPongPals to be in. HGC just setting up the flash here. Waiting. Around 35 seconds now. They're going to start to make a move, and it's about Well, really, what they can find behind it. 30 seconds. We've got to make a decision here. 3P, they could leave things a little too late.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good. This is not good at all. They're waiting too long. Now this is 23 seconds. They got to get going. Line Claw. Oh, no, he get a little bit too hungry on this, and now Flex being so low. That's made it even more problematic. Line Claw, unfortunately, he just got so hungry. His eyes were deceiving him. And now this has made it a clutch situation for Spoxy. And again, you got yourself 4 players that you have to go against and pretty much full HP. Yeah, you're not going to be able to find this. And honestly, I think that was a bit of a misplay from Line Claw. If he would have just played back, he could have been able to find himself a little bit more time, maybe that 1, if not 2 kills. It just wasn't worth it for the swing like that. I get the idea, but it was just way too much of a bold move.
Agreed. Sort of feels, unfortunately, a little unnecessary for me. PingPongPals take a lead, and right, say first time they've taken a lead all series. So let's see if we can start to work on this and start to really make something of it. Gaimin Gladiators, I think getting just maybe a little overzealous for my liking. Not really what you want to be seeing. You know, aside, of course, you have, you know, a lot to offer up, but I think overconfidence can be a bit of a crux for them at times.
Yeah, and that's, honestly, it's so funny, too, because it's always Flex, right? Like, he's the guy that he always goes for these, like, bold plays or really risky moves, and he just pushes and holds W, and you're like, oh, man, this is really the play? But sometimes it works, right? And that's what's so funny about watching him, but a nice little bit of a little shake and bake there, a little bit of a swing from 1, and nice little combination. So now they get a free kill easily, and now 3P once again have to go for the 4-man commit in mid. Flex hopefully might be able to find this one. He does, and that's actually the bomb carrier too, so that's some good intel. But now, again, here we go, a deja vu where they're going to try to crunch into this. Line Claw holding the angle, and look at how much easier it is. And unfortunately for him, HDZ finds this double kill, and now things are getting a little bit more interesting. Bomb's going to go down, but this is all about HDZ just landing the shot, and this is all about the timing for both these Gaimin Gladiators. They've been able to find themselves a little bit of an opening, but can they find the kill? HDZ is struggling to be able to find this kill. It's a ring around the rosy, but who other than Spoxy to get the better of him?
My God. Little bit chaotic for a moment there, but I guess, again, you know, we like to say all the matters is getting it over the line. That looked a little shaky for my liking, but nonetheless, in a spot now we can start to kind of prove sort of what we're all about. 2-all, Gaimin Gladiators pressure back on. Like we said, this has been historically a pretty good map for them. I mean, for PingPongPals, they just can't afford to give Gaimin Gladiators another strong half. That is the main thing that absolutely killed them in that first one. They just fell apart so unbelievably quickly because they couldn't, I think it feels like, fathom a way to get back in towards the game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Absolutely agree with you. They have to make sure they keep this close, and they're doing a good job. Like, they're winning a lot of these gunfights for the most part. They're putting themselves in man advantage situations pretty early on, where, like, you know, we talked a lot about Gaimin Gladiators. They're a team that they definitely thrive on trying to find that opening duel if they can. That is the kind of their identity. Now Flex is just being cheeky. Oh my gosh, he wins the better of it too. So this thing is kind of flipped around where it was a man advantage here for 3P, and there we go. Who other than Flex is going to be able to find the double kill, get themselves still in a lead position. But yeah, these are some scrappy rounds right now just to get themselves a 3-2.
Yeah, I got to agree. It really is a little ugly at times, but again, I'll keep saying it. All that matters is getting it over the line, and that's sort of where we're at. Flex, move his way towards mid. I kind of like this play. He spotted out 1. He's got a good idea about a second 2, but I think this is probably the right call to just try and fall away. He was isolated, pushing up in towards crates there. I just don't think it's worthwhile sticking around. Not unless he had a bit of support behind him.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to see that, you know, Gaimin Gladiators are kind of, again, changing the tempo in the sense of just trying to get a little bit of a timing off guard. They know that 3P like to play very defaulty and wait things out, but some of these timings have been pretty decent, but it's just more they haven't really found the kill, but they've been able to just put a little bit of extra pressure, which again just buys more time for them, because right now on the BL side, 3P have really been taking these, like, you know, executions like 30 seconds or less, which gets like really scary to watch. But you know, for GG, at least they're kind of playing their true way, I will say.
Yeah, gotta agree. Oh, minute 15. Nice find by Flex. Exactly what you want. Pietro going to get caught, and it seems to be, unfortunately, a bit of a recurring theme. Pietro going down early. Raffin up close, can't control the new MK, so that'll cost him. AK running and gunning. How in God's name is he still alive?
I have no idea. This is just ridiculous. I don't even know how he's able to stay that long alive. And there's Lion Claw. Thankfully, reinforcements have been able to make it through. And I was thinking this round could have been over because 3P should have been able to find themselves like 1, if not 2 kills. But now, again, a situation where the man advantage is in their favor here for Gaimin Gladiators. And now with Gainer, had a decent game or the previous one, but now he's going to have to be able to find these kills. Not going to happen. Flex will put him to the grave. And man, oh man, what a bit of a jigsaw round. I have no idea what even to make of that because you see missing, you see double kills, everything. It's just, you know, it's a brawl, man. It's an absolute brawl right now.
Yeah, a little funky that one, I think it's safe to say. A little weird, a little wonderful. But, again, all that matters is we're starting to make a bit of an inroad here, Gaimin Gladiators once again. This is sort of exactly how things happened towards map number 1. It was a relatively even start, and then bit by bit, slowly by slowly, Gaimin Gladiators, while scrappy, just built up such a strong lead. And unfortunately, I feel like this is sort of more of the same here.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good for PingPongPals in the sense that they're, you know, they had some decent executes a little bit on this and playing some numbers to their advantage, but you know, right now, it kind of feels like they're kind of slowing down a little bit, like what we saw in the first map. But, I mean, this first opening duel, it's a nice pickup for sure. But again, Flex is getting close. He's actually mixed up himself with the sniper, so they got the double snipers back out, which has kind of been a nice change up here for Gaimin Gladiators. It's actually been Flex running the rifle for the most part. And this might be just enough of a nuisance here for 3P to be caught off guard. Look at that. Even Spoxy wide open. He's able to find himself a kill. The double sniper's already now able to find a double kill just like that.
It's just what they do best, isn't it, as well, right? This is something that has made Gaimin Gladiators as a team so difficult to kind of play against, right? Because they have been one of the only teams who consistently rock that double arm setup. And it doesn't really matter what map it is as well. That's what makes them so difficult to deal with. 45 seconds. 4 versus 3. I mean, Flex is barely alive, but just having that presence there will sow the seeds of doubt. Gotta make a decision, PingPongPals. Again, time running out. That's 35 now. Nice shot. Run and gun. Gainer will define. Colt pulled out. And Flex doing well. Can't make it a third. And probably can't deny this C4 going down, but it's a 1v2.
Yeah, and actually he gets off of it to see if he can be able to find the timing of a kill, but nicely done here from the Gaimin Gladiators. And you know, again, Flex, the IGL, one of the veterans of this team, like putting up some big numbers. Looks like it might probably going to be a timeout here, rightfully so. And actually, the desk was able to call this really nicely. Is the fact that on map number 1, we didn't even see them calling a timeout when things were getting out of control. Rounds were not really going their way. Sure, they were coming down to like 1v1s or maybe 2v2 situations, but it was odd that we didn't see them like reset. And now we're finally starting to get this because I think they're realizing, look, a lot's at stake and things are kind of, you know, that snowball's getting bigger and bigger again.
Yeah, absolutely. Really is a little bit of a concerning spot in a sense. I do worry as well for kind of when you look at this PingPongPals side, you know, kind of touching back on what you were saying about the sort of the lack of those kind of timeouts. Is that maybe indicative of where this is a side that actually don't have a lot of depth, right? Of course, we get a timeout here, but it's like, you know, tactically, are we not that deep, or do we not have a bit of a leg to stand on? Do we only have the basic game plan from our IGL, from, you know, a leader? You look at experienced players, especially like Pietro, for example, Gainer, 2 guys, of course, who have been around the block. Is that probably indicative that they don't really have loads up their sleeves, so they kind of just let things run, which is definitely not a position that you want to be in going against a sort of, you know, a side like this?
Yeah, that's a really good point, because again, like, you know, just like what I was mentioning, it just seems, it just doesn't really feel like this team on the screen here is performing the same way that I remember watching them like 1-2 a couple weeks ago. But that's not to say that Gaimin Gladiators aren't playing the better game right now. I do think that they're winning the rounds, which, like you said, getting across the line is the most important part. But it's been scrappy in some ways. But there's also been some dominant rounds where you can just tell that international experience from Gaimin Gladiators has really just kind of pivoted them better in this kind of sense. But it sounds like we're getting right back into it. They're done their talk, and we'll see if this can actually play an effect, because they got to figure out a way to get a couple more rounds, especially switching over to the GR side.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. We'll have to see. So far, though, So good for Gaimin Gladiators, what we want to be seeing. Back and forth there as well. Pietro going to get caught again. He's just really struggling in the kind of early part of these rounds. He's not been great when it comes towards these opening duels. Seems to be losing them quite consistently. That happened a lot as well in towards map number 1. So, varying times. From right idea. But again, similar to what we saw previously, you just don't want to overextend in that spot. Lion Claudius needs to be a little careful though. He's just sort of dancing with the devil around this window.
Yeah, this spot always makes me a little bit nervous just because, like, yes, it's good. You can block yourself a little bit for some shots and stuff like that. But again, you kind of put yourself right into the corner, right? You're pinning yourself in a position where you don't got a lot of ways to get out of this, right? So it's not bad. Lion Claw. Ooh, man, he's actually regressing. Oh, no, he's actually going for a full hunt. He is hungry right now, Neo. And look at that. Gets himself finally this double kill. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not at all. Can't complain with that one, to say the very least. Lion Claw, Raffin, the Zane in that numbers advantage situation. They don't have the sight, but C4 needs to be recovered, and that's the thing that makes things very, very awkward here. Lion Claw tagged up, but staying alive. That's all that matters. The Zane waiting for the jump through. This is such a strong spot. 1-for-1 trade. That's all that matters, and Raffin sees it over the line. My God, again, you just see this PingPongPals side who are falling flat, unfortunately, when it matters most.
Yeah, and honestly, the one thing I'm definitely noticing a little bit more for Gaimin Gladiators, which makes me nervous, and I've commented on it a few times, is like it definitely seems like some of these players, like I think if they're feeling it, I think the idea is like, look, just go for it. If you want to swing this and you want to go for the fight, by all means do it. And I mean, yes, that's a good thing in the sense that Flex is allowing like full flexibility in the team, but when things are really close of a game, that's when you kind of have to rein it in. But right now with a 6-2, I mean, clearly it's working, right? It's a little bit dicey, but it's still putting them in the win column.
Exactly. Ultimately, that's all that matters right now. Decent little spot. Flex, nice idea. Nice idea indeed, but he can't find the execution. Idea was great, but getting over the line, different story. So I'm going to play up close. It might go a little bit overlooked since they've already seen one push their way through. HTZ and Gainer, though, have taken some pretty significant damage.
Yeah, they have. But the good thing about this, too, is that PingPongPals are, again, they get this kill, then they actually just kind of fall back, right? They just all post up. They're waiting for another push. They know that something's going to happen from Gaimin Gladiators, or somebody might get, a little bit hungry or a little bit, curious on what they can get away with. So it's a good idea that they're just kind of using some of this time to kind of wait things out. Not bad at all. You can already see that double players are actually going to push through A main. They're going to be able to get themselves some long control here, which is good. So they clear out radio a little bit. So they're being active, but now this is where I get a little bit worried because you can see like B main is getting up for grabs right now. Lion Claw's pushed himself all the way through. He might be able to get the perfect timing in the world. This is going to be critical. Oh my gosh. Oh no, they don't even look. They don't even expect him. And no, he fumbles it. He can't even find the double. He needed it. He needed that so badly.
Oh, that's not what you want to see, is it? Not what you want to see at all, unfortunately. Falling flat in a moment which probably could have guaranteed a round. Oh my God, Spoxy is so quick with it. Unfortunately, not with the Colt though. Couldn't double it down. 1v2, Raffin asking a lot, but he's done this before.
Yeah, and again, a situation with HDZ being so low like this, I mean, he might be able to find this. He has to clear himself on the corner. Yeah, he does it. HDZ. Nice little bit of a lurk kill. So not bad. 3P do a good job to get themselves a little bit of something in this half. But again, it's like that situation where I think it was Dezane in the B site. He tried to get for a big swing. He tried to, just put his foot on the gas, see what he can get away with on a swing where he probably should have just anchored it. But look, for 3P, like that's a round they needed. And honestly, it was clean. They played that pretty much tactically the best way they could, but that was that could have been a lot worse in some ways. But you know what, like you said, cross the line, that's the most important part.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, where we're at, we're looking at what is, I mean, still a really difficult road. For recovery for the PingPongPals side, it just feels like, unfortunately, you said it time and time again, they just don't seem to have enough up their sleeve to be able to take down a title like Gaimin Gladiators. They've just got that consistency factor, something that has been lacking. I mean, we've seen it, right? PingPongPals, they have these flashes of brilliance. They have these moments where you start to see them step up. I think for me, I'm looking at really now, can we get Pietro staying alive a little longer? Can we get him, alive in the late game? He seems to die very early on and towards these rounds and kind of having to I guess in a way, kind of call from the grave, right? And not really where you kind of want to be. So if he can stay alive a little longer, we see HZ have these moments too, which we know he can step up in a big way. A guy who, again, like we said, been around the block a bit. But 6-3, it's better than where things were for PingPongPals in towards map number 1 at the halfway point. But still, not an easy spot. Gaimin Gladiators looking very good.
Yeah, and like you said, if it would have been like a 7-2 half again for Gaimin Gladiators, that just would have been so disastrous, you know, for 3P, just considering that, you know, it's been close encounters, but now Gainer he'll be able to find himself a bit of a lead, and he will not, unfortunately. He only gets the one, but gets traded out immediately. So now for Gaimin Gladiators, kind of just situated in mid, just kind of, again, figuring out some ideas. There is a little bit of a lurk here from LSY. He's just kind of poking through the window. He's just kind of making himself a little bit known. Now we're going to see a 2-2 split here from GG. Well, they're going to switch it up again. They're going to mix up this playbook even more. So, not a bad idea. But do they have the inkling that maybe the B site could be the eye of the prize here? Because typically you know that most teams are going to play that one-player setup, and usually somebody floating around the GR. Pietro on the arm. Ooh, he just misses it. Now he's going to have to fall back.
Raffin making the move. Pistol. Ult in hand, trying to make a bit of an aggressive push down long there, but actually tempers it just for a moment. Reins it back in. Under a minute now. Nice find there. HTC brought up his name earlier, and of course, there it is. Stepping up in a big way. We needed that. 3 versus 3. 45 seconds. Gaimin Gladiators still got a decision to be made. We're going towards pillars. They're actually going to pull back and start to make a move through mid. I wonder sort of now what is the end goal for the side. A lot of teams like to push in towards A here late in this sort of spot. It is smoke though, so that could even be indicative of a wrap. Oh, nice find.
Whew, okay, not bad. Lineclaw finds himself the double. HEZ a little consolation prize. This is interesting because this nade and flash are kind of hitting him. HEZ maybe again with this smoke, that is really going to cause a lot more issues here because Lineclaw being so low, there's a chance that HEZ, if he goes for the jump spot, okay, I was going to say, if he jumps across, tries to go for the pistol kill, knowing that there could be a tight angle, things could have been interesting. That could have created the 1v1, but really good work from Gaimin Gladiators, put themselves at the 7-3. So, not a bad way to get things moving. Lineclaw with himself a triple. So, honestly, a really nice improvement from him, considering it's been a little bit slower in map 1. Now we're starting to see PingPongPals. Yeah, they're playing some good ping pong because they found themselves double kills, maybe making even a triple. Why the heck not? They might even get a flawless round at this point here now, and they're just gonna get it done nice and quick and easy.
All right, we'll take that. We'll take that for sure. I mean, of course, still a lot to do to kind of prove to me that they've got kind of what is required in this sort of a game, but we'll take that every day of the week. That's just going to reignite a little bit of the confidence, let's say, in towards this side. Of course, it seems to be starting quite well. Lineclaw going to get caught. LSY on the arm. Nice find. So 7-4. They can make it 7-5. Game absolutely back on.
Yeah, that's all we need too, right? I mean, this is where... Oh, my goodness. I thought HTZ had that dead right spot. Just missing it. Looked like maybe just by a pixel, but now another shot at this here. Well, snipers are actually playing this B main. This is really interesting, but now HTZ has to be so careful because, again, the Gaimin Gladiators know that he's still here. They knew there was at least one sniper, but do they know that HTZ's just kind of tucked himself away here? It looks like they're kind of anticipating it, but... made too much of a move. There it is. Peekaboo from HTZ. Maybe to get away. He will not. And Spoxy, the boogeyman, will be able to have himself a bit of a nightmare. And now we're back to a 3-3 just like that.
It's just a little funky. Just creeping up on the minute mark now as well. And bit of an interesting dilemma. Gaimin Gladiators, we know what they're like in these equal situations, as we saw in just a couple of rounds ago, leaving things late. That splitting towards B was so effective, but this time they're meeting Pietro. 1-4-2 there as the Zane doubles it down, and now things unfortunately get very difficult. Gainer trying to get back in through heaven. This feels like a lost affair already. Can't deny the C4 going down, but does find his man, looking for a second, and he gets it. Gainer, what a 1 versus 2.
Oh man, that's sick. And honestly, you know, the fact that the timing too from Gainer, like again, finds the just enough time to get the 1v1. The planter, I can't remember who that was from GG, but honestly, I love the way they just kind of tucked their head. They were just trying to find the perfect time. But that's the thing about the HK. It can be so strong, but if you miss that like initial one, if not, you know, the second tap, that's when things start to get a little bit worrying, right? Because you can't get that first shot accuracy, things start to get a little bit more scrambly, and that's what we just saw there. And Gainer, he took full advantage of it, and now he's kept themselves alive with only 2 rounds of a deficit, so that's not bad at all. But now Gaimin Gladiators, they're a little bit anxious, they're a little bit nervous on this, because now they're trying to put a little bit more pressure on this than what we saw before.
All right, well, 2-round game. So for me, game right back on. A much better display as well than what we saw in towards that about number 1. At the very least, PingPongPals are starting to prove, you know, at least enough of what they've got in the tank. And, you know, we talk about their individuals. We talk about how they have a lot of experience and the wealth of it in this side. It's just about kind of where we're at. Can we get this side to find a bit of that synergy? And now we are getting it. Gaimin Gladiators. I actually wouldn't mind, especially if this gets to 7-6, I wouldn't mind a pause out from them. Just take a breather, take a moment to have a conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, you know, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the sense that, you know, there wasn't a lot of timeouts and that was more on the 3P side, but I definitely would like to see, even for Gaimin Gladiators, like if this round doesn't go their way, like it wouldn't necessarily be a bad call to, you know, having a timeout and just kind of, again, like slowing things down and really just being a little bit more clear. But this round's going to be important. Oh my God. Wow. What on earth is that? How does he even get away with that crap? Like he just like get the dead to rights onto HDZ, and HDZ, he was waiting. He played that perfectly.
Oh.
Just Spoxy things.
Gainer back in towards Evan where he put off that clutch from earlier. We do need to step up here a little bit, and he does. Nice find. The new gun effectively. AK pulled out Pietro. Only going to go 1-for-1, but that's all that they need as Lion Claw will fall. This is getting spicy. And a shutdown in the site itself. A double coming through. And PingPongPals in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, not bad at all. And honestly, like, I thought things were going to be a little bit different in the sense about, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they threw a nice flash that I thought maybe would have just bought them a little bit more time right here, because I thought MKC was going to be a bit more blind. But thankfully, he was able to turn from that just enough so he wasn't fully blind. Gets himself a nice little bit of a double kill. Now it was a huge lead. It's turned into a 1-round differential. And MKZ, once again, is putting himself a little bit more on a bit of a tear right now in this moment. He's got himself 3 kills pretty quickly. And Flex has gone down early. So the IGL of Gaimin Gladiators has been removed from this. And look at Pietro. He's already pushed all the way through this. So he's going for a massive flank. He's already got so much intel. This is where Gaimin Gladiators, they have to get a move on. They don't know this necessarily, but they have to always be prepared for something like this. Now 3P are getting ready for a retake setup. And this is kind of scrambly a little bit here now.
Yeah, HZ, as long as he doesn't go too early here, he's in a good spot. Just don't go and get isolated. He did have the numbers there to trade, so he's got maybe something to work with. Foxy, HTC going one more piece. Nothing trying to tap through the smoke. He's so cautious of Heaven and coming through the smoke. LSY do well. Colt pulled out. This is so scrappy. Foxy surely a dead man here. And he will be. Game going to be tied up. PingPongPals have somehow brought it back.
Wow. Yeah, this is definitely looking like a different team right now from 3P. So, I mean, again, let's not forget that was a 6-3 first half that was in favor for Gaimin Gladiators on the GR side. Now things have really just started to look a lot better right now. I think we're going to get probably a timeout as LSY is just vacating the room quickly. But yeah, honestly, probably a timeout from, probably going to be a timeout from Gaimin Gladiators, but rightfully so, because, look, you have yourself a lead, and then you got yourself the first opening round, and then it just kind of seems like it's been falling apart ever since. It feels like they haven't really been able to figure out what they want to do. These executes are not really the best, to be honest. I don't really feel like they're the best we've seen from them so far. So this is a good moment for Flex just, again, to clean things up. He's like, look, like, what are we doing wrong here? Like, what's the disconnect?
Yeah, you're very right. I think this is a good time. I actually, if I'm being honest, I would have liked this timeout maybe a round or two earlier. Just, you know, kind of rather than taking the time out once you've lost your lead, take the time out before, get ahead of it. You know, I'm always kind of a bit of an advocate for kind of you know, rather than kind of reacting, being kind of proactive in a way, right? Getting ahead of it, saying, okay, I can feel we're losing a bit of control here. Let's take a breather. But better late than never. Pause out at a tied game, and now for Gaimin Gladiators is about denying this going to map 3. You know, you had a very solid first half, and you've offered up little to nothing really in the second. Let's go back to sort of finding a bit of form and kind of finding what we've got in the locker, right? And showing that we actually are the better side, and not losing all of this control that essentially they were so known for in previous seasons, a side that were basically untouchable bar ROC.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more. And you know, that's where, you know, I think it's always an interesting conversation to talk about, you know, teams and timeouts, right? Because, you know, I'm on the same page as you that calling the timeout maybe 1, if not 2 rounds earlier would have been decent, you know, and then there can be the argument that calling it this late, does that mean that they're getting nervous or things are getting a little bit out of control or a little too late? Maybe not, right? I mean, it's still like, it's not like a map point on the docket here, but you know, that's where you kind of have to look at the situation of like, what's the internal atmosphere right now? We can only see so much in the cams, like it looks pretty calm and collected, but you know, maybe there's a little animosity, maybe there's a little bit of frustration, something's not clicking because, you know, a 6-3 or 7-3, I should say, you know, lead is turned into a 7-7. So we'll see if this timeout works out well for them, I guess.
Yeah, they do need to be a little careful. ACZ, pretty standard setup. I like the want to fight here. You can really see the confidence is starting to kind of flow a little bit for PingPongPals. Angle going to start moving his way forward. He's up to that first pillar. It's really catering towards window that needs to be really careful of. And if he is going to make a move, we absolutely need to see him be flashed in towards this angle.
Ooh, this is interesting too. The double player into this. It's going to be, I think that's actually Gainer and LSY. Yeah, it is. So they're kind of playing this double little bit of a, you know, close on the B door, but now they're going to reset a little bit on this one. Gaimin Gladiators, though, again, a 3-1-1, which is really, really interesting, and that's actually going to be the lurk of Spoxy. So you can see that 3P are playing a pretty hard turtle setup right now.
Yeah.
They were definitely expecting something aggressive, but there's a lot of map control here for GG. It's just a matter of what do they want to do with it.
That's the big question, isn't it? It's sort of the where now angle. Creeping towards that sub 1 minute mark. KZ, unfortunately for him, he's dancing between 2 angles. If this split comes through at the right time, MKZ's actually, he should be in a little bit of trouble. He's jump peeking. He's now a known quantity as well. Flex got the right idea, especially if that util comes through. Gonna continue to put pressure on. Flash over. He's spamming, and he will get 1. So honestly, going 1 for 1 there, being isolated in an execute, I don't think that's terrible. C4 will go down. 4v4 on the retake. What a PingPongPals got.
Yeah, like you said, the 1-on-1 is actually not a bad case scenario considering how that round went. But now, C4 going down, this is going to create a little bit of pressure here for 3P to figure out what they want to do. So now they're clearing everything up. They realize, okay, everything's at the A site. Spoxy still hunting. Okay, finds himself the double. Once again, that's what, you know, Gaimin Gladiators needed. Somebody to kind of put up the bootstraps a little bit here, find some kills. But now they have to make sure they don't overswing this. They only have 9 seconds. They just have to wait just a little bit longer. They don't even want to wait for the timer. They just want to get the kills on the board. And now we see them back in the lead and holding a post plant a little bit better than what we've seen all game.
Yeah, absolutely. No complaint. And now we get to, again, you know, we talk about building blocks and we talk about kind of putting pressure back on. And that's sort of as good as it gets in a way. You call a timeout, you instantly get the next round. That's all you can ask for. Flex will get the first. Unfortunately, just a little slow on that second. Nice work from the Zane, though. You know, from PingPongPals trying to put pressure in towards deep mid. I like the idea, but it's not actually worked out for them.
Yeah, I think it's a bold one, but I like it though, and I agree with you because I think they wanted to mix things up. They were hoping just to catch a timing off guard, maybe. But like you said, I mean, it's one of those like high risk, and it is like a high reward and high risk, I guess. But in the sense that they've lost 2 players already, so this is not good at all. But for any Gaimin Gladiators fans, they're going to be very ecstatic about this situation. Could be potentially the map and series point possibly in their favor, but unless LSY can put some magic here with the HK, he's sitting in a prime position. They might not clear him. He might be able to find the backstep. Oh, that's 1. That's 2. That's even the bomb drop 2. This is turned around on its head.
Round now opening up 2 versus 2. MKZ. Pietro, what have you got for us? A leg shot towards MKZ. He is a lucky man indeed. Pietro, he's really testing the limits. I don't know if you want to face Spoxy. Not at the moment. We've already spoken about this guy's form. This guy being one of the best players we've got, you know, here in the West League. He continues to be such a threat. I don't think you want to be taking 1v1 sort of head-to-head duels against him. Sure, if you can play the trade game, I understand it. Anything else, I don't think it's worth it. Do not test this guy. And moving back over towards here, they're going slowly. We do now see that MKZ has made his way over there. The kind of issue is that he's so low.
He needs to get this. He has to get 1 kill minimum. He has to be able to find one. But he's tucked away nicely. This is a question if they're going to clear him, though. Spoxy's trying really hard. He's got a bit of an inkling. They know they got a little bit of time. Oh, man. Okay, now he's put himself in a great position because now Pietro has to put himself in a 1-on-2. He's closer than I thought he'd be. He's been active now. He's been moving pretty good here. But now it's a question about timing. This is where he has to be able to isolate these duels for the 1-on-1 to get himself back into this game for a tie situation. Spoxy now gets the read on it, and Spoxy with a drive-by pistol kill right to the dome. And now we got map and series point right in favor for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and this is really, if we're being completely frank, where they should close it out. They should just get final hurdle over the line. He's stacking coming towards mid. I mean, yeah, a little bit of damage done towards the same, but nothing too worrying. And actually, you can maybe even argue probably not worth it in terms of what those nades could have been used for. Good spot, though. I mean, honestly, we have to talk about the recovery. I mean, you know, you look at this Gaimin Gladiator side, and actually for kind of the majority of the second half, they kind of looked awful, for being frank. You know, the first, like, 5 rounds, there was not a lot on offer, and now we're starting to give ourselves a bit of an idea about just how deep this side goes and kind of the level that they can play at. Yeah, brilliant work.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Kind of feels like they got a little bit more rejuvenated, or something happened where they realized like they gave up so many rounds that they probably shouldn't have, and now they put themselves in a prime position to maybe get themselves a 2-0 to start this day. But look, 3P have definitely shown us they got some resilience. They got some grit that they want to push through this, and they don't want to be done yet. So all they need is 2 rounds, and we could be the first overtime. And now it's going to be Gainer potentially to get tested here. He's got the HK. Flash going to get thrown in. Oh my god, his head is removed. He has no chance at all, but now MKZ does find the lurk kill. Is that going to be enough? And Gaimin Gladiators, they're not even going to entertain this nail. They're just going to fall on back. They're just going to play mind games. And now it's down to Pietro once again, getting himself in a flank scenario. But is it going to be a little too late on his positioning?
That's the big question. Gainer and Flex, the 2 have fallen. So, you know, you look at both sides, and the big hitters are alive. Pietro, how have we not capitalized upon that? He had that deep move. Nade will come down. That'll soften him up a little bit. And down he falls. How has Pietro not walked away with at least 1 kill there?
Oh, that's so hard to watch, just because, again, he was in prime position where he could have been able to find himself this kill. This might have been just the nail of the coffin, potentially, unless we can see somebody here from 3P that might be able to find some kills, but MKZ can only find the 1. This might be all over, but again, the HP is critically low right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Zane, he's bleeding. He's just wounded so badly. Same with Spoxy with 37 HP. It's all about them being able to play together, but they can't, because even LSY, he's putting the HK with 1 HP. He has to hit the perfect shot to keep himself alive in this game. But Spoxy's got other plans in store, and there it is. Gaimin Gladiators will be able to get that 2-0 to start this day off.
Yeah, and you got to say as well, you look at this Gaimin Gladiators side, and it is thoroughly deserved. A side that have kind of so much on offer. And actually, if we're being frank, lads, they have a lot to prove to us. Because this season hasn't gone the way that we want or expect from them, they've got to close out in a strong fashion. We're talking about a side who, you know, bare minimum needs to make in playoffs. But if we're looking at it and being frank, this is a side that should be sort of within that kind of top 2 conversation, right? They're a side who have obviously been incredibly strong in the previous season, in last year as well. I mean, one of the few teams, you know, them and kind of, I guess, previous on-nights, if we're looking at previous seasons, the only teams that could really put pressure on ROC, right? Or, you know, 3BL, right? They're the only side that have been able to kind of do that number. They're the only side that have been able to kind of look even semi-decent internationally. So I think that's a good series from them. They should be beating PingPongPals, and they do. And it did take a bit of work on that second map, but all that matters is they get it over the line. Lads, for now, we're going to throw it back over to the desk.
GG managed to finish the series 2-0 after a very, very close map. I mean, closer, way closer than map 1, right?
Yeah, definitely way closer than warm-up, because we've seen how PingPongPals now warmed up. As we said, they are better. Even the tactical pause that they took, it worked out very well for them, because it was 7-4 and then it's suddenly 7-7. Yes, we have seen also tactical pause coming from GG, and after the tactical pause from GG, 3 rounds in a row from the side of GG.
Yeah.
Spoxy, this guy is insane in the clutches and the rounds, and how awesome he was in the game. And we've seen also how Pietro had a very good angle, especially when he had the 4 players in front of his eyes, and then he suddenly wanted to shoot on Lineclaw, but luckily for Lineclaw that he had a cover, and then Lineclaw did one of the best smart plays. He naded Pietro, so Pietro doesn't hear that he's getting closer to him, and instantly provided him. Lineclaw got the kill, and suddenly it's a 2v1. LSY had to clutch it, but he had to face Spoxy, the Undertaker, and the guy, one of the best players in the West League right now.
Yeah, 100%, and it was pretty close, and there was a lot of clutches from multiple players. Even Gainer had a very good
clutch. Yeah.
Like it was a very close game, and like for PingPongPals, it may be a bit disappointing, because like losing this game, it means like the gap is getting maybe a bit bigger comparing to the top teams in the top 5.
Yeah, still, it's not over for them, especially that we said that it's only PingPongPals now that has the big chance to go to the playoffs, depends on their wins, because they have 5 wins basically. So now, yes, they have 5 losses, I guess, but still they have 5 wins. So GG, they have 6 wins now. It's only 1 win apart from the team that's below them. So still, the game is not that big, but as we can see, and as everybody can see, that PingPongPals, they are playing very good, but today was not their day, because we are not used on PingPongPals losing 2-0. Yes, okay, they might lose, but sometimes they give us a strong fights, even versus ROC Esports, the best team in the West League right now. They still got a win versus them, and it was on compound. But now they couldn't secure the win versus GG on compound, and that's a huge transformation for GG on compound. Shout out for their coach. He made GG look way stronger on compound based on the last few games. They beat ROC Esports, and now they beat one of the best teams on compound, which is PingPongPals.
And Spoxy 1.9 KD, like he's way like higher than everyone else in his team. Meanwhile, on the other side, PingPongPals, a lot of players had a very good game, to be honest. Like HTC is one of them, LSY, Gainer, even Pietro had his moments, I mean, despite the KD, but like it was a very close game. And the MVP, like always, Spoxy.
2.1 KD, this guy is definitely going to be claiming the best player in the West League, no doubt, if he continues the same way. And we are approaching, as you said already, the end of the season. Yes, he's going to be playing playoffs, and this might affect his KD a bit, but based on the performance that we have seen, this guy is just on a different level. He's very good in the shots, and also controlling and gathering the information for his teammates. So I don't think anything is needed more from this guy, and he's delivering when it's needed.
Yeah, 100%. This man, like on the screen with the clutches, with the ohm, with the 1v5 like machine that's Spoxy. He's very insane. I mean, Dane, when he filled in, he filled in nicely. Let's say, like he had very good games. But like
still,
whenever Spoxy is on the team, it feels like GG is on like another level.
Yeah, he's a mental booster for his teammate, definitely. When you see Spoxy playing with you, it's definitely a complete change for GG. Congratulations for them. I guess it's well deserved 2-0.
100%. And like we have our second game for tonight, which is Swam Gaming versus IC, which is a pretty interesting matchup as well, because like these two teams, the last time they faced, it was like the Swam Gaming meta, you know?
Yeah,
like
the new meta. Yeah, the HK meta for famous. It was the week 2, I guess. Week 2. Yeah, they met on week 2, and Swam Gaming came on top 2-0, which we didn't expect at all. But this is an angle of revenge for InnerCircle based on their recent performances. These guys were playing so good lately, and they are just well communicated right now. They are well organized. They are playing aggressive as needed. So I guess it's going to be a very tough challenge for Swam Gaming, especially their curve is going down a bit in the last games, and after their loss yesterday, the guys are not performing as we expected. Yes, they beat Anubis, Swam Gaming, they beat Anubis in the first split, but they came back and they lost versus Anubis yesterday, and now it's the time for InnerCircle to revenge their win versus Swam Gaming's and Famous's family that's going to be playing with him now.
Yeah, 100%. Like Swam Gaming, they had a very good head start in week 2, like when the meta shifted, but like it feels like
Every team adapted.
Yeah, exactly. They got slower, you know, like in the race of the meta adaptation. On the other side, InnerCircle, in the last 5 games, this roster in front of us, they are 4-1. And even the game they lost against
PingPongPals, it's just because of Vito. I'm just saying it right now. I'm gonna keep reminding Kevin with this that it was a Vito. They lost because of the Vito. The Vito was so biased around InnerCircle. Sorry, in PingPongPals, we're not saying it was a bad Vito, but he risked sub-base for the whole series. And yes, PingPongPals capitalized on this. And that's how big team, strong teams, professional teams. When you see an angle of mistake, you capitalize on it and you get the win. That's what PingPongPals did. But still, InnerCircle, they beat GG. Then they beat Anubis in one of the biggest upsets in their game. They lost to PingPongPals, but they beat TBI. And yesterday, they got the win. So InnerCircle versus Triple Nine. So InnerCircle, as you said, 4-1, and the loss was only because of a V2 mistake. But right now, these guys are so incredible, and I guess they can be the contenders of ROC Esports right now if they continue on the same passion and same performance.
Yeah, they are looking very scary, and like this guy on the screen, Alucard, like he had an incredible week in the last week specifically. He's scaling so fast, and like it feels like I see as a team, any one of them, like it can be a danger for you if you're playing against them. Like on the other side, I feel like if Famous is in the mood, maybe like Swam Gaming are looking good, but in general, like it feels like Swam Gaming recently they are a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, well, as you said, it's not inconsistent, but the teams are kind of adapted. So I guess Alucard is the core element of the team. He's the engine of the motor. He's the engine of the car. He's the motor of the car. So if without the engine, I don't think InnerCircle will be able to accelerate.
Yeah, and you said like the last week or like the loss against PingPongPals from the IC side, it was completely about the maps, right? So let's talk about the maps. Like, what do you think about the maps in this matchup? So I'm giving an IC, and which maps do you think we will be seeing in this meet?
As we said, InnerCircle, they had a bad Vito versus PingPongPals, so we're not gonna be seeing this anymore. So they're going to be sticking to their best maps. Yeah. And what have we seen? These guys can play Ankara. These guys can, yes, play Port. Maybe they ban it versus some teams that they are good on Port. But also they can play Blackwood. So, and why I said these maps, because it's Swam Gaming also. They like Ankara. We've seen them playing Ankara. They almost beat Anubis yesterday on Ankara. And they like Blackwood as well. And they play Port sometimes. So now my view is going to be very basic. Compound, we might see it. But I don't think it's a Compound 100% we're going to be seeing it because both teams they played. Yeah. But other teams, other maps is just based on how these guys want to be playing such maps.
Let's take a look at the map Vito to see like what are the plans for these teams for this matchup specifically. We have Compound, like Big Win said, in the first game. Or the first map, and then we have Black Widow and Ankara, like basic maps.
Yeah, as I said, it's going to be a basic matchup because no one want to be risking. It's very important win for Swam Gaming because these guys, they want to bounce back and they want to show that they are still a strong team because these guys beat InnerCircle and beat Anubis in the first split. Yeah. So they are not the easy team that you are going to match up against. And also InnerCircle thought about why are we playing sub-base? We don't need sub-base right now. And why are we going to be playing New Mexico? Because these guys maybe will be trying to rely on solo picks, as we said. Swam Gaming relies on solo picks that much because they have one of the best players in the world. They have Kais, they have Snox, they have HCC, they have Famous. Everybody you can talk on for a days how good they are in solo picks. So you don't need this new Mexico at all. You're going to be needing Compound as Swam Gaming because they are very good on it, and HCC has a very good calls and shots on this map. And you're going to be needing Black Widow as InnerCircle because they know how to play it versus the North American teams, which they used to be one of the best teams in Black Widow, by the way, back in the days. But now, still InnerCircle, they're claiming their spot on Black Widow. They're showing a strong, dominant performance. And we've seen it yesterday, 10-3 versus Triple Nine. So they have a good intentions about it, and of course the decider Ankara, which also I'm saying it's one of the best maps for InnerCircle. So in my opinion, if this series goes to third map, it's going to be claimed by InnerCircle, but it's going to be 2-1. And if not, I'm saying 2-0 based on the recent performance of InnerCircle and Swam Gaming. Yeah. In favor of InnerCircle, of course.
And like, what was the turning point for IC in your opinion? Like, because like we saw IC a bit shaky at the beginning, but like all of a sudden they are a totally different team. So like, what made this team like shift so much toward like the success road?
It's not a turning point. It's the turning journey because. If you remember when we introduced Alucard on an interview and we told him why you guys had a very slow start because they almost lost to PingPongPals and they almost lost to TBI and they lost the other games. So he said that we didn't have much time to practice with our new coach. So it's not a turning point, it's a turning journey. These guys had a very tough start because Kevin, their coach, he came in and he wanted to change everything, and this is basically impossible to change a lot of things and still get the wins. But the consistency of the players, which changed. If you want to be talking about only one point, the consistency. The guys kept the same consistent level they're playing on. Yes, we lost game 1, game 2, game 3. We lost 3 games in a row. We lost versus Swam Gaming. We lost versus PingPongPals. We lost versus some teams that we should never lose at all. The consistency is the key. They continue to play. They continue on the road and the plan from their coach, and that's how they are gaining these consistencies now. So InnerCircle, they had a turning journey. These guys are coming back from a slow start, but with the rocket launch from their coach and the consistency of the players. Also, addition of Awesome, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. And like changing the way that the team plays, it's gonna take some time, 100%. Yes. But like it's
very short time.
Yeah, it's very short time. It will pay off at the end, right? Like we're seeing this now. We're seeing the results. Yes. We're seeing how IC are playing, and that they are playing in a very good fashion. And it's looking very good for them as a team. Against Swam Gaming now, I feel like IC. I mean, if Swam Gaming want to compete, because like we said, it's probably gonna be the top 5 in the standings right now. But like if Swam Gaming wants to put their name
need to
up
beat
there,
top 4 teams.
They need to make a statement today, in my opinion. They need to beat IC, and they need to do it convincingly to convince all of us that they are here to compete for the top 4.
Yeah, and also you mentioned that Swam Gaming started very good when they met at Chefs. So if they want to be proving that it's not only the meta, the guys were very good, they need to start winning more games on Split 2, because Split 2 is kind of a slow start for them, not as Split 1. So these guys, because other teams adapted, and especially that we are talking about InnerCircle, they have a coach.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm saying Swam Gaming is not having a coach, but HZ is doing this job, but still, he's a player. Not like InnerCircle, they have a coach dedicated for this meta, so they're maybe having an advantage on adapting fast and changing few things at the team. That's what we've seen from InnerCircle. They changed their play style. We've seen how defensively they used to play, but now how aggressive they are playing. Alukar, this guy is the guy that if you want him to play passively, he's going to be the best. If you want him to play aggressively, he's adapting and he's doing his best and to be one of the best snipers. So you have all the players are adaptable. They are having adaptable mental strategies, and they can do whatever they want, especially with the addition of Awesome, because these guys used to be very aggressive in GV, and Lazarus, one of the best players in EU, and talking about 2021, 2022. So now they have everything on the table. All they need to do is gather, maybe practice more, try to use the new meta in a good way. That's why the coach is here, and that's what's paying off for them, and we've seen more wins from InnerCircle right now.
Yeah, 100%. And InnerCircle are looking very solid as a team. And Swam Gaming on the other side, we said they had a good head start. I mean, IC had a slower start, right? But it's about who is reaching a further point, right? It's not about
yes, and we're gonna be talking at the end of the season, not at the beginning of the season. That's why Swam Gaming they are feeling a bit. I'm pretty sure that depressed, because these guys started very good. They had a very high motivational wins that put them that we want to be in the top 4. But then InnerCircle, they had a very slow start, but they are coming back. And based on how the maps and vetoes that's been played, talking about a bit tactical wise, InnerCircle they are improving tactical wise. Swam Gaming, they are improving tactical wise, but very slowly. And as I said, you kind of get the wins by the individuals from their teammates. We're talking about Kais, we're talking about HZZ, we're talking about Snox, definitely famous.
Yeah, 100%. And Swam Gaming, you cannot always depend on the individual levels.
Yes, especially versus good teamwork teams.
Exactly, against good teams that are building tactics, like you said, for example, IC. It might put you in a disadvantage. I mean, it can work if IC is
few
not
rounds,
in their day,
yes.
For a few rounds, maybe even a map. But on the long run, it's not healthy for you as a team, because everyone is evolving, everyone is getting their strats on point, and you're just depending on your players to do some individual
picks
plays.
And kills. Yeah.
And this is the value of having like you said, a coach specific for to build tactics to improve you as a team. I feel on the long scale, having the better maybe coaching staff can help you as a team.
Definitely, that's what we've seen from ROC Esports right now. These guys, they have a coach. The players, not saying the full roster, but the players are playing with a coach, and the Egyptians who started inventing this, putting the coaches into the scene. So back in 2020, yes, I guess when Team S introduced Trick as a coach, and everybody was stunned. Trick was one of the best players. He went to final CFS in 2019 or 2018, I guess 2018, with Stray, who's currently the coach. So the guys already established with having a coach with them. So that's why they are the top team right now. Everybody then started to kind of adapt and act and get the coaches, but a bit maybe we want to be saying late. Maybe the second team that introduced the coach was second team was, I guess, Anubis. Yes, if I remember right, Anubis, and then everybody started to introduce the coach. So having a coach is very dominant for your team because he keeps you, how you can say it, in the meta. There is not, you're not outdated. You're always updated with the new things, the meta. He's always watching the other games, watching the other regions as well. And when you go to maybe major tournaments, you should be able to understand how the enemy team is playing. Because, okay, Swam Gaming is playing versus InnerCircle right now. These guys played versus each other a lot of times.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a coach, you exactly know how both teams play. But if you want to be playing versus other team from other region, you don't play with them every day. You only watch them. So if you have a coach, he eases this process for you. That's what Stray doing. That's why ROC Esports are now on top of the league. The guys are having everything updated for themselves by strat-wise, tactical-wise, positioning-wise, reaction-wise, communication-wise, everything.
Yeah, and like if you're in Swamp Gaming, choose like I mean, how can you improve Swamp Gaming as a team? But like the game started, so we're gonna talk about this later. So let's toss it over to the casters to take us to map.
All right, well, we're going right back into it, and yeah, thank you, Desk, and again, good analysis, and yeah, this one's going to be interesting. This one's been, you know, honestly, I felt like this was kind of the match of the day, just because, again, there's a lot, you know, for both these teams where there's been ups, there's been some downs, but I don't know, like, there's a lot riding on this for, you know, InnerCircle. If they can find this, I mean, that puts them still in a good position here for maybe that number 2, maybe number 3 spot, but, you know, for Swamp, all they need is a win, and they got themselves a conversation of top, you know, 4 or 5, so a lot at stake here for both these teams. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. No, 100%. I mean, right now, I mean, for a situation like this too, and like a lot riding on this situation, you know, the 2-2, we're right back on the compound again, a map that both these teams have played, you know, endless amount of times. But this is where Swamp are kind of going on a little bit of a losing streak in some way. That now they got themselves a first round. This is the map pick they want. This is not a bad situation at all. So the fact that they can get it, despite how that round was kind of going, it's a good note to see here. And yeah, getting that 1-0 start, not going to be bad at all.
Well.
Well, I think we're gonna. Neocast just gonna take a little. He's gonna take a little timeout. As is.
I think it's alright.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. You know, some people can't hear you, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll get. You know, it's always a good time. This could be not a good time. Yeah, not bad at a time here if you're a Swamp Gaming fan, because Kai's gets a little bit hungry for a kill, but it's actually Beck here, the IGL, that finds himself very, very nice opening here. So not bad at all. So the sniper's going to actually be removed here from Swamp Gaming. So now it's just going to be the 4 rifles that are going to be intact. But now the question is, what do they want to do with these rifles? That's the biggest piece here, because they've got to find something. And they got to find an opening quick, because you got triple player locked in this B side. You got the 2 players just turtling in A. This is going to make it more problematic here for Swamp, because they're not going to be able to get a gimme kill. They're not going to be able to get something for free. So now they're going to have to figure out a way to, entry into a site without losing somebody as well, to bring things back into a little bit of an equalized situation.
Alright, well. Awesome. Double stack on towards the side. Doesn't look actually like they'll be testing this. We're going for a wrap here. Yeah, a little funky. Close to personal. Josh trying to fight behind the smoke. Needs to be a little careful here, Swamp. Ends up fine Snox, and that's what matters. HTZ can answer back. Josh can get one of their own as well. This is looking a little scrappy, to say the least. But a 2 versus 2, Josh and HTZ both low. Nice nade. If it bounces back on towards Josh, it could have been pretty damning. Let's go a little deeper. HTZ takes some damage and some more as well from the spam. He is nearly dead to right. This is looking super scrappy, but all that matters, C4 down in the backlines as well. Josh looking for a double. Can't quite get it. 1 versus 1. Both players barely alive. 1 point of HP for Beck, but all he needs is 1 bullet onto HCZ. This is super scrappy, but it's HCZ who walks away with it. That was uncomfortable to say the least, but all that matters, another round on the board, down to the wire.
Yeah, honestly, like you said, 1 bullet to get it all done, and some of these scrappy rounds. But look, like you said, crossing the line, that's going to be the most important thing. Swamp are going to be able to find themselves through the thick and thin of it. They're going to be able to find themselves a 2-0, and even Famous able to put that HK to work, and that's what we were talking a lot about. A player that I feel like in the West League, like especially with the new guns, like he's got to be one of the guys that are like the top players with it, just because we know he's so crisp with it. Like he used to, you know, one tap with AKs and things like that, but now that he's got a better gun, like look on out.
So, tentative start. I mean, this seems to be the case, of course, generally speaking, with this map as a whole, right? I mean, Compound always does have these kind of very kind of slow tentative starts. It seems to be a bit of a kind of a reoccurring thing. Not many teams, I'd say actually bar ROC, go out the gates on this. Awesome. Swing and a miss. Snox will clip him. They were ready for that fight. Awesome. Most definitely was not. He was caught off guard by that.
Yeah, this is really nice. And you get it, you know, taking down back, you get awesome. You know, you got yourselves a 5-on-3, so really good man advantage right now. So just playing the numbers game could be huge for them. But this is now where you need to see somebody from InnerCircle that's going to have a pop-off moment. This is where somebody has to put in multi-kills. This is where somebody's going to have to really just be the hero to bring themselves back into a fighting fashion for this round, if they can. But a 3-2 split potentially looking like that's the game plan here from Swamp. Smoke's going to get thrown here from Famous. That's going to be able to block off here from the GR spawn. So it's going to be nice. Could be a little bit of a ruse here. They might actually just try to pinch this right in through A. That's indeed what they're going to do. Jin does find this first kill, but now can he find a second? There it is. That's what I was talking about. Needing multi-kills, and that will definitely do. Now Josh, all of a sudden, just wondering, what on earth has just happened to my team? We had themselves a massive advantage, and we're all dead, and we've lost the round.
Yeah, super scrappy. Super weird. But again, you're looking at as well where in a circle, we've got to start building upon things, right? You know, this is sort of a plenty of talent. You know, when I look towards the side, obviously Alucard is kind of the name that generally comes to mind, but also I think there's a lot of pop-off moments in the last sort of year and a half that sort of I've been around. Kiko too, while he hasn't really got started, yeah, he's been a player who's been difficult to deal with. So I'm sort of looking forward to seeing kind of what we've got on offer from those two. On the flip side, Snox, Josh out the gates, both looking fantastic. We're actually still waiting for kind of Famous to pop off, but it feels like it's going to be sooner rather than later. He always seems to find his moments.
He really does, doesn't he? But we'll see with the Jin playing a bit of a nice little bit of an off angle, we will. And actually, I think he just spotted, I think that's Famous's gun. I think he just spotted the barrel. Oh, and HEZ actually gets away with a little bit of a cheeky kill. So now the question is that he knows that Awesome could be here, and he's got a good read on it. Now it's just a bit of a one-on-one duel. A little bit of a Western standoff, if you will. Now, is he going to be able to fight this? He actually looks like he might retreat from it. He doesn't want to go for the risk. Not a bad idea at all. They're going to group up together. They're all just going to be situated in mid one more time. InnerCircle now putting, again, this a little bit more of a presence towards A, leaving the anchor of Jin once himself at B. This is a good setup, but it's a question of Swamp. Do they have an inkling that this could be the setup, just given the numbers?
That's the question. Beck. He's more just waiting for any sort of information and actually doesn't want to overfight too much. Gives up the site and actually kind of Awesome's life in a way and then his own. So unfortunately, that's not gone the way that InnerCircle would have liked. I think they would have been more than happy if they could have just fallen away and got a 1-for-1. That'd have been great, but not to be. Swam, gotta be said, looking actually really solid. Like, it looks like a very difficult side to deal with right now, and in InnerCircle, we've got to find a way to step up. It's yeah, it's been less than adequate so far. I know this is Swamp's map pick, don't get me wrong, but this is a map that every team knows unbelievably well.
Yeah, that's definitely no question about it, right? I mean, and that's where we kind of talk about the different caliber of the teams here that play on this map, because we know, like, you know, arguably, like, teams like ROC and teams like, you know, Gaimin Gladiators are obviously kind of the upper echelon of the CFWL, where teams are a lot better on it, but we have seen a lot of these teams that have really stepped things up. I've actually been really impressed with Swamp. They have a cool little bit of cheeky little gimmicks that they like to do, but we'll see if that's going to be the same case. It's not looking like this round could be it, as InnerCircle have actually been able to really crunch them nicely. But look, Famous is still alive. You still have Kai's that's available here too, so this round is still wide open right now for Swamp Gaming fans.
Yeah, agreed. Famous. Having a look. It's Jinza by the window. If he pokes his head up, it could be clipped clean off. It's awesome. With the first to fall. Kai's having some moments, to be fair, as well. And they kind of need a little bit more from him as well. And numbers disadvantage. Now would be a great time for him to step up. And oh my god, there it is. Under pressure. Split in there. It's Beck to find that trade.
Yeah, put himself in a situation where at least he got that kill, right? But again, this is where you have HCZ still alive. You got Famous now, both together. They're going to be able to get in this B site. So this is good. So they should be able to get this plant down. But the question is, what do you do with the post plant? This is going to be a lot of reliance right now. Be able to find this kill. You got the flash. I don't know if that's a smoke available here for Famous too. That'll be interesting to see, because they still got some utility. If they can time that, that might just allow them a little bit more of a time buffer. There's a big flank right now from Jin. He's trying to get himself through B main, so they're going to be able to try to go for the 2-1 little bit of a pinch. Famous getting a little bit antsy. He wants this kill. He knows that somebody should be close on by. Oh my god, he just removes Beck's head, and now this is even better, because 13 seconds is remaining. Alucard has to be able to find a kill quickly. Famous is still hunting for it. Time is just ticking away, and this could be all over. They just have to play the timer as best as possible. HDZ, you just got to tuck your tail, and that is it. That's going to be the round, and they burn the clock down, and they're able to get themselves a gigantic lead.
And Kai's is super happy about it. You love to see it. That's a huge round to be taken. Honestly, at one point, really felt like it had sort of like no legs behind it, and they've picked a massive moment to step up, and actually a really, really big way as well. 4-1. Swamp looking fantastic. There's a lot to love right now from this side. I mean, hey, this is great. That's a cool
4-1 on this on the score, and Awesome tries to get himself that double. He just can't seem to find it. Good gracious. Okay, look, things are getting a little bit better here. InnerCircle put themselves back into the 4-on-3, making it the 4-on-2. Why not? Now you just got Famous and Kai's here, the last two remaining players. This could be a little bit harder. Yeah, indeed it is. Bomb could be up for grabs in a way, but Famous is going to have to just... He's going to go for the kill. He's just going to go for a full hunt. And
I believe.
I believe too.
Yeah, in Famous I trust, I'll say it. Oh, he's so quick. He's so quick. You kind of always have this inkling feeling when it's Famous. You're like, oh, let's just give him a chance. Let's see what he can brew up for us. Because it's kind of the Famous way, if we're being honest. We know he has this ability to, I mean, take over. And you know, hence why we're seeing so much respect being shown here by InnerCircle. And completely understandably so. They know, do not allow this guy to fight. If we're being honest, all that InnerCircle really need to do is just group up. At the moment, even the way they're playing, I know they're close, but Famous can still isolate fights here. I don't like that. Do not give him head-to-head, because generally speaking, he'll punish. That's unfortunate. Spray just a little off, and maybe we give him the benefit of the doubt with Ping.
Yeah, maybe just so. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, because if you would have found that kill, like you said, it felt like InnerCircle were kind of playing that. I don't know, man. That seemed a little bit scary, just because they were like playing these 1-on-1s that they shouldn't have, but it worked out. I mean, you know, they know something we don't, I guess. But look, they get some good nade damage onto Snox. So he's unfortunately had a few pins that have hit his teeth, and now he's critically low, but without even seeing a single person. But InnerCircle are getting active. They're starting to push through A main. They want to double up on this. So they're trying to mix things up nicely. But now for Swamp, they still got all 5 players alive. They actually want to commit to this fight against Jin. He's been having himself a bit of a field day so far. 8-3 right now.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah. Looking really good, that's for sure. Questions about InnerCircle still, and for me, mainly about for this side. Was that a flash in the pan, or are we about to see a bit of consistency come through for them? Hopefully, you know, it's option 2 and they can make something out of this half, but kind of where we're at right now, I do worry a little bit. InnerCircle, if that's just a one-off, it doesn't really start to build much in towards this map. And the big hope is that we can get something off this, right? Can we get this map to, you know, even if you can't win it, can we make it competitive and head in towards Black Widow with a lot of confidence? So far, though, simple stuff. Swamp just biding their time.
And Swamp are going to be able to have this mid control pretty much for free, I should say, because I mean, right now for Alucard, he's kind of playing the cross deep in A site. But now them getting this kill in the Jin, that's not bad at all, because they're going to try to go for a little bit of a 2-and-2 split on this if possible. But they have to worry about Kiko, because he's kind of posted up here just behind the wall. He's just kind of playing the door. He's trying to play the off angle. Time is ticking, though. There's 30 seconds down or just kind of remaining. They have to be able to find this kill in the back. He's kind of tucked himself away just in wood box. This is going to be problematic. They have to be able to find him. Look at how much time he's burning for them, but look at how quickly Swamp, they just eradicate everybody in their path. And this now is just falling apart. InnerCircle have lost control. HCZ gets active with the rifle.
Like I said, the worst possible thing that can happen in that sort of scenario is if it's a flash in the pan, because it actually starts to kind of at least put in the back of your mind a little bit of, you know, was that luck rather than us actually doing something right. I say that comes through. I love the aggression here by InnerCircle. Mid control taken quickly. It's only one going down, but it's going to make them feel very uncomfortable. So good work there. It has to be said by InnerCircle. I like the proactivity.
No, I do too. That's they got to do something different now, right? I mean, it's a 5-and-2. Things are starting to get a little bit bigger of a gap than they want. So if they can mix things up, that's a good thing. They did well in the previous round with some good utility damage, but it just feels like these mid-late rounds are really falling apart for them quickly. It doesn't really feel like they're in any sort of control at all. So
agreed.
Which is a little bit interesting, considering this team is pretty much the full roster except for that little bit of a mix-up with Awesome joining.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, for now, a waiting game as we creep towards 1 minute. It's only the one loss, right? So for Swamp, you know, as we just saw in the previous round, they've come back from this sort of scenario before. You still got to ask questions about InnerCircle. They're in a good spot at the very least for now.
Oh my gosh, look at this. They're both just playing like a pixel spot. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Not much room for error, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
They're not giving themselves a lot of leeway.
Yeah, that's true. And now, okay, they're going to go for this little bit of a side crunch into B, but they got Kiko still. I think that's awesome, just close on by as well. Ooh, wow, they've actually been able to grab a lot more footing than I thought they were going to be able to. And now, Jin, he's kind of posted in B main. He might be able to find a timing. He might be able to. I don't know, but look at how quickly Swamp. They are just a plow, man. They're taking everything in their sights. They're just pushing it on down, pushing it out of the way. And now Beck's by himself.
They continue to do this as well, don't they? They continue to make rounds out of nothing. This is a side that never really should have much of an in-route, much of a look in towards a round like this because of the numbers disadvantage. That alone should be enough, but it does make you question, how have we actually made this one stick? And down goes Beck. I mean, what a fantastic recovery again from Swamp. That's now multiple rounds in this first half where numbers disadvantage late in the round, post-plant works out fantastically.
Yeah, it really, like, I love this kind of new little bit of a strategy that we're seeing from Swamp, is the fact that they're, again, it's nothing like super crazy, right? Like, it just feels like they're kind of going for a bit of a game plan in the sense of like, let's just split the site, let's all just play together, we'll be a little bit aggro on it, but they're doing it calculated. It's not like they're just holding W and hoping for the best. It's just they're really taking a good approach on this, and I love it, because again, what we've seen so far in the season is how well Swamp has been able to play regardless of the server they're in. Like, it didn't even matter anymore. Like, they're all really popping heads, so it's working out very, very nicely. And again, we might even have ourselves a 7-2 half, which what we saw before, and that would be a great way for them to get a skyrocket start here for this this pick that they got.
Yeah, it would be pretty wild, that is for sure. You know, they can get a 7-2. It feels like, if we're being frank, that the map at that point really should be done. And, You know, all attention then gets drawn over towards Black Widow. This is great so far. There's a lot to like. HCC again going to start well, and it's not only starting well, but it's getting Alucard out of the conversation. I mean, that's the perfect person to find early. Flash on that corner. Josh now has space to work with. Kiko forced back as well. They're going to put pressure onto him. Kiko does get one, does get a second as well. Oh, when he gets a third, Kiko,
What?
that is huge.
Oh my dear goodness. Yeah, no kidding. I thought he was a dead man. I thought maybe he was only going to be able to find them one, if not two, but the fact that he's able to get a full spray onto the third, that's exactly what InnerCircle needed, man. I mean, they were just hoping for somebody to do something big here. That's definitely going to do, and that's going to give him a situation where he was a bit quiet on this game for a bit. That's definitely going to make him look a lot better, but honestly, a 6-3 half is not bad, I guess, but man, oh man, they desperately needed something there.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of worst case scenario is letting things fall super flat there, kind of for nothing. I mean, that's where we then start to, again, ask just a few questions. But 6-3, right? And, you know, I still think it's a very, very good half for Swamp. And it's more questions of, is there really anything kind of in that locker, in that tank for InnerCircle heading in towards the second half to be able to recover and put pressure back on now that they're the ones sort of setting the tone, setting the tempo on the attack?
Yeah, and that's it. You know, this is the thing too, where, you know, Swamp, they've shown like they got some good defense as well, but at the same time, like we've also seen them in some of these stress situations where when they lose that one player, where they have to kind of reconfigure the game plan a little bit, that's when it starts to get a little bit questionable, right? Like on the BL side, there's a lot more leniency that they can work with. They can use some of that aggression that they want to, but now this will be important to see how well they can keep their composure for this. But on the same breath here, I mean, this is where InnerCircle are going to have to figure out how well their strategies are going to be on the BL side. HCZ, oh my goodness, I don't know how he was able to escape on that. I thought the timing was awful, but thankfully for him, he can fight another day.
Yeah, somehow, some way. Still a lot to be offered up. It's pretty tensive as a start. You know, we're at towards a minute and no damage really being done here. No actual real gunfights. They're still trying to figure out what each other's setups are actually really looking like. I mean, this should be it. Beck and Jinta, like they're about to sort of make that commit. Still a bit of a waiting game. HCZ has the right idea. He knows that there's at least one looming around that corner. It's just the question of how many. Guys, what have you got? The question for Alucard, does he swing this angle? Actually, did Kais need to go there? Probably not. Thankfully, HCZ is available. It's a little scrappy. Famous down low.
Oh boy, okay, Famous, he might be able to get the timing of this flash. Actually, that should ricochet. No, man, just a second or two off, but now the anchor, HCZ, just needs to buy some time, but he can't seem to find more than that one kill. Is that going to be enough? Josh is just trying to barrel on in as fast as possible, but it's Snox now with a double, but it's just not enough. It's awesome. We'll be able to take him out. I don't know how they're able to scrape through that round. That is just madness, but look, InnerCircle, they'll take it any day of the week.
Way too close for comfort, that one. Way too close. But again, you know, we spoke about this in towards map number one, game number one, may I say. You know, the entire way of Gaimin Gladiators. All that matters is you get the round. I don't care how we get there, right? You know, they've got to start off this half well. They've got to chip away at this deficit, and well, so far, so good. Down to 2, a 6-4 scoreline, and round on the board is going to make things feel a little easier in terms of recovering. The damage, of course, is Jinza who falls. So the big thing, you know, something that we spoke about in that first half when they brought it back to 4-2, when InnerCircle got that second, we said, big thing, make sure it's not a flash in the pan. Make sure it's not a one-off. I'm worried that this could be the same thing here.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we'll have to see. But again, this is kind of what I was expecting. You know, some of these rounds to be really, really close. And again, both these teams, like we talked a little bit about, and the desk was mentioning too, is that, you know, there's a lot at stake in the sense of the leaderboard here, because InnerCircle, you know, through having a really bad start, have climbed themselves into the top 2, but now can they maintain it?
Yes.
And this is where we get to see them on the BL side, where they have shown us some good strategies. Famous now holding a very nice off angle. Oh man, the Famous show of it, almost the triple. That could have been the highlight reel. That still might be enough here, but you still got the bomb in control. You still got yourselves in position to refight for, you know, a new site if they want, and they got plenty of time. So this is a nice little bit of a reset right now for IC.
Yeah, exactly. 2 versus 3. And the only real worrying thing, you know, or the main one thing I might say, is not even just the numbers advantage for Swam, it's actually the fact that none of them have taken damage, right? Or in a spot where they feel remotely vulnerable, where both Beck and Awesome have at least taken something, especially Beck. I mean, he's below half. Heading on towards A. Will they clear backsides? Guys, he missed shot down. He goes to the M4. Very good on the spam. 2 versus 2. C4 planted. And a post plant set up, and a pretty strong one at that. This round now has legs behind it for IC.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, even for the M14 in the hands of Awesome right now too, that's going to allow some extra ammo just to be able to really like kind of toy with these guys. But look, there's 24 seconds remaining. They have to decide if they want to stick to this fuse or not. Josh, he goes for a big swing. Awesome can't seem to find a kill. So now Beck, he's going to be able to get himself remain. He gets himself a little bit known. They're still not committing to this. They're trying to go for the fight, but 10 seconds is remaining. Now he's starting to stick it. Now is it the question, does he stay on it or not? Oh no, that might be just enough. This is problematic, and this is enough. And they won't be able to get the defuse. And Beck, the IGL, plays mind games and plays the positional game, and he's able to get himself another scrappy round.
Yeah, they get away with a lot there. They really shouldn't be as well, if we're being completely frank. They are very, very fortunate. But all that matters, again, round on the board, a spot to be in. And I mean, man, you look at this IC side and the way in which they get another line. But the main fact is that it comes down to them being actually very patient in the post plant. This is something that I've been quite critical of a variety of kind of different teams, even in terms of the international space. When, you know, we were together for the Summer Championships in Vietnam, you know, and look towards kind of the Grand Finals with China. A lot of teams in post plants too eager to fight, way too eager to kind of get into the thick of things and not play time. So I'm glad, right? That for me feels like it's a lot of lessons starting to really be learned by these sides. A 1-round game now as well. Swamp pressure starting to build a little bit on their shoulders.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of mentioning too, is just that, you know, a little bit for Swamp Gaming is the fact that, you know, this GR side is definitely going to be, I kind of feel like it is their weaker side because, again, when they lose a player, if not two, this is where it's really hard for them to get these retakes and kind of like, you know, anchoring a site. It's been a lot better than what I thought it'd be, so it's been very close encounters, but they've just been falling a little bit short in some of these situations. But they got themselves still the lead here by 1. And now it's a question about, again, can they maintain the lead, or if it, you know, InnerCircle are going to be able to put themselves back in a prime position of a tie game and maybe even to swing this map back in their favor. It's definitely a world where that's a possibility.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Doors window for now. Not a huge amount on off. Turnover extension there by Josh. Wanted to try and, I guess, go for a bit of a risk to try and pull the numbers back in their favor, but it's a risk that just does not pay off at all, unfortunately.
Ooh, I like this though, because Nox is actually trying to play a little bit off of the smoke. Oh, no way. He's going to swing this. Are you kidding? Are you joking me? Oh, man. Okay, I think he thought something a little bit differently. That's a huge risk, and unfortunately, there is just no reward for it. So now Famous trying to see if he can get a little bit more active here with the HK. Still got 23 bullets in the chamber. Him and HDZ now are finding some kills, and now Famous, he just needs to be able to put himself as the demon one-tapper, and there it is, a 14-8. And now he's just got to look for this last kill, but Jin pops out of nowhere, a little bit of a Houdini, and now we got ourselves a tie game scenario.
Yeah, we've got a game on our hands here. We really do. Things are starting to develop, and you know, for Swam, from what felt like a fantastic first half and a really decent spot to be in, they are starting to slip rapidly as well. And I think this is quite indicative of, again, you know, the experience over towards IC. This is a side of a lot of talent. You know, same for Swam, sure, but I mean, IC, they're a side that you've spoken about. I've looked very good this season, and unfortunately, things are looking quite tough now for Swam. They've had a bit of, I'll say, rough luck when it's come towards kind of as a whole, kind of the West League. You know, we can talk about things like Ping in the past for this side, but, you know, you look at this team who have a lot of great individuals who can really pop off on land, but unfortunately they've not been able to really solidly replicate that throughout the online kind of string of things. And unfortunately, you know, if they are to fall flat here, that would be a pretty rough spot. I mean, they find themselves currently, what, 4-6 in 6th spot right now, so they still remain within kind of the CFWL. Don't have to drop into towards relegation, and let's be frank, no one else is really going to be dropping in towards relegation bar 999. You hate to say it, but it is true. But, you know, they want to be fighting for kind of playoffs, especially with the middle of the pack being actually quite close. You've got Anubis above them, 5-5. PingPongPals above them. 5-5 now as well, off kind of, or 5-4 maybe off their loss. Gaimin Gladiators, similar spot. You know, that middle of the pack, essentially anywhere from kind of 3rd to 6th, it's 1 or 2 games of difference. And for Swamp, if you want to be in that contention for that top 4 playoffs, you actually just need to pull off some level of an upset. And this is the one that kind of felt viable.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing too, is that, you know, for Swamp, like, they had themselves such a great start to the season too, which was, I think a lot of people were not like writing them off, but obviously we knew their last, you know, little bit of stint here in the league wasn't the greatest. It was them kind of fighting in the bottom of the league. You know, they had themselves a big start. Like, they were like a top, I think they were a top 3 team at one point, and then it's just kind of slowly been going down. But we know they're competitive. We know that they can hit the shots, and that's what's so scary about them, is all of them are really meshing well together. Everybody's, you know, able to find themselves some magic moments. But this is where a team like, you know, InnerCircle that we see on the screen here, this is a team where, you know, again, I always kind of put them as a top 3 team just from the passive, you know, all the players and the iterations of the roster. But they had themselves a really weird start in the season where it was the opposite end, where it was so bad. But now it's really starting to get back into the way that we were kind of expecting. So that's what I was kind of saying in the very beginning of this, is like there's so much at stake and so much momentum on both these teams. But look, it's still 6-6, anybody's game. But, you know, this is the map pick for Swamp, so they were definitely banking on something with this in terms of the veto. So if you know, we see an IC win on this could create a good conversation of a 2-0 or potentially.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, it's far from over, you know, for both sides. But I think for Swamp, if they were to let this one slip, especially with what has so far been kind of a non-existent second half, that's a kind of a worst case scenario. When you kind of bow out ungracefully, it's tough. So, let's see. 6-all. InnerCircle. Has to be said, looking really, really good at the moment. Lots to like. It's where they can find the all-elusive C word that we talk about, consistency.
Yeah, you got to be consistent, that's for sure. It's been lopsided a little bit for both these teams, but that's all right.
Just seems on defense. Both of them kind of seem to fall a little flat. They don't like, and I think this is actually quite indicative of basically most teams that, maybe even like most teams that aren't ROC, if we're being honest. Teams don't like it when they're not the ones setting the tone. They like to be in control of the pace of the game, and when they're the ones that are sort of just anchoring sights and waiting to see what happens, they do get a little restless, a little uncomfortable.
I definitely agree. We'll see. Now HCZ, maybe just maybe. Oh no, the timing! I thought maybe he was going to be able to just sneak through that, but he gets a little bit too big on the swing there. He actually kind of peaked at the wrong time. Now we see that, you know, InnerCircle will put themselves in prime position here for the post plant. You have 4 players alive in this B site. This is not going to be easy. Utility is lackluster here for Swamp, so this is all about, you know, InnerCircle making a big mistake. This is players over swinging, getting caught here, but really this should be their round. Unless we see the impossible. Like, this is a low percentage win, I would say, here for Swamp.
Yeah, I think you're right. This one should be relatively simple to see over the line. Ties all that's left, and down he goes. Tapped away. And we're seeing, once again, InnerCircle really starting to show a little bit of their prowess. And, you know, also a couple of smiles starting to sneak through as well. They're starting to feel themselves. Confidence is flowing. A dangerous spot to be in if you're Swamp. You know, not only are your opponents really ramping it up, but they're starting to have fun with it too.
Yeah, this is one of the teams that, you know, when we were, you know, talking at the very beginning of the season with the roster mania, I was definitely really excited to see, you know, a player like Awesome joining this team.
Yeah,
you know, sad to see like a player like Pietro that had to get moved over, but thankfully still in the league. But yeah, I was definitely one of these. This team I had a lot of expectations for, just in the sense of what we were seeing, and just like, again, the foundation they already had from, you know, the previous iteration of On Knights. So yeah, with them being able to bounce back in the league the way they are, it's a cool thing to see. Just because we always talk about these championship level teams, or, you know, contenders, and this is definitely the kind of things. And oh dear God, Famous, yeah, you're blind as a bat, brother, and now he's not finding anything. Man, look at Beck, man, a triple kill just to open things up again.
Yeah, that's really, really well done. I mean, Beck, again, making sort of light work of the pressure put on his shoulders there. Josh and Snox have all to do. Make that just Snox. He's under so much pressure. Had no chance in hell there. Fights on 3 different fronts. There was no way he was walking away alive out of that one. But Has to be said again. I'm liking what I see. InnerCircle 2-round buffer. I mean, lads, they're looking excellent.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good, honestly. And that was the other thing I was going to mention, too, is like even, all the other games I've been able to watch and cover for InnerCircle is like Beck has really, really stepped it up. Like not even just like his calling abilities, but just the amount of fragging that he's putting into the server. It's so much more elevated, which is a great thing to see, because you always talk about, IGLs, they don't usually put up decent numbers. No, that's definitely not the case here for this team. So that's a great thing to see.
Has to be said as well. Beck's one of those players that, he was very good at having, flashes of brilliance, but we actually just never saw it consistently. We never saw this guy kind of take over and actually kind of game in, game out, prove the level he can play at. Now we are starting to see it. Now we're starting to see him kind of, I guess, play at the level that we expect of him, right? A guy who's obviously been a regular feature in this league for a while now, and obviously been, very good in his day. And it seems like in InnerCircle, whether it's maybe like a little bit of a role change or he's been given a little bit more space, whatever it is, it's working. This is a guy who feels kind of very much revitalized so far. And we're seeing it in this game. He's looking great. 8-6. Just to speak of him, he does fall. Save for Kiko, save for Jinza. So this one's pretty quickly kind of fallen flat, unfortunately, just as we were kind of hyping them up.
Yeah, well, it's kind of unfortunate too, because I think we saw, I'm one of the players is kind of disbanding pretty quick. Yeah, so that made it a little bit awkward too, and I think there was already damage inflicted, so I think this round should go for Swamp unless there's going to be a little bit of a dispute. We'll see, but I mean, yeah, now this is just awesome, just burning as much time as possible to get his teammate back in this game. But yeah, a little unfortunate considering they had themselves in a prime position to possibly get themselves a map point, so maybe they'll have to wait a little longer. But for Swam Gaming fans, they'll take it, though. Get this a little bit closer encounter, so we'll see.
Yeah, I guess no complaints for the moment. Tapping away. It's just awesome left, and obviously, a known quantity too, so shouldn't be too difficult to deal with, we say. I mean, it's easier said than done. It's fine, though. Awesome. He's... at least making a little conversation out of that. That looked funky for a brief moment, but it's fine. Seen over the line, and looks like, I mean, hopefully it's just one of those things where they kind of, dropped out, but can very quickly just re-enter the server. No kind of qualms or anything of the sort.
Yeah, and probably going to be Alucard, just considering he's vanished on the screen. So
that is a little concerning. Maybe it might not be that quick.
It might not be. Yeah, we'll see. We'll try to be optimistic. We'll see, right? But yeah, I mean, honestly though, like the way this game's gone, like we talked about, I think it's really been a demonstration of just the GR side is kind of the weak point for both these teams, where they're not as comfortable. So that's definitely something these guys are probably making some good notes about. But I'm loving the way that, Beck has kind of like made the formation here on the BL side for InnerCircle. It just feels like it's clean. It feels like it's not overcomplicated, and they're not overthinking it. Because, earlier on in the season, it felt like a lot of ideas, it was just kind of like wires were crossed, right? Like there was just a lot of things where people looked lost and they didn't know what they were doing. Now the vision is definitely a lot more clear. Yeah,
agreed. We just wait for Alucard now as well. Awesome standing up. So I have my, I don't know if I've ever told you my tier list of tech timeouts. Have I ever told you about this? No, so I have a tier list of tech timeouts, right? It goes 1, 2, 3. Level 1, timeout, just a little, pause. Everyone's still sitting down, headphones on, all the rest. Tier 2 is headphones off. That's when things are, something's an issue, something needs sorting. Maybe like, if it's a LAN, for example, admins need to get involved and all the rest. Tier 3, which is kind of where we're at now, people standing up. People standing up, things are not good. That means we've got a bit, at least enough of an issue that Awesome can go, toilet break or whatever it is. So we might be here a little minute, ladies and gents. So I guess settle in. Or if you've been waiting for a moment to get a drink, now would be a good time. Go get a drink, a snack, something to eat. We might be here a minute, is what I'm trying to say.
That's that's a very good analysis on that. I do like it. It is not always a good sign. Yeah,
Beck,
we are tier
Awesome, I've both stood up, and Alucard is right now non-existent. So not a good spot to be in.
Not always a good spot to be in. I agree, and you always kind of wonder like, how bad does this issue go? But look, they're both back, so that's not bad. Okay. So tier 3 has gone to tier 2, possibly, right? So
it depends on if Alucard is present. We don't know. For all we know, Alucard could be non-existent. Then. Still remains a tier 3.
That's true. That's true. I wonder how things are over at the Swamp side. I feel like they're probably fine. I think they're all there, so no issues for those guys. But a lot of different jerseys from these guys too. Like I think Awesome's wearing his GV one. Kiko's got 3BL on. I don't think Beck's wearing one right now, but yeah, some boys repping some old teams. You know,
yeah, gotta respect it. I mean, you know, one of those things. I'm assuming that InnerCircle haven't managed to get this sent out just yet. So probably kind of a bit of a waiting game until they kind of get there. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I respect it. I think, you know, better to wear something than nothing, right? You know, I guess Awesome's gone and same with Jins are kind of going for just like the plain black shirt. But you know, why not? Why not dress up a little bit? I've been kind of starting to get more into like my esports jerseys as well. I've been kind of purchasing a few. I'm gonna at some point make a bit of like in my quote unquote studio. I'm gonna kind of put them all up on the wall. I think that's the plan at the very least. I think I'm up to about like 30 right now, so I got a decent little collection.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I have like 3, so you have 30. Oh my god,
yeah,
you can take a whole wall up.
I've been trying to kind of bulk out the thing, you know, especially like if I know any players on teams, especially kind of from Counter-Strike as well, you know, I just like, you know, hit me up with a jersey. And,
yeah, for sure.
That's good. So far, so good. if one of I did actually try to get a Wolf Empire one, at the grand finals, and then when they lost, I couldn't find them. And also, you know, they kind of lost. I didn't want to be like, hey, you know, you said you'd give me a jersey. I know you've just lost and I'm no longer, you know, you haven't won, but hit me up. You know, I don't want to like bother them, but yeah, I love those old Wolf Empire jerseys. I think they look so sick. I'm you know, as much as it's really cool to have Falcons in, and I think it's sick to see kind of the investment towards the scene. Those Wolf Empire jerseys, they were unique. They were cool.
Yeah, they were definitely cool. Yeah, a lot of these teams actually, you know, they all had their own kind of cool designs and things like that too. So it's it's a great, obviously, like you said, with the orgs coming in, but it's also sad when you don't get to see some of these really unique little brands, you know, be able to showcase their sweet jerseys and stuff like that too. So I'm with you. Yeah, it's a little bit of a, you know, good and bad, I guess, if you take it that way.
Exactly. I mean, who knows? I guess maybe now they're not using them. Maybe I can, you know, go to one of the next events and say, hey, hit me up, you know, give me one. You know, why not? You guys aren't using it anymore, but we'll see. For now, though, it looks like, of course, this Alucard issue is still persistent. So rather than us rambling endlessly, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break. Hopefully back soon.
Okay, we're ready to go. I was wondering if we were going to game or not, but we're here. You guys get to look at our gorgeous faces here for the next minute or two, but I think we're just about ready to go. Sounds like everything's a little bit more under control, which is a nice thing to see here now. And indeed we are. We're ready to go, ready to rock.
Hey, I mean, it was, we're talking about a level 3 tech pause here, mate. So, it takes a minute to fix, but we're back. 8-7 is where we left things off. InnerCircle did have a little lead as they built up, a little 2-round buffer zone, but Swamp recovered one and looking to see if they can tie this game up. That's what they're looking towards. If they can make it 8-all, they can start putting a bit of pressure on, and then we can start, opening that conversation, that door, talking about, OT and extra rounds, pushing the distance and going past it. So that's really kind of what we're looking at right now. Well, for InnerCircle, the main narrative of this game so far, lads, has just been the recovery, right? Didn't offer up a hell of a lot in towards that first half, but I've actually looked quite excellent in the second.
Yeah, no question about it, too. And again, it was a 6-3 first half that was in favor for Swamp, but they've only been able to find one round of this entire second half, so it's not been good. But it's been sure. It definitely has been tough to watch, and I mean, there's been some close encounters, sure, but again, it's just not the same thing. And actually, I was gonna say, it looks like actually, so Alucard's out right now, and I think they got the sub in, so that's actually really interesting. So that's actually a pretty big loss here for these guys. So is that really going to change things around here for the team? I don't know.
Yeah, that is a tough loss. I mean, losing somebody of his sort of stature as well has got to hurt. Not a great start for Apps as well. Josh for 2 and a big double at that as well. Beautiful work coming through from him. It's back all alone. 7 seconds. Not got a chance in hell. C4 is down. No way is he walking away with anything out of this one. Fantastic round, kind of, to really, really put that pressure on. And yeah, lads, now we've got a real game on our hands here.
Yeah, we really do. Now, again, it just kind of makes you scratch your head a little bit more because, I mean, this was already still such a close encounter, but and it's nothing discrediting Apps or anything, right? It's just more like when you're getting thrown in last second as a sub, and that does really change up the composition, and especially with a scoreline like this. Like, this was an 8-7, so now this is only 2 more rounds and this thing could be done.
Yeah,
so
I mean, has he even warmed up, right? If we're being honest, was he just kind of just chilling at home and got the ping like, hey man, we need a sub? Like, oh god,
yeah,
I'm watching TV in the living room, like, I was, who knows, right? So it asks a lot of him.
It is a lot, yeah, and that's the thing, because like a lot of teams are different with their subs, and sometimes the subs are sitting there watching, and maybe they're like DMing a little bit or something, and some of them are just, they're big chilling, they're just hanging out, they're maybe even watching the game on the couch, and they're enjoying it, and they're like, oh, hang on, I'm getting called to action here. So yeah, we'll see, but it's a tough position for Apps to be in, unfortunately. But look, I mean, this is where, again, I put a lot of faith in Beck to be able to figure out a new bit of a system, considering their main sniper's gone. That's going to change things up just a little bit, but they can still utilize these rifles, to full effect on a map like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And they need to. So, there's a little quiet initial bit of poking and prodding. It's starting to get some decent, fought from here. Moving forward, it looks like it'll be Kiko and Beck will be kind of first to test in via long, but it's Kai's posted up on what is an incredibly difficult angle to clear from the kind of position they're coming from. We're under a minute now as well, so they don't have loads of time to kind of dawdle and make these decisions. They've got to commit.
Yeah, with 43 seconds remaining, I mean, this is now where you can just see that InnerCircle are getting ready to just do a bit of a... I thought they were going to try to lurch in a little bit, but it gets caught. Now they're just going to try to pop into long. So they get themselves in the sight, but the question is, can they be able to hold on to it? And Kiko, again, just saving the day, putting in some multi-kills. This is not bad at all. Puts himself in a triple kill nonetheless. Man, the young gun, he is hungry for blood now. And look at that. He might even be on the brink of an ace in this kind of a situation. He's been able to find all 4 kills in this. HCZ now scrambling to get it. And there we go. InnerCircle, they have been able to rely on the strong power of Kiko. And now they're on map point.
Well, it's time to step up as well. Fair play. InnerCircle, if they're able to take their opponent's map pick, that'll be sick. However, unfortunately, as we've just briefly seen, it looks like a few players might have dipped out of the server. That's not what we want to see. That, unfortunately, does shake things up a little bit. It might be a little bit of a server reset. Sometimes these can be very quick. Other times, depending on kind of ping and all the rest, they can be a little bit longer to sort of get underway and all the rest. But either way, we're in a spot right now where we're talking about InnerCircle map point and your opponent's map pick. If they can see this over the line, especially in regulation 2, and we're starting to work with something. They're going towards their map pick, sitting in a pretty decent spot. I mean, yeah, there's a lot to like there.
Yeah, and again, you know, for InnerCircle to call this attack timeout too, it's a little bit interesting just because they put themselves getting close to finishing this game off, but like, you know, what we're talking about is that, you know, 1 round difference and we can be pushing this thing to OT. And again, Beck has to kind of figure out, like, look, what do we want to do with removing the sniper? Actually, I'm really happy that they're all just going to rifle up. I'm glad they're not like, oh, one of us is going to pick up the AWM and, you know, or the sniper and just kind of hope for the best. They're just going to stay true to what they can do. But what can they do to get themselves this round over the line? Because you can't just rely on Kiko or one player to put up a multitude of kills like that. So we have to see something a little bit different in this kind of a situation. But look, 30 more seconds and they can make a game plan. Otherwise, we're going to the first overtime of the day.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Well, a bit of a waiting game once again, unfortunately. And it looks like tech into tack is my assumption here. But as you can see, timer on the board there. I do wonder for Apps as well, you know, what sort of position they're going to put him into. You know, you kind of touched this a little bit early with not that much of kind of, I'm assuming that much noses, right? Is this a bit of a case with Apps? You're just saying, all right, just free roam, do what you can, maybe even play part of the pack as well and just see what can happen, really. We're not asking a lot of you. You know, you kind of been called on sort of late notice here in replacement for arguably our star player. So whatever you can bring to the table, you know, we'll take that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you kind of want to do is, like, when you're a substitute, it's, you know, a good IGL is just like, look, let's make this as painless as we can for you. You just play your game. I will work around with the other 4, right? Because then again, you don't have to have him stressed and making them uncomfortable. So I'm assuming that's kind of the plan. But now it's just, again, a bit of a shuffle to go, okay, this is what we want to do differently, considering we have a player like this in the team. But I mean, this is going to be tough because that last round was a massacre, man. I mean, that was, you know, that was a lot of kills that were coming through for Swam, but at the same time, some clutches that were happening. But look, we'll have to see because Kai's is he vacated again? Is he gone too?
Oh,
I think.
Oh,
no, this ain't.
You know, hopefully it's really weird. Exactly. Hopefully it's only the camera angle and not him actually have gone. But you know, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I just pointed at the roof, I guess, kind of.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, either way, unfortunately, tack timeouts, all the rest. It's extending this, but I do hear a bit of noise, which normally means we're back underway, and we are. So the show is back on the road. Let's get this one brewing. Oh, I maybe spoke a little bit too soon. You hate to see it. Did I curse it? Maybe. Who knows?
You might have cursed it. You might have cursed it. Yeah.
We need just one more round is all we need for InnerCircle to see this one over the line, but who knows when we get there.
Yeah, I think there's just a bit of a crash from probably one of the players. That's when you see players just like jumping out that fast, it's usually just like a weird game issue or something like that. So it's all good. Hopefully back in it right away. Yeah, like this Kai's angle is so weird.
I'm assuming he's like phones just like
it fell over,
fallen over. Yeah, exactly. And then like he's kind of just forgotten about it. A lot of players use their phone rather than kind of using their PC because they want to like maximize frames and maximize
makes sense
kind of how much. Yeah, exactly.
It's a smart thing to do for sure.
Looks like we just had someone crash though. So generally speaking, you know, hope that's relatively quick to fix.
Tier 1, hopefully tier 1 tech issue. Yeah, we'll see. But I guess a little bit more time here for all these players to kind of reset mentally a little bit for this. And like we said, a lot of stake here. This wasn't the map pick for Swamp, so the fact that we're going this way and it's in a big, you know, possibility of losing this map, it's not the greatest, but we definitely seen in series where they lose on their pick, they win the opposite pick, you know, so then you push it to a 3-mapper. So, I mean, again, like, who knows? And it's not even like Swamp's playing, you know, really bad or anything. It's just, I think they're just getting a little bit outclassed tactically, which kind of makes sense considering, you know, Beck's tenure for sure.
Yes, yeah, I got to agree. I mean, for InnerCircle as well, there's there's two sides to this. You know, you talk about that mental reset. I think you're spot on, right? Gives you a kind of also, you know, just a bit of a moment for like for Beck, for example, just to kind of talk to the team and say, right, this is what I want us to do. This is what I need from us, and you know, kind of lock in a little bit. But on the flip side as well, when you have been really running with momentum, you don't want anything to stop. You don't want to be kind of cooled down, and especially kind of where they're at right now. Swamp are looking a little off their game. Let's keep them off their game. So this could be the final round of play here, or we go to the extras.
Holy. A triple nade and a B main. They were hoping for somebody to be close, but HCZ, he gets caught with a little bit of damage, but honestly, considering that was 3 HEs that were thrown at him, that's pretty good considering. Yeah. So now we're going to see InnerCircle go for possibly the nice little bit of a mid hit here, so they're going to be able to block off a main. That just allows them to get across onto ramp, so this is going to be good. They want to take advantage of this yet, and indeed they will. They're not going to mess around. They're not going to hesitate on this. This is not bad. They want to put these rifles to work. They're going to get up close and personal on this, but now they have to be able to find this kill. Snox, he goes for a massive swing, and this is already going a little bit back and forth. This is problematic now.
Yeah, Kai's is low. This could get a little funky if we're not careful. There is HP to work with. Apps is so low. And he's somehow supporting Abs and Kika will combine. It's HTZ and Famous, two players with a lot of tenure and really, really need to step up now. Time is of the essence. Famous trying to be that first contact, wants to try and bait in, and he does well. He finds Abs. That's a great little fight. Kika gonna fall as well. 1v2. Jinza, what have you got for us in own quantity? Can't confirm this kill. He's looking to bound around. He needs to buy time, and he can't. So it's Swamp who pushed this to the extra rounds.
Yeah, honestly, and I was kind of, you know, thinking in my head too, like, you know, you have Famous alive, you know, like I was thinking that's a good thing in this kind of a situation, but, you know, Jinza was so close to being able to find that kill from the player dropping onto heaven. I mean, it was just unfortunate, just did so much damage, just could not get to the 100, but look, for Swamp, that's a really good bounce back. I mean, this game has really been a lot, or this second half at least has been a lot of them just gasping for air. This is them just staying alive, so they need to figure out a new game plan. They got to figure out a system to get themselves back in the winning category, because this is all about survival, whereas InnerCircle have really just played, overall, in my opinion, the better game. Like, they've just been playing better shots, tactically, everything has just been a bit more of a higher level.
Yeah, they've just been, I would say, kind of a step or two ahead, right? And it's about kind of capitalizing upon it. I mean, it's really unfortunate in a sense for InnerCircle. I feel like with Alucard, they actually just close us out pretty easily. That, no disrespect to Alps in a sense. It's actually more just the sense of, because not that much of a notice, I'm assuming. Alucard, of course, being a star player too, right? It's, you know, it's a big name to lose. You know, losing arguably your best player. I feel like with him, they probably just kind of see this over the board relatively simply, but you can't kind of dwell on that. Beck will start things off well, catches Josh. That's all we can really ask for.
Yeah, and actually, oh man, really nice swing from Apps. Actually, he goes for the big swing on a Famous, wins the engagement. So InnerCircle have been able to really find themselves just kind of going through these one-on-one duels, and it's been very beneficial. And even Beck, he kind of switched things up a little bit here, being on the defense of, you know what, I'll pick up the I'm going to go for a little bit of a long pick, which is a nice changeup, because like I said, they were relying on the 5 rifles on the BL side, but they just add that a little bit here for the defense, and they've already put themselves in a 5-on-2. So Snox and HCZ, you know, I feel like HCZ's had himself a decent game. Snox has been a little bit more quiet than normal, so maybe this is now the moment where things are getting a little bit tough, that he can, you know, really start to figure things out. Oh, not looking good. Not looking good.
A little scrappy. Doesn't really make you look good. Apps, nice work. We'll catch Snox. He was just stuck, right? There's just nothing he could do in that sort of spot. And now, down to the last man. HTZ, nothing really can do it. Got a minute to work with. Can recover the C4, which is great, but it makes you kind of beg the question, what is the point? He's also now a known quantity in towards mid. Nice shot, but a quick trade. And the age-old classic as well. You can't close out the game in regulation, but you find the round that's been eluding you instantly in extra time.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And they do it with strides too, right? Like, that's the thing. So I love this double player. Ooh, double player nade and going to be in D mid. Double player push on the A main, but actually it's the other side that, you know, Swamp are kind of putting their eyes a little bit more on, but they do just kind of mix things up a little bit. It's a little bit more of a ruse, but we got Kai still ready to go with the TRG, so he's ready to go. But Beck's already pushed through, so I don't think they've spotted him. Beck, oh man, I was going to say, if he can get this kill and fall back, picture perfect right now on the GR side.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, things still tad funky. Beck gonna take a tag. Of course, with HG falling, you still got the numbers, but you don't even taking damage like that. Puts you in a very vulnerable state. Awesome. Re-smoke that comes through. I'm gonna be played by Snox as well. So looks like they want to build again. You know, smoke front main and build for maybe even a split in through mid towards B. We've seen a lot of teams use that as basically a bit of a default.
Oh man, look at how much Apps is just again, he's trying to play around the smoke in a very wide angle. Good nade though that catches on the Kais. The flash though, oh man, Snox, he's gonna be able to get the spray down, and he does. Not bad at all. Now back, he's trying to get a little bit cheeky here to see if he can get up close and personal with the sniper. He cannot. And now Snox, you know, I was saying he's a little bit quiet. He now finds himself a little bit more success into this and leaving it to the 2-on-4. You got Kiko and Jin still alive. You have to be able to find a kill quickly. They need to find a bit of a strangler on this if they can. Otherwise, this could be a surely 10-10 in this situation. But Josh, pretty easy kill. There we go. And now Kiko. It's all down to the young gun. Oh, no way, Nail. But I was going to say surely not, but man, he made it interesting.
This is still very scrappy, but I guess all that really matters is rounds being put on the board. You know, we've said this time and time again throughout today's action that it doesn't matter how you get there, just as long that you get there, right? And that's sort of what we're seeing at the moment. Uncomfortable, scrappy, but rounds are rounds, ultimately. Famous for the first. Back gonna get caught. Now we're gonna call from the grave.
It's a really nice read, too, from Famous. Like, again, like a really good pre-fire and just, like, spamming the box. Because that was a spam kill, right? And,
yeah,
like, again, I love that Beck was playing with Awesome to, again, just play very unorthodox, change up their setup a little bit, but I think he just kind of peaked a bit too early on that one, so he got spotted. But nonetheless, really nice pickup from Swamp to be able to win that opening engagement. So it really puts them in a great position right now with the 5-on-4. But if they can play these numbers like they're kind of doing right now, as you can see on the mini-map, this is just making it so much easier for the trade, and they don't even have to worry about, you know, losing a man right now.
Yeah, you're right. So, 20, not a huge amount on offer for IC to kind of try and bring the numbers back level. Kind of the unfortunate spot that they're in is that they don't really have loads to work with here. They need to actually, in my opinion, probably actually get quite proactive here and start trying to, you know, put a bit of pressure on. Just try and force a fight and try and force the numbers back in their favor.
This could be good though. Awesome, actually, with a nice big flank. And oh man, with the M14 too, like I was gonna say, like, look, that might not be the best gun in the distance. And there's Jin once again, and look at that, man, a nice surprise kill. Look at how coordinated that is, and that's kind of what I mean, right? It's like you see this really good teamwork from a team like this, and Awesome just, you know, utilizing the map control that he had early in the round, was able to go for the perfect flank, and then everybody just pounces onto it. That was nicely done. That could have gone really badly, but they handled it well.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. I mean, like I said, for IC, they needed to do something a little bit proactive to bring the numbers not only back level, but actually put pressure on. They did exactly that. Super good work, isolating fights. I think on the flip side as well, you got to ask questions about Swamp. Why did things actually fall so flat there? You know, you're in a numbers advantage situation. All you need to realistically be doing is be playing the trades, and you just fall a little flat. Not what you want to see. Still, you know, it's not over before it is over, but I think IC still look like they've got more tricks up their sleeve. And, you know, Apps doesn't really seem to be off the ball, despite not probably having that much notice to be a sub.
Yeah, no, it doesn't even feel like, you know, it is a sub. Like, you know, it's feeling like it's just fitting very, very nicely, like a good glove here. So this is where, you know, getting the Swamp here to figure out a little bit more of what they want to do. And this has been a very stressful map pick for them. So I thought it was a bit of a bold one going on Compound. Not to say like they're not a good team on it, like they're not bad, but
yeah,
I definitely feel like some other maps, you know, considering the veto, could have been a little bit different for them. But look, they need to practice. I mean, a lot of the good teams play this map, so I think for them, they just got to make sure they get the reps in the officials. But yeah, they're definitely going toe to toe. But you know, it just adds that extra layer of stress when it's your map pick and it's just really not going your way at all.
Yeah, agreed. So, bit of a moment to talk as well. We see HZ getting vocal there. Just trying to relay what he wants of the side heading in towards the next. Swamp on that back foot. can get a little concerning, can get a little worrying. We can't afford for things to fall kind of super flat here. Like we said, this is just a map that I just don't think Swamp can afford to lose. We're heading in towards Black Widow next, IC's pick. You don't want to be losing your own map pick and then be having a really uncomfortable kind of conversation of actually how do we push this towards a third of Ankara.
Well, InnerCircle are getting closer and closer to getting this thing done, but this has been a very much back and forth encounter. Almost like a ping pong match, you know? A little bit of a pong match, if you will.
Yeah. Well. Snox bouncing an aid. Didn't really do anything, if we're being honest, but just trying to get a bit of information, trying to bait out a bit of U-turn response, just so he knows sort of what is happening out towards A-Long. HGZ, does he get smoked out? Smart decision, just to take a step back. We don't need to be overextending, and he does actually need a bit of support here, if we're being honest. He's about to be overwhelmed.
HGZ's been in a good position here before where he's been able to find some good multi-kills, but looking like that might not be the case potentially as now InnerCircle change up the game plan. They're still figuring things out. They kind of want to mix things around. Could be a nice little bit of a three-player long, double-player mid split. Might be the case now. It looks like the bomb is actually going to commit down long here. So yeah, that's going to be the name of the game. A execute, but now Swamp, they've really put a good leniency on this B side, but they still got Josh. They still have Nox that are kind of sitting here as the anchors. And now you got Famous that's kind of getting a little bit of spidey sense on this. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Snox. That might be just enough.
Might be right. I see. Down to 4, losing Kiko. Bit of a loss as well. Jin's had an opportunity there to level things, and they are fighting tooth and nail. Awesome, and Jins are both so vulnerable and should get it. It's down to Beck, and a nice flick there. HGC shuts things down. Good timing, good push, good find. Swamp right back into tying this game up.
Man, oh man, yeah, HGZ's been, you know, honestly, I feel like, you know, for a guy, like, he's been putting up, like, some good numbers, but, like, it's not, like, crazy, like, carrying numbers. It's just enough impact where he's getting these, like, 1 kills, double kills in the right moments when they need to, so he's really been stepping it up a lot, which is a great thing to see. And right now, he might get caught. Yeah, the timing, I was going to say, I don't think he's ready for it. Jin's actually able to get just a step ahead of him, so now that's a bit of an opening. This has really created a big hole in the ship, so this is not a good thing for Swamp right now, because they could be sinking quick.
Josh trying to spam with the M4, of course. Not finding all too much. This is the issue that we've seen with Swamp. It's like they do, you know, just enough to kind of tie this game up, but then to follow it, they fall a little flat. Opening kill not going their way. Losing something like HGZ early in towards round 2 is definitely not what you want either. I mean, he's been so valuable in the late rounds for Swamp, so not having him here, man, it's got to hurt. It really does. And, you know, it begs the question, what is the idea now? What's the plan of action? And we saw this, and we mentioned this with IC, that they had to get proactive in a numbers disadvantage situation like this. I think Swamp needs to do the same. I think they need to take the fight to IC. Don't let them have the ability. Pop round, flash coming through, but Josh can't capitalize.
Yeah, big swing. That's a really, really big swing too. And again, there's still so much time right now that you can see for InnerCircle to be able to pull back on this if they want to. But you can see that a couple players now are looking in mid. This is really scary with the bomb, though. Apps has to be really, really careful. Okay, he is going to join his comrades here down A. That's perfect, because now it just leaves Jin to lurk. He's going to be the one that's going to throw some utility. He's going to just try to be a good bit of a distraction. Good pop flash thrown. But Snox needs to be able to find this kill quickly. This is not looking like a good position here. Because if he would have been able to find it, that could have at least given him an opening of some kind.
Jin's up, swing, and a miss. Snox will fight. Still a lot to be done here to make anything of this. As we said, it feels pretty unlikely that this one's going to go in Snox's favor. He is getting consolation kills. 15 seconds left on that C4, but down he goes to the hands of Beck. And once again, InnerCircle take a lead and at a very, very good position.
Yeah, really, really good position, and that's again what we're like kind of seeing. You know, like I keep saying this, but again, like the roster of InnerCircle, even with the addition of Awesome, like the teamwork is just there's another level to it. Right now, as Swamp, they're kind of relying on that firepower, and that firepower is still there. It's still cooking a bit, but it's not. It's not that blazing heat that we normally get to see, but they are still going, toe to toe with this. Now we're the, grand point of this. If this could be all done, or we might go to the golden round. And I mean, it's just anybody's game at this point now. Like I couldn't even say like, InnerCircle got in the bag. No, I don't even know. Like, it's just they got to make sure they do the calculated execute on this.
It's tough because, this game has been unbelievably back and forth in towards Compound where, sure, it's felt like Swamp have always been playing catch-up, but they have been catching up. I see only really being able to build a kind of a one-round buffer since the second half's kind of got going, and this is the sort of spot that we're in. It just feels like Icy struggle to kind of find these back-to-back rounds, to find that consistency. If they can break that curse upon them now, it'd be a fantastic time. Like we said, taking your opponent's map pick before heading into your own, great spot to be in, but Swamp have always seemed to find a way. Kai spot on the shoulder, missed shot. Jump across is fantastic. Beck will find the kill.
Snox now just kind of waiting for this little bit of a kill he might be able to find, but now this is a moment where, again, somebody has to shine bright here for Swamp. Somebody's going to have to get out of these mucky waters, and they're going to have to be able to find some big kills. HCZ just going to lurk by himself here at the B. Jin's going to try to see what he can be able to do as well. He's been doing well on the lurking. He's been able to find the timing, but now HCZ gets the better of it this time. He gets his revenge. Now Snox, you need to find some kills. You need to be able to find some abilities on the frag board, but he only does damage. And now InnerCircle, they put themselves in a prime position of getting this bomb down.
Surely this should be seen off here. In a good spot. HCZ swing and a find on towards Awesome. 2 versus 2. This is definitely still up in the air. Kiko gonna get caught as well. Oh, and Famous with a huge double. Like we said, it seems to be the age-old consistent thing. Time and time again, they're somehow, some way able to recover. Well ball.
Whew. Man, oh man. This is exactly what I was kind of saying. Like, yeah. You have no idea where this is going to go, but you know what we do know? It's going to go to the golden round. It's all down to this, the singular round to see who's going to be able to take this map away. It's gone the full distance, which is just, again, magnificent to see because it's been so competitive. Swamp Gaming have been able to survive a lot of the threats, but now they have to be the ones that are the instigator. They're the ones that have to be able to press forward on this just enough that they get their map pick done to keep themselves in the conversation of this best of 3. Otherwise, I mean, if we see, InnerCircle find this, it really does create a different conversation here for the desk.
Yeah, absolutely. Abs. He was the one baiting in the attention. It's Beck and it's Kiko. One apiece to respond on towards Famous with yet another double, but it's Kiko. Big kill for him. Awesome. Should have really walked away with one. We're back into another 2v2 here, lads, and much quicker.
And this now with Swamp's going to go down the 2 and 2. There's still a utility available right now for Swamp, so they're split apart from each other. This is not going to be good because Kai, he needs to be able to find the best timing in the world, but Jin's just got the better high ground. There it is. His positioning, just the right moment. Now Josh has to be able to find something big here. Both these players in B main. He has no more utility to work with. This is not good because he's wide open here for the defuse. He has to look for a kill. He spots Kiko and he gets caught here, but 13 seconds. He has to get moving. He has to be able to find these kills. He knows somebody else should be here, but look at Jin. He just tucks his tail. He waits things out, and this should surely be it. This should be all over with, and there it is. It's going to be InnerCircle that get it right down into the golden round and take this map away.
Yes, so well played. Down to the wire, but all that matters is they get it over the line. I mean, what a map number 1 to start with. These two sides so unbelievably matched. So, I mean, what a game we've just been graced here. And the hope is that heading into map number 2, it's more of the same. The big thing is, though, lads, InnerCircle, you've taken your opponent's map pick.
It is. Yeah, that's a really, really good point there, Nail, because again, like they got the map pick that wasn't even theirs, so now it puts them in a prime position here for Black Widow. But look, we can ramble about this all day. We'll let the desk talk about this because now things are getting really interesting. So boys, take it away.
Thank you, Laz. Thank you, Neo. Such a very, very close game, and Jinzer in the golden round with the discipline, not peeking and like waiting for the defuse. They managed to take the map away, and their opponent map pick as well. Swam.
Yeah, definitely. They managed to win it, but how many rounds
Very
they
close.
throw before winning it? Like
Alucard getting out.
Yeah, two 2v3s. Famous and HCC, I believe they get two 2v3s
Yeah.
with the team. So I started to get worried about IC. Will they be able to close the map? Because one of them was 9-8 and it was the winning point for them,
Yeah.
and the other one was 12-11 and it's also the winning point in the same exact situation. But here comes the experience, talking about the positioning of the players. Maybe the players changed some their positions a bit, but Abs kept the same position all over, and Famous always preferred him. Famous is also very good in such situations, so HTC and Famous, they almost put it out, but InnerCircle discipline, as you said, and Jinzer closes the game, and one of the most important games, because Alucard, the absence of, definitely, as we said, Alucard is the engine of this vehicle. So, but still, after all of these pressures on InnerCircle, they managed to win.
Yeah, 100%. And like it's not even like that IC lost their power in a way. I mean, Alucard is a core 100%, but the game was even close before Alucard got out, right?
Yes,
it was neck to neck, and like we felt like these two teams are on the same level, kind of, because like before we started the game, we were saying that IC have the momentum right now in terms of their success rate recently. Swam Gaming are like kind of the opposite, but like inside the game, we feel like these two teams are very, very close to each other in terms of the gameplay that we saw. And like Swam Gaming, I feel like I know they lost their map pick, but like I feel like they will give us a very, very strong map to work with.
Yeah, especially that if you're talking about this game, Swam Gaming started very good. We've seen how good they started. It was 4-1, I believe, for Swam Gaming, and then it was 6-3 at the end of the half, then 6-4, 6-6, and then the tactical pause has been taken out, and then tech pause happened. Alucard couldn't continue the game due to the technical issue that he faced. But still, all of this did not affect InnerCircle. Yes, they threw few winning points, but still, at the end, on the golden round, and I want to just remind the audience that this is the second golden round that InnerCircle wins on compound. The first one was versus TBI when Awesome Clutch was 20 HP, and now Jinzer with the discipline is set, not seeking the experience, speaks for itself, and he claims the round. So, Swam Gaming, they played very good, to be honest. They kinda, I don't want to be saying surprised us, because we knew that Swam Gaming is very good, but the surprise here is how close the game is. The game was going one-way sided to Swam Gaming, which is the map pick, and playing on any server, so it was okay, and we were understanding. But then InnerCircle bounced it back very good, and they started changing their play style. They played more aggressive, and on high pings, you would need to play on more aggressive. That's what we've seen from Baku when he changed it after the tactical push that he took. After the switch side that he took. And then he started like pushing, taking pillars control, trying to end sites on 10 rounds on sites. And don't want to also forget about Kiko, how good these guys played after Alucard's leave.
Yeah.
He played very good, and he clutched one round single-handedly. This Kiko, he got one round. So InnerCircle, we still, like, we bet on their gameplay. They played very good, but Swam Gaming surprised us with how close this game is.
Yeah.
Unlucky for them, to be honest, but well played to the boys of InnerCircle.
100%, and like as you can see from the stats, Beck had an incredible game. I mean, like whenever we talk about IC, like we mentioned Alucard, we mentioned Jinzer, but like everyone, like we said before this game started, everyone on this roster can do what what an MVP does, right? Like he can carry a game solo, and like we saw in the very important moments, all of them stepped up after Alucard had the technical issue, and Abs had to step in. And like it's a very important win for IC indeed, because like in map 2, maybe
that's their pick.
Exactly, it's their pick, and like Alucard might have fixed his technical issues. I assume he's coming back as well in map 2. Like so, it's a refreshment for the team, and it's they have the momentum, let's say. But like inside the game, I feel like IC on the global risk side, they were not convincing. But like when they switched to the blacklist side, and this
Yeah,
is
they
what you
were-
mentioned,
yeah.
they were super aggressive, and we saw a completely different IC.
Because as I said, it's because of the ping issue, and we mentioned this multiple times, that when you are playing on a global risk on a high ping,
Yeah.
you cannot really defend versus low pings because you would be need to rig a lot of bullets into them, which is kind of hard. But in blacklist, when you move, you swing, it's easier for you. That's why we saw the comeback from InnerCircle on blacklist.
Predictions for map 2.
2-0 for InnerCircle.
Okay, 2-0 for InnerCircle. Let's see. Let's toss it over to the casters to take us to map 2.
All right, cheers, guys. Appreciate it. I think I probably have to agree. 2-0 now. We weren't 100% too sure, lads, in terms of, you know, what server was it, NA or EU in towards that first map. Answer the question there as well. NA in towards map 1, now heading towards EU for InnerCircle's map pick. Everything for me feels like they should have enough in the locker just to see this over the line in a 2-0 fashion. But let's wait and see. That was such a close map 1. Going down to the golden round, it feels difficult to make predictions, honestly.
Yeah, it really is, and it looks like Alucard's actually made himself back into the server as well, so all his tech issues are resolved. So now, you know, Apps was able to get himself a little bit of a short stint, get himself a win, to make himself feel pretty good for the day. But now, like you said, InnerCircle maybe to get everything done here for a 2-0. And like you said, I'm probably on the same vision here as you in the desk, is that things are really pointing the right way for InnerCircle to get themselves a 2-0. But I wouldn't sleep on Swamp on a map like this. Like, this is a map where they have done well. But I mean, we have to now see if they have enough gas in the tank to getting there. That's the biggest question for me, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Guys, it's that range, just dipping and diving, just seeing what is on offer, as there's something to work with here. Because Alucard is so low. But, good news, of course, he's back, right? That's exactly what we want to see.
Well, especially with a map like this too. Like, again, you know, Compound, you can argue it definitely. Well, I think a lot of the maps obviously are very sniper friendly, of course.
Yeah.
But I think just having someone like Alucard that really does play like very structured in his role, and he's very good at being able to like find the right amount of duels.
Yep.
It does create more space here, right? So like the fact that they can rely on him is nice. Beck, okay, Beck. Oh, Beck. Oh, Beck. Oh no, he can only find the one, but at least it's something. But man, I think he caught himself a little bit by surprise there too.
Yeah, I do think you're right. That is kind of unfortunate. Taps for 2. Oh, Jinza, that is so well played. He clutched out that last round, and now he's given a bit of a chance here. Over towards IC. He's still alive, and with him, I believe the way in which he played patience was a real virtue for him. It's awesome. Jumping up in towards the window. That's so well played. Jinza actually had a real masterclass locking down that site there.
Yeah, no, honestly, Jin's been having himself a really good performance so far in the best of 3. Like, it definitely putting up some really good numbers. A guy that, again, was able to get a lot of lurks. He was able to find some really good kills. Like, he only had a 1.08 rating, but again, when you talk about impact in the server, it was still very high. Like, Kiko and Beck were, you know, 1.21, 1.33. But again, like, I felt like Jin was definitely just playing his role to almost perfection, because he was able to get a lot of timings, and you could tell Swamp are kind of like scratching their heads multiple times.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Oh. One out. HGZ. Looking for a bit of a move in towards mid, seeing what's being offered up. Not a huge amount just yet, and down he'll go to the hands of Kiko. So, gotta be said, Icy looking really solid at the moment. They've just got so much on offer. There's very little to discredit from them. However, Fame is still alive, and with him still alive, you always kind of want to believe a little bit.
It's true. You definitely do. You know, he's got himself, you know, he can definitely put up some good kills, but the HP being low at 14, not going to be great. Yeah, just any shot would have done, and they were just kind of shooting in the smoke just to see if they can find him. And there we go. InnerCircle putting themselves in a pretty dominant performance right now. You know, this is the second round that could be theirs. It's a 4-on-2, but this is where I was saying, you know, for a map like this, you know, and the way that they play their setups is really coordinated. So it's already looking like that's the case. Now Josh, he's got a lot of task here now. This is not an easy thing for him to do.
Wow.
And that's even another duel for him. That's interesting.
That's actually really well played. I got to give him credit there. Super effectively done. 35 seconds. What is the play here? What is the plan? Josh, 1v2, but of course, like you mentioned, having Alucard back in the server makes just a wealth of difference. Time ticking, Josh. He's actually been a really decent effort of this. Oh my god, how did he get away? Jin, we've just been singing his praises time and time again, but he's fluffed his lines a little bit there. That felt like a freebie as the C4's going down, but we got that man there, Alucard. Thank God for him.
Yeah, that, like, again, like, it's just like these weird situations where, you know, InnerCircle can be playing such a, like, methodical way and like the right amount of crossfire, but then it's just, that's where I was saying, like, the firepower from Swamp, it just, like, it's so underrated in a way, because that's what the kind of situations they get themselves in, where, like, it was a 1-on-4 and Josh almost made it into a round win, which theoretically should never have happened, but it almost did.
Yeah, guys, hosted. I'm liking what I'm seeing from IC early. They do just look a little bit more kind of formulated in terms of how they're approaching things. We saw kind of, especially towards the tail end of regulation into OT, how it was super back and forth, very scrappy. A lot of fights kind of being taken unnecessarily. This is looking a lot better. IC, of course, this is their map pick, and it's showing. They've got a lot of good tricks up their sleeves, and we're just seeing the way in which they're able to anchor down so far. Swamp just can't seem to find a really solid in route to getting not only the C4 down, but getting in towards a post plant.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like, you know, the post plant's so important too. But I mean, this control from Long is even more important right now, because InnerCircle, they already have the post up of Awesome just playing on the hard right hand side where they have to be able to clear, and plus they have to worry about Alucard, and Alucard's going to be, oh, I was going to say he's going to be the first point of contact, but man, that's a great entry from Famous. Okay, there we go. That's what I was talking about. That's the dangerous effect of this firepower from this team, and look at how easily they take this long control. There's a little bit of reply back from Beck, but is it a little too late? It might be, because even Beck tries to make a play, he gets shut down immediately, and now it's all down to Kiko. Man, let's not sleep on the guy. This guy can definitely pop off, but now, again, another 1-on-4 scenario, not going to happen at all, and that's that firepower just getting fully ignited here for round number 2.
Yeah, exactly that. Really, really decent work. 1-2. Swamp needed that. We said it was very back and forth in towards the previous map, but hey, lads, it might be more the same here. Swamp, you know, as much as they're definitely on the back foot now, you know, we see them, you know, not playing on the NX7, they're playing on EU, and they're, oh, hang on. HCZ. This is wild. If the cards play out right here, he can get 2 for free. They know HCZ's here, so HCZ might feel like he's got some sort of advantage, and he might even call over rotations too. That could be the wildest thing about this. He could call the pack over. Oh my god, he is. Down goes Famous, looking for more as well. He might have overplayed it. No, he will get 2. That's kind of all you want to know about. HGC is a known quantity as well. So there's 2 players down. HGC is known about 2. This is a good spot. Alucard.
Ooh.
Oh, HGC done it against him.
He's been able to slip through the lines too. Like, this is so weird, because the column should have been there.
Yeah.
And they should have been like, yeah, look, I'm gonna let him have cat control, but I guess he was able to slip through mid. So nice work from HCZ to kind of just maneuver that situation. But through all this chaos, through all the thick and thin of it, it is down to the 2v2. So Bomb's gonna go down here for Swamp. And now the question is for Awesome and, you know, Jinza, they're gonna be able to get this clutch. They do have some utility, as well as here for Swamp. They have a full belt of utility from both players, so this is not great. They're gonna have to rely on this firepower. Jin's gonna be able to win the one-tap war. Now it's down to Kai's. He's got the sniper, misses the first shot, looking to find the second, and now he's getting overwhelmed. People are just starting to put pressure on him, and there we go. Awesome, able to get himself another clutch, so it's going to be a 3-1, but man, oh man, things just gotten very, very interesting in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're seeing at the moment now, where even though we're seeing IC kind of put these rounds over the board, they are being made to work for it. And actually, I think that level of uncomfortability is exactly what you want, just from Swamp as a whole, right? You know, even if you're not winning the rounds, make this side really work for them, make them feel that pressure, and I mean, make a bit of a game out of it. And so far, we are getting a very, very good game. I mean, the series as a whole has been pretty fantastic. That first map was amazing, right? And the hope is we get more of the same. But yeah, man, this is a really spicy affair so far. Even though it's 3-1 and it looks like it's kind of plain sailing, these rounds are tough to come by.
Yeah, good bit of aggression here from Jin. He's actually pushed himself in water, so I really like this. Again, they're just really mixing things up just enough. And Swamp have really played a very passive setup on this, a very slow default, just waiting to see for big pushes. But now they're going to refight for this. But again, are they going to be expecting this awesome? He's going to try again to be that first point of contact as much as possible. He does such a great job at just removing this. Josh galloping a little bit like Bambi, and now gets himself a little bit of a trade back. But now awesome. Yeah, I mean, he's a sole anchor in this B site. And Swamp, I mean, if they play their cards right, they could try to go for the execute. But it's a difficult angle to clear because remember, that box is not spammable.
Yeah, you're all right. Famous. Yeah. Unfortunate. Only 1 for 1. He had the opportunity to maybe even get a second there if he kind of played his cards right, but not to be. Awesome. We'll find HEZ as well. Quick little trade. Awesome, going to make it a second as Kaiser gets caught as well. Josh, now into a 1 versus 1. Awesome. Has the opportunity to pull off an insane bounce back here to give IC a 4th. If he can make it essentially what is a 1v3, that would be wild. And I don't really know if Josh has full understanding of where he is. Awesome's got out. He might actually have the drop here. He does have the drop. He can't connect the shots. He's tapping away. Looking at it, he's got the HP advantage. And Awesome has played that so well.
Oh man, I was getting nervous for him because again, like that's the how strong that rifle can be. Again, if you start missing those taps, like that's when it's like, look, there's an opening, right? Like it's kind of the same thing of like a sniper. Like you have the shot to hit for sure, but if you miss it, it does create that opportunity where the other player can definitely win that engagement. So it was a little close for comfort, I'm going to be honest. But you know what? Awesome. He's been really just playing a very good game so far. Sitting at 6-2, he's not going to be able to find anything in this round, but at least he's been able to put up some clutches here for the guys in InnerCircle with a 4-1. So now Swamp finally can take something a little off the shoulder here with an opening duel.
Yeah, it's big. It really is. It's really going to help them out. Just in terms of the kind of initial confidence heading in towards your map pick, making it feel a little easier and feel a little bit more like there's something to kind of build on a bit. Let's see though, 4-1, and I mean honestly, if we get 5-1 here for IC, I then start to open that conversation about, is this the beginning of the end? I mean, it's already kind of a lead taken at the half at a very early stance in this first half, and you know, the way I see a play, you don't expect them to slow down. They could build up something like a 6-3, 7-2, and at that point, I don't see a world in which Swamp get back into it. Not on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely, if we can see InnerCircle really just starting to stat these rounds in their favor, it's going to make it even just harder for Swamp to be able to keep themselves a little bit gasping for that air like I was talking about, because it just feels like this is just a dominant performance. Like everything they're doing is working. The stars are pretty much full alignment for these guys. It just feels like Swamp can't seem to really get any room for comfort. Like again, we've had some situations with people putting up some good firepower for close rounds, but really map control has been weak. Everything's just really been on the negative here for Swamp. So even right now, this is not a great situation that they're in.
Yeah, you're right. HEZ is super low. Family's not exactly doing that much better. I'm assuming Alucard spotted them there. Felt like he would have on the jump across. I don't know whether X-Ray helped us considerably. Famous looking to set up a plan in a second. There's a double stack into Meme1 at that as well. Famous, he now knows this one, but there's nothing he can do about it. A swing, and that'll cost him his life. The last man at range. It's a double swing. Really well played there by Awesome and Kiko. IC, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, they're looking really good. This is the kind of the team I wanted to see. Is just again this InnerCircle that I got to see in the early part of the season where they look so good, and it really just it kind of felt like there was a little bit of a lull, but now it's really starting to click. This is where things are just looking so dominant. I'm imagining this has got to be a timeout here for Swamp, just because this scoreline's getting way too big. This gap is getting problematic, and yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing. It just feels like something has changed here for this team, which it made me worried in the beginning, but now it just feels like everything's falling into place.
Yeah, they need to take a serious breather. I mean, where they're at, it's quite rapidly slipping away at a position which, you don't want to be kind of seeing at all. This is, it's a real tough predicament to be in, I think, if I'm being completely frank. So I'm worried. I think this is the right call by Swamp, but the issue is that they can't capitalize upon this heading in towards this next round. We could be in for a kind of a rough old kind of run of things. if Swamp can't bite back, if they actually can't make anything out of the second half, you know, I'm talking about kind of chipping away that deficit, getting somewhere, you know, even just like 3 rounds, like a 6-3 could go a long way for them. At the moment, they're kind of looking all over the place. They've sort of lost a lot of control that actually was super clean to see in that first map. Hence why it went to the kind of the golden round.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, feels like we got none of that here now.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's you know, it just feels like, again, like this map pick, I was kind of wondering, like, you know, if Swamp are going to be able to still put up a good fighting chance, and there is still time, but you know, and that's where I was saying, like, you know, I saw them previously on the map, they looked good on it, but it feels like InnerCircle, I've done a really good amount of boot camp on this, because maps were still winning on this for them. There was a couple more grindy games that probably didn't need to happen, but yeah, you can definitely tell they put in some good work and they have a really good idea of what they want to do. So that's what I just keep repeating myself about the improvement we're seeing, despite some of the losses and, you know, the recent matches they've had, I guess. But you can just tell, like, tactically, it's just gotten so much more elevated than what we're seeing right now from the other side of Swamp.
Yeah, this is a side that are looking like a real competitor, right? And looking like a side that, you know, especially as we start to get towards the tail end of the season, we've got to have actually really serious conversations about them heading into towards playoffs. I know, obviously, most narratives will, rightfully so, look towards kind of ROC, but, you know, somebody's got to test them. And this IC side feel like they've got a lot of depth behind them to be able to do sort of exactly that, right? You know, push the distance, make a real competition out of it, and that's all we can really ask of them. So I'm liking what I'm seeing, and you know, to get kind of this sort of a game against Swamp, who have a lot of talent on their side, to get it under your belt, and especially if they can take this second map quite cleanly too, lots of like. Back underway though, and let's see. Is there anything left in the tank for Swamp? The worst possible thing that can happen, you call attack pause, you come in towards the round after your own attack pause, and you get decimated.
Yeah, and I mean, with a 5-1, I mean, you know, for InnerCircle, if they can be able to find themselves a couple more just to get themselves transitioned here for the second half, it's going to be so much better, just the cherry on top. But they've already, you know, secured themselves this first half. Oh, man, just a slight miss, and now things are getting a little bit more problematic. Now we're starting to see Swamp finally getting a pulse of life onto this. They finally get themselves in this B site. Now it's Awesome and Jin. They're the 2 players alive. Now, these guys have been putting up good numbers. They've been putting up good clutches, but you have Jin that's coming through all the way in the back lines. He's going to see if he can find the timing of this, but he has to worry about 2 different players right now outside of B main. This is going to be a problem because he has to find a double kill. Famous, ready to go. He gets eradicated. His head is removed, but he does not expect another one. All of a sudden, Awesome now, realizing one player's in B main. Where could the other be? Snox has made his position known, but now it's all about timing, and Kai saves the day with seconds to spare.
Yeah, that was looking a little worrying for a moment there. I mean, for Swamp, you'll take whatever you can get. And the main thing is, you've caught attack pause and you've instantly put a round on the board, right? That's the best possible way. It doesn't really matter how you do it, just the matter is that you do, right? And that's proof. You know, we talk about that being a successful tactical timeout. Not only kind of having that moment to take a breather and have a kind of a conversation, what do we want to do, but you win the round. You put the pressure back on towards IC and you force them to have, you know, tough conversations in their own regard.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, thankfully for Swamp, using that timeout a little bit to figure out what they want to do, they do get themselves around. And it goes right back into the same thing we talked about on map 1, is the fact of using brute force, getting a little bit more aggressive on some of these fights. Definitely a nice thing, right? Like, they took the B site, they get in that B main, they were able to win some engagements. It put them in a power play position, essentially, which is a good thing to see. So that's what we kind of need a little bit more from these guys, because we know the firepower is so scary and it can be deadly, but they just got to use it the right way. When they play these slow defaults and kind of the, you know, split strategies, it doesn't always feel like that's kind of like their identity. So we're seeing them spread things out a little bit right now with a 3-1-1. We'll see if they want to change things up, but they're just trying to make sure that nobody's kind of creeping and crawling here from InnerCircle.
Just go a little eerily quiet for a second. Off the back of Famous and Snox, because it puts IC in a tough spot. 3 versus 5. Snox hasn't cleared back box here, though. But then he's also been overlooked, and the pistol does well. Kiko's just not peeking at all. I think he's hoping that they drag the C4 over there, and he can be the difference maker, but he's now all that's left.
Oh yeah, this could be really dangerous, because if they don't clear him, Snox should be able to. Surely. Oh my gosh. No way. There's absolutely no way this is going to work. if this works, this has got to be one of the biggest plays of the season, in my opinion, because right now Kiko is in a best position that he could just cause an upset here. But again, he needs to find the perfect timing on this. He could even try to wait things out for a Ninja. No, he's going to just try to pop out. He's going to go for these kills. Now these guys are scrambling a little bit. The Famous can just save it. It's all good. Unfortunately for Kiko, a lot of potential, but look, I mean, the tea leaves were against you, buddy, but look, I love the effort.
Yeah. I think maybe in hindsight, now that it didn't work out, we could probably talk about how it might be a better idea just to sort of, you know, try and deny, or at least trade when your teammates died into his window. But, you know, at that point, they're down into 2 versus 5. Why not take a gamble? You've kind of got nothing to lose anyway.
Well, they're going to leave long open here, so InnerCircle are going to get themselves a little bit more with the 4-1 setup. Not bad at all. And this is a good read because we've seen that InnerCircle do have a really nice little bit of a defensive setup here in the A side where they even done like triple on Cat and giving up long A control. So we see that kind of in some formation right now, but Swamp are playing this very, very slow, waiting things out. Get very hesitant on what they want to do. But I mean, a lot at stake here for this half because, you know, InnerCircle, if they can get a 6-3, be great for them to transition for the BL side. But for Swamp, at least it's showing some life, which is something that I was questioning a lot here.
Hey, we'll take anything, that's for sure. Like I said, even if it's a 6-3, as long as you get to 3 rounds, I actually do not think it's the end of the world. I think it's very kind of workable, feasible. All the rest. Still plenty more room for recovery and room to kind of prove what you can do, but I don't think this is too bad of a spot to sort of be in right now. Awesome. Back box. It's a nice little crossfire, him and Jin. Jin realistically should be the first one to take contact here, but if Awesome can get 2 from this spot, not a bad spot to be in. Oh,
wow.
Jin's gonna do it alone. Nice shot.
He's just like wide open too. I was like, man, this is a bold move. Yeah, super risky. I was like, what? Like, man, this is really puffing the chest, but yeah, it works out, I guess. Why not?
Yeah, no complaints. No complaints. All right, so 20 seconds. Swamp, we've got to make a move here. We've not got a lot of time. That C4 looks like it's heading towards A, but any sort of resistance they find, that could be the round done there and then. I mean, Alakos backside. I mean, this should be done here, realistically. Sure, Famous is getting a kill. 5 seconds, guys. We've got no time to plan.
Yeah, they've just kind of forgot about the timer, and they just run it way too low. Yeah, it's all over. And honestly, that's, again, just goes right back to the point that we've been kind of talking about with this matchup in itself, is that tactically and the teamwork and all these foundations here from InnerCircle is definitely well above a team like Swamp, in my opinion, at least, too. But it's, you know, that is kind of a demonstration where, you know, Swamp, they were really in their heads. They were trying to figure out what to do. Nothing was really working. And then they look up and they're like, oh my gosh, we have less than 10 seconds and we haven't even gotten into a site yet. So those are just mistakes you cannot make at this kind of level. And unfortunately, we're starting to see it a little bit. And that's where I'm kind of wondering is like, what's happening with these conversations? Because you can see a lot of the guys are starting to get chatty. So it just makes you wonder, like, how calm and collected can you be in a situation like this? Yeah,
and unfortunately, in situations like that, you actually have to look towards your leadership figures. You have to look towards kind of the IGL. I mean, he's the one that should be taking, or at least kind of keeping an eye on the timer, keeping an eye on what the call is. And that one just felt like comms were all over the place. Famous, apparently very thirsty. This massive jug there. But yeah, no, you have to look towards kind of, you know, your main kind of, you know, leadership figures and saying, you know, why isn't somebody keeping an eye on the time? They're obviously kind of had the idea of let's hit towards A, but they just didn't realize how late they left things, and it's super costly. I see in a pretty decent spot, all things considered. I don't think there's too much we can really complain about them. Of course, a lot of hard conversations to be had here for Swamp, but 6-3 is not bad, and I said it's workable, but I still am worried. I mean, this IC's map pick, and it's a map in which obviously they've looked fantastic on.
Yeah, exactly, and it's, you know, it's definitely one of those things where InnerCircle had a really good start on this. Swamp were able to give us a little bit of a late resurrection into this, but it just kind of fell short again a little bit, but not bad at all. But now it's a question, you know, we switch things over. You know, I mean, we saw how well like InnerCircle play the BL side, and that's what I kind of wonder here too, because the defense has really been kind of a thorn in the side here for this team right here on the screen. It's not going to be easy. So Do we see them going for like Hail Marys? Do they go for big plays? Do they really just try to get the gloves off in this kind of situation? I don't know. Or do they give a ton of respect in it?
Yeah, it's a big question, isn't it? I mean, what is actually the idea here? What's the kind of the plan of action? I mean, this halftime couldn't really come at a better time, just having the ability to go in for sort of a second tactical timeout and conversation and all that. But yeah, difficult position. I don't know about you guys, but where I kind of sit, I'd be super surprised if IC aren't able to just see this over the line now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it should go that way, just given the way we've seen this game going and kind of all the situation of this. But it's just, you never know. Swamp, or what I've learned this season is Swamp can just, they pull these upsets, or they can really just make you question your decisions sometimes too, because they've really pulled some crazy moves when you just don't think it's gonna work. But it's where I guess it's wide open. But yeah, I'm with you though. It definitely more of a lean on the InnerCircle side for sure.
Yeah, for me, it feels difficult. I mean, a first round here for Swamp would be huge. It just completely changes the narrative a bit, and it starts to, once again make you feel like there's a bit of belief behind this side. But it's a long road, right? And for example, if IC are able to get this first over the board, I worried really about, do they have the depth in terms of the strat book and all the rest to be able to really put pressure on this side and really kind of take them the distance as they did in towards map number 1. Their map pick, sure, but when it's not your map pick, how comfortable do you actually feel?
Yeah, exactly.
1-15. Plenty of time. Well, you need to make a decision. Where do we want to be finishing here? What is the end goal? Oh, shot. Second time of asking. Famous will find it. Nice work. Can't complain with that at all.
No, not at all. It's actually really, really nice. Back a nice little bit of a kill here in mid too. So Famous is he's getting active, man. I saw some clips of him earlier on his stream, and he's just running around popping off with a sniper, and I'm like, oh, maybe he's feeling it. Maybe he really wants to use it right now, and he's definitely thinking that. But man, he just gets absolutely deleted from Jin. My God, he is definitely on one right now. Jin is playing a great day here so far on this weekend. You love to see it.
He's looked fantastic all the way throughout. Exactly what you want. A player with so much to offer up. Sick to see. This game,
okay.
Though. Oh my, a little scrappy, a little weird. Oh, HCZ sees it off with 2 and does it so effectively as well. Unfortunate, it has to be said. It felt like a real opportunity, especially with the double opener from Famous.
Yeah, that was a really good hold from HCZ, just playing very textbook role, just kind of anchoring the site.
Yeah.
Now Snox is going to get, what is going on here? I think they're blind. Yeah, they're blind. Everybody's just flashed. I was going to say, that seems so awkward, but yeah, really nice pickup here from InnerCircle, just getting 2 kills easily, and actually taking down Famous and taking down someone like Snox. Those are, not even just for number advantage. That's a really, really good pickup considering how well Famous has been hitting shots here so far in this best of 3. So removing him as a threat, that's not bad.
No, not at all. Back elevated in case there's a bit of a push in response, but so far, nothing. 1-30. And a 2-man advantage in a really, really solid spot to be in. Just as long as they don't overthink the situation, they're in a pretty decent position. You just got to worry about if IC allow themselves to be isolated. We know Swamp have got the kind of the ability, especially looking at someone like HGZ off the back of that previous round to step up. Beck still elevated and still creeping his way around on that ledge. He now drops down. There's Alucard at range. He might have spotted him out. Yeah, he has. And he just wasn't ready for the entourage to swing around that corner.
Oh, man. But yeah, I was going to say maybe Kais can, utilize the screen truck, but no, he just can't. Now Josh by himself. But look, we've been here before. Josh, okay, Josh he's making things interesting. So, I mean, a 1-on-4 is turned into a 1-on-2. Bomb still has to go down, so this is for Josh. He can trying to work with a little bit of time. I don't love this position, but oh my goodness. Josh, how are you getting in these kind of positions? How are you able to find yourself when you're down by 4 against you? Now things have gotten down to a 1v1. This is a coin toss of a situation. You have someone like Josh that's going against Jin, and now there's only 23 seconds left. Jin has been able to put himself in a really good position. He should be able to have this dead to rights, and indeed he will. Man, oh man, Josh, he has just been coming just short of these crazy clutch scenarios.
Yeah, I got a feel for him as well. But also, I think, you know, when we talk about kind of late round, I think Jin has been fantastic. He continues to make his presence really, really known. And we've seen it all throughout this series where he's just looked excellent, right? And another example of it, 7-4. IC just 3 rounds away now from taking this series and continuing to put pressure on at the top of the table towards ROC. I mean, they have so far had a fantastic season, and it looks like things are going to absolutely continue.
And losing back early on, but again, that C4 is in the back and middle too. So, I mean, these 3 players might just even try to swing this. They might be able to find the timing of this. They might go for a fight. Double players right now from Swam. Now they're starting to get the rotates through. Oh, you can see InnerCircle though. They're just trying to play with them. They're trying to get these rotates a little bit, and they're doing a good job of it, but they have to move a little bit quicker now because they're still far back. They've been able to get the defense composition, you know, moving around a bit. Those are some moving pieces, but it's a question if they can get it just enough time here. It's going to be a 2-2. You still have the 1 player in mid now, so a bit of a reset. You can see it's a little bit more of a rectangle setup that we see here on the minimap from Swamp, but man, InnerCircle are just doing like around the world. They're just doing the whole map. They're doing a full lap, it feels like, but
Yeah.
they're just trying to get an easy picking.
Yeah, I kind of respect it. All right. Well, awesome. Alicard combining together. Nice to see. Snogs, right idea. As Kiko is on that corner, does need to be a little cautious of it. Not a terrible spot to be in. Just got to worry for a brief moment about, sort of, I guess, where we're at. Don't let things fall flat here. 35 seconds. Got the health advantage here for IC. Kais and Sox, they are 1 foot in the grave.
That's not good. They're low. Oh my God, okay. Holy. Yeah, man, this is... You know, it's cool to see because, like, you know, I've always talked about Kiko, like, just being, like, such a fun player to watch because he joined, I think it was late last year that he joined this roster. So nice to see, but now Alicard, now that he's back in, he makes a good connection. Now Famous, here he comes. Can he be able to find this? That was a 1-on-3, now it's turned into the 1v2.
Oh.
And no, the young gun is going to be able to find him. Cold-blooded, and there we go. That's a good demonstration of what he brings to this team. And when he joined it, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he took over for MKZ. And I remember a lot of people are kind of, you know, up in the air about that one, but it's good to see how well he's played in such a short amount of time with this group.
Agreed. I think he's looked fantastic. Amos tapping away, looking to get a second. Can't quite deliver on as Beck will be able to deliver the trade. He does go deep, does deal some serious damage, but it's Kiko and Awesome combining, leaving Josh and HCZ with it all through, and HCZ feels like his number might be up here. Pistol pulled out by Awesome, and it's all down to 1 man for Josh. This, unfortunately, feels pretty unlikely.
Yeah, you know, considering it's Josh, you know, I was like, you know, maybe, you know, he's in these 1-on-4s. He's like, yeah, I'm going to bring it to a 1v1, right? But I guess not going to be the case here. Not going to be the case at all. But look, like, now we're starting to see InnerCircle, like we said. This is where I think you and I were talking a lot about them getting on the BL side. This is where they play way better Crossfire, and we're starting to see it. Like, it was a 6-3 first half. Swamp has been only able to find 1. It's been full speed ahead here for InnerCircle. So now they're on map series point in their favor. Now Beck's got himself on a nice little bit of a cheeky boost, trying to see if he can get a little bit of a timing. Now you can see that Kais is just trying to play the green box here with the TRG. But this is now about Swamp. You know, I talked about gasping for air. Like, this is them getting a full big breath here for, you know, multiple rounds, keeping them in this game for overtime.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, to play that close corner. No one's there, though. Also a position that has been played by IC themselves, so good that they're just keeping their eye out for it. This is map and series point IC, and you have to say, especially off the back of map number 2, deservedly, they probably should have closed off. I probably would have closed out map number 1 in regulation if Alicard didn't, you know, take that tech issue, because they were just rolling with momentum. But man, where we're at now, 9-4, Swamp unfortunately just had so little to offer up.
100%, and now it's do or die moment here, so the execute's coming through. InnerCircle trying to see what they can get away with, but they're actually going to lose Jin quickly. Now bodies are hitting the floor. finally a little bit of reply back, but is it going to be enough? Because the defense is still not convinced they're going to make this execute, and there we go. They're finally starting to make their way through this, but oh my goodness. InnerCircle now. They got the opening. They've been able to rip it on open, and all down to Kai is leaving him by himself on a 1-on-3 with a wounded Awesome, but he has to put full activation here with the sniper. He's got a bomb timer against him here now. This is not looking prominent. This is not looking good.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Not a good spot to be in at all. I gotta say, I'm very concerned. And that will be that. I mean, hey, you look at kind of where we're at in terms of this season. I see a side who I think have really proven they can step up in a big way, lads. And I think it's been quite indicative here.
You really has. Yeah, honestly, very, very impressive showing. Yeah, the first map, had to go all the way to overtime and then all the way to a golden round. But look, when they got to their map pick on Black Widow, things have gotten polished up very, very nicely. There's a lot amount of change we're seeing from this team. Let's not forget, this is a team that was pushing ROC in multiple series. Like, I think even their loss when they, played them was like into a golden round scenario. So things are finally starting to go the winning column for these guys, which is a great thing to see because it's long overdue. But look, we're going to finish the series off. We're going to let the desk kind of talk things over about it. We'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll get ready for that third and final series for the day. So we'll see you in a little bit.
IC managed to win in a convincing fashion in map 2 in their own map pick against Swam Gaming. It was a very, very convincing win, and IC, it felt like they were playing in their own like
game
like a playground.
Playground,
yes,
yeah.
exactly.
It definitely felt like the guys are playing on the playground. They're playing very free now, aggressively, treading each other, clutching. Sometimes they had some weaknesses, some mistakes, but I don't think Swam Gaming could have capitalized on this or even tried to like get these mistakes into a win for them. And still, the guys played very good, to be honest. Alucard on Black Widow is definitely so good. Famous, the absence of Famous definitely makes Swam Gaming very, very, maybe low profile, we can say. And still, InnerCircle, yes, 10-4 in their own peak. EU servers played it very well, and they deserve the win.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like Josh was trying to push, like Swam Gaming forward. Like he even he felt like a threat in 1v4 scenarios even. But like I think it wasn't enough. And like for IC, like they started on the global risk side, and they managed to win 6 rounds on the global risk side.
Yeah, which
is huge, right? Because like we know Black Widow is a bit blacklisted side, and we know that IC are way better
on the blacklist. Yeah, exactly. What, as you said, is true. To be honest, I wanted to talk about it. That InnerCircle won the global side, which is the hardest side on the harder side. Not saying the hardest, but the harder side on the Black Widow. And still, their blacklist is way better because we talked how InnerCircle are good as a teamwork, how their executions are good, how their fakes, controls. We've seen Jinzer, we've seen how he's taking water control on global risk multiple times. Was very smart from this guy, and he's getting a lot of information, doing the control mid round, let's say control mid round, and triple picking mid from ramp, from BC, from catwalk. Everything worked out very well for the InnerCircle team. The guys played very good as well. Awesome, had a very good map, to be honest. 1.75 KD this guy. So everybody on InnerCircle performed very well. Even Alucard with 0.8 KD. This guy, I believe, had the most decent aggressive jobs that he did, gathering the information for his teammates, letting them know where this guy's gonna be ending. Kiku is our MVP, and to be honest, he deserves it because of map 1.
Yeah, 100%.
Map 1 when Abs stepped in instead of Alucard. The pressure maybe felt on the guy's shoulders, but this guy, he took it all in his back and he rushed in a side, killing everybody and getting the W for his teammates.
Yeah, 100%. Like him and Beck in the first map, like in the OT specifically, or like after Alucard got subbed out, they carried the team so hard, in my opinion, and like he deserved the MVP. I mean, for me, him and Beck equivalently, because like they stepped up very big time. And like we said, whenever we talk about IC, I mean, not to like underestimate anyone, but like we mentioned Jinzer, we mentioned Alucard, like we don't mention Kiko a lot, and he's stepping up here, and he deserved it 100%. And it's a very good sign for IC, because like you need to have this diversity of MVPs in your team to play toward the top 4 in the standings, right?
Yeah, definitely. As you said, the guys are everybody. You see, everybody sometimes claims the MVPs. That's why InnerCircle are now one step behind, one step ahead of the teams, and one step more for being on the playoffs.
Yeah, them and GG like hand to hand. But like let's talk about the next match because like we have a derby between Anubis and ROC Esports, which is a very interesting matchup. Like whenever we see these two titans clash, it's very pleasing to watch.
Yeah, of course. Anubis, ROC Esports used to be the Egyptian derby, but now ROC Esports stepping in as a Saudi Arabian org. So now Anubis was 5 Egyptian players, and also ROC Esports was 5 Egyptian players. So maybe it's the players' derby, but
the players derby.
Yeah, because those two, with those 10 players and those two teams, they were the top 2 of CF West League Season 1. That means that both of these teams, they are gonna be having a very tough times versus each other. And ROC Esports, if someone is about to end their winning streak, is definitely Anubis.
I mean, Anubis is always a threat. Like Anubis is not a team that you can underestimate, whatever they are on the standings, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, ROC Esports are standing on a 10-0 score, so it's looking very scary. And looking at the stats of the guys here, it's they're all consistent. They're all on a very high level. And the last time these two teams faced, it was pretty close. I mean, ROC won 2-1.
Yeah.
But like, do you think Anubis are in a state right now to threaten ROC Esports undefeated series?
Well, we've seen Anubis yesterday did something I never expected, which is picking Eagle Eye. Not picking Eagle Eye, but leaving Eagle Eye open, not banning it and playing it versus Swam Gaming. That improved Anubis a lot. Why? Because we always knew that Anubis's veto was to ban Eagle Eye instantly in New Mexico. So if I am ROC Esports coach and I'm doing the analysis and doing the job for my teammate, I'm gonna be telling them, hey guys, they're gonna be banning New Mexico, they're gonna be banning Eagle Eye 2.0. So we will be banning this and that. That means we have 3 maps. We already know which maps we're gonna be playing. That's why ROC Esports have kind of the advantage of the veto. But before yesterday's pick, which is they left Eagle Eye open and they actually won it versus Swam Gaming, coming up here high here with good motivation that leaves the V2 and maybe unpredictable for us.
Yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty. So let's take a look at the map V2 to see the maps that we are going to see for this game. We have Sub Base, Black Widow, and Port. And whenever I see a ROC game and Port as a decider, again, you have to win 2-0 in my opinion.
Yeah, well, ROC Esports, they have Subbase on first and Port on the last game. And we've talked about the ROC Esports V2, which is, in my opinion, ROC Esports have only 2 strong maps. I'm not saying they are bad on the other maps, but they are maybe weaker than those 2 maps. But their 2 best maps, Anubis, Sport, and Subbase. So the V2 for Anubis, I don't think is the best for them. But taking into consideration, Anubis is also a very good contender on Port, and I want to tell you, if it went to 3rd map, Anubis is not gonna give
a weak fight.
Not weak fight, yeah, an easy game for ROC Esports at all. I'm pretty sure that this guy's gonna give them a hell of a show, because we've seen how good these guys played versus GG. They beat him 7-2 on the blacklist.
Yeah. And
this is something you don't see every day. I would remember this every single day. You beat GG, and it's not a mid-tables team. It was a top 4 team, and the 3rd place of the West League Season 2, and you give them 7-2 on Blacklist Port. That means your port is definitely good. That also, ROC Esports, whenever it comes at the decider for them, we see them guys destroying 9-0, 8-1, 7-2. But by the way, it's all when ROC Esports is starting as Global Risk. Today, ROC Esports is going to be starting as Blacklist on Port. So, Subbase is a statement for both teams. They both played very good. And almost ROC Esports, I guess this season they have a 100% win rate on Subbase. They haven't lost it. Even last season, they only lost it versus GG. With the game that they played and the series, I guess that they lost versus GG 2-0. It was one of them was Subbase. But Port, Subbase, highest win rates for ROC Esports. Black Widow is the worst among ROC Esports.
Yeah.
By the way, it's 0% win rate. We are talking about not only Season 2. We're talking about starting from playoff Season 1. Till Season 2, we are week 5, day 14. ROC Esports haven't found any single win on Black Widow. They played like 5 or 6 Black Widows.
Yeah.
Even versus TBI, when TBI played it for the first time on the tournament, and they still beat him.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty questionable. And I wanted to ask about this. Like, what's the idea behind ROC Esports banning Ankara, banning Compound, like maps that they're used to, and leaving Black Widow open? Is it again that they want to practice it?
No. Definitely no.
Okay.
Today, they are forced to play Black Widow because Anubis is the best team to play on Ankara. You don't want to be playing Anubis on Ankara. And I said this even when Anubis started playing versus Swam Gaming. Swam Gaming did a mistake, and I said that HZZ haven't done his homework because of Anubis. If you play Anubis on Ankara, that's the first mistake. Second mistake is going to B-side versus Anubis. Because these guys are always stacking B-side. This is something you don't need an analyst, you don't need a coach. You just need a player, you just need somebody who's watching recently how Anubis is playing on Ankara. They are doing the meta of 2 players A-side, 3 guys B-side, and they're doing the rotation shifts. So you don't want to be playing these games, you don't want to be playing the mind games. ROC Esports don't have any pressure. The guys are going to play in the playground, as you said, because they are 10-0. Even the loss, if they took it today, it's not gonna drop them or make them forced to go back to second place because the guys are 10-0. So, but for Anubis, they are very good on compound and they are very good also on Ankara. And ROC Esports are not convincing or strong on compound. Okay, they might be good on Ankara, but they don't want to be, as I said, want to be going for playing the mind games. So now, Anubis forced ROC Esports to play Black Widow, and Black Widow for ROC Esports is a 0% win rate. And I remember talking with some players from ROC Esports. They said that they do everything good, but mentally maybe they have something wrong.
A mental block.
Yeah, a mental block from the map, because usually we see them playing very good. They are doing the strategies very well. They are hitting their shots, but they cannot close the game. And you're talking about one of the top tier players in the league. So now Anubis have a very high chance, if they win the first map, of getting the series 2-0, which is going to be a huge upset for Anubis versus ROC Esports. By the way, their win will put them way step ahead in their standings and might threaten also InnerCircle if Anubis wins ROC Esports today.
I mean, you want to get closer to InnerCircle, you want to get closer to Gaimin Gladiators, because like they are reaching the top in a pretty comfortable place right now, and you want to get this win so much if you're Anubis, right? ROC Esports, they're a bit far away from everyone else, so dropping a win, I mean, they probably don't want to drop a win against Anubis.
But I will exactly. I will tell you one thing, that maybe not everybody, maybe guys are watching, they're saying, okay, ROC Esports are going, just don't want to be burning strategies. They just want to be going into the game, running, killing. If they win, it's if lose, it's okay. Yeah. No, ROC Esports, the players themselves, Snare, Snake, those that came from Anubis, they don't want to be having their first loss on Anubis. They might accept it from 999, TBI, Swam Gaming, and GG, any other game, but Anubis, it's a derby for the players. These are Egyptian players. Those were the 2 core players from Anubis, Snake and Snare. Yeah. And also Dipsy and Jaguar took the handling, and they want to be showing that no, we are still better. Yeah. So trust me, this game is not going to be a 10-0 versus 5-4 or 6-4 team. No, this is going to be versus a first and second place teams from West League Season 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be full tryhard, like we are used to watch, and I want to talk more about sub-base, because like you're saying, it's a pretty balanced map between the 2 teams.
Yeah.
So who do you think, like, or like, how do you approach the first map if you're ROC Esports? Because like you know that there is a Black Widow in the second map, so there is a lot of pressure on you to win sub-base, right?
Not a pressure, but it's a lot of motivation. I say as a motivation. For ROC Esports is a pressure, but I'm talking about Anubis. It's a motivation for Anubis. Because Anubis now, they know that Black Widow is kind of, we're not saying it's 100% win, but you have a high motivation, high potential winning Black Widow versus them. So it's all about the first map. If you shape the first map very good, maybe you destroy ROC Esports winning 10-4. Yeah. So going with a very confident boost, Black Widow, and winning, stomping ROC Esports on their map pick, that means that you're going to be having the head and the advantage in the second series. Other than that, ROC Esports, yes, they are so pressured because they need and they are forced to win sub-base because they are not guaranteed winning Black Widow. Definitely the guy's going to be going with their mental that they're 100% they will win Black Widow, but still they have something in their heads that knows that their Black Widow is not the best map as sub-base or as port. So it's a pressure for ROC Esports, a motivation for Anubis.
Yeah, 100%. And for Anubis, like in the last time, they banned the same maps. They banned Eagle Eye
and New Mexico. You don't want to be playing ROC Esports with new Eagle Eye. I guessed maybe they're going to be playing it because I said the Vito is unpredictable now. We've seen them playing it versus Swam Gaming, but maybe it was something spicy only for Swam Gaming, because Swam Gaming, they don't play Eagle Eye that much. They don't practice that much at all.
Yeah. I mean, how can you beat ROC Esports if you're Anubis? Because like you're telling me, like they are close in terms of the individual level, right?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
How can you counter like what ROC Esports brings to their games? Because like apparently no one can. So how can you do it as Anubis Gaming in this match?
The only thing that they can beat ROC Esports with is their mental. If these guys have the strongest mental, even maybe stronger than ROC Esports at some points.
Yeah.
The guys have very strong mental. I'm not saying ROC Esports sometimes throw some games, but because they have 10-0, so maybe they just don't bother about it. But these guys, they have a motivation, potential to do everything. So their mental is very good. They play very aggressive.
Yeah.
And this is what encounters ROC Esports. If you leave the full map open for ROC Esports, that means that you're going to be punished by ROC Esports, because these are 5 experienced players. They can use the spaces as much as they can, even though they can split a side on you with 3 sides. BC, Woods, Belong, or A Down, Vent, and Woods. So they're going to be using these spaces. And Anubis, I don't think these guys are leaving the map control for ROC Esports by an easy terms. They usually fight. They usually have to contest for this. They usually send Sad trying to get the pick. Double Ohm from Deep Sea, pushing into Woods with Sad. Double Ohming in Woods, trying to boost Vent. They try to deny the map and space control for ROC Esports in order to not get punished by ROC Esports. And this is what exactly counters ROC Esports. And Anubis are very good on it. That's why you always see sometimes Anubis struggling versus PingPongPals, struggling versus Swam Gaming, but very close with ROC Esports.
Yeah.
It's because how Anubis plays works actually versus ROC Esports. Maybe it's not working versus other teams, because other teams, they don't even take map control versus you. They let Anubis take all the full map control, and we go just push 5 as 5 men going into one side and trying to kill whoever is in the side. But for ROC Esports, if you leave them the map, it's kind of overround for them, because they're going to be using these spaces very good.
Yeah, 100%. Like the tactics, it feels like it leaned toward like a rock for most of the time. And I want to talk more about, like, we talked about how to counter them in game, and you mentioned the mental side as well. And I want to talk more about it, because like I feel like 5 Egyptian players versus 5 Egyptian players, like it's a derby in terms of like
who's the best.
Yeah, these guys know each other. These guys, you know, like they don't want to lose, and like this mental side, because like you used to play as well.
Yeah.
How does it affect you in game? Does it put you like does it put more pressure on you if you're facing, like for example like previous players that you used to play with, for example?
Always when we play versus Egyptian players, it's a different tournament. It's a final for us. So I guess today, ROC Esports Anubis, it's an early final for the West League for the guys.
Yeah, let's see ROC versus Anubis map 1. Let's just over to the casters to take it over.
Well, it's going to be said, I'm looking forward to this one. A derby, as the guys on the desk were mentioning, but we've got to look at this, lads, in terms of the veto a little bit, right? Anchors have been a map that I think has always been a real strong part of ROC. We don't see it being played a bit of a change-up, sub-base, a map that's very popular internationally. Don't see it actually as much here in the West League. Domestically, it's not really been a map that's been a strong part of veto. So I'm interested to see how this kind of plays out here, but generally speaking, as the guys on the desk sort of touched on, this is a game which is pretty heavily favored towards ROC.
Yeah, it is, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that, you know, ROC are the team to beat. They're the top of the throne. They haven't taken a loss yet this whole season. Yeah, they've maybe given up a map here and two, but, you know, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they're winning these best of threes, and that's all that matters. But yeah, I'm glad to see that Subbase is in this best of 3, because, like you said, very popular internationally. It's a good thing to see these teams like getting used to playing a map like this, because Black Widow is kind of the same thing too, where like it's not always played. I feel like now it's starting to get played a lot more, but you know, this veto has really led a good situation here for ROC, just because, not even just because of their international experience, but it really does add like a huge amount of buffer, considering they have played a lot of these maps at a very high level. So a team like Anubis, they got a lot against them here. The cards are definitely not in their favor, but not to say they can't cause a little bit of an upset. So we'll find out and see if ROC can maintain that, you know, dominance of performance, but not looking good yet, because so far Anubis, they've been able to pull the rug right under ROC, and now it's, you know, within a blink of an eye, it's Horus now in a 1-on-3 scenario where he's going to have to pull up the clutch to get things moving here in their way.
Yeah, need something kind of special here, if we're being honest. Tough predicament, and well, not to be. I mean, you look at this sort of game, and you know, without a doubt, Anubis are punching up here. But if they're able to consistently punch up, it puts actually in a really kind of decent spot, right, where we can start talking about, you know, Anubis making a run towards the top. I mean, we even saw in towards kind of, you know, the previous season, ROC weren't always as solid as we kind of expected of them coming off the back of a very good 2024, right? So I think as a whole, Anubis, if they can start to find early consistency in towards the series, so to put a real lot of pressure on towards this ROC side early, they can make them feel uncomfortable in you know, across this veto. And Anubis are a side who I think have seemed to, for me at least, considerably and continuously leveled up as this sort of West League is coming towards kind of 2025. Unfortunately, we're on a tech issue here, though.
Yeah, it seems like the tech issues are starting to follow a little bit, but yeah, it's a good point you bring up. And you know, the one thing I really appreciated that I think it was Penguin that kind of made this analysis is the fact of, you know, like I do agree that Anubis is a pretty decent Ankara team, so that like when you looked at the vetoes, like noticing that ROC went for the immediate ban of that right away, I thought that was probably the best thing they should have done. I know a couple weeks ago, I think it was Horace that made a comment, or I'm trying to remember who it was, but they made a comment essentially saying like, we want to play every single map. We want to make it under the officials. It might have been Slayer actually, but either way, they definitely were saying like, look, we're ready for any challenge, but you know, with a team like this that they probably scrim against all the time, it's like it's just not worth that extra little bit of a risk, right? But look, it's still a bit of an interesting conversation. This is the pick for sub-base of ROC, but you know, Anubis have definitely shown they can play on it.
Yeah, the big thing, you know, honestly, is I think you kind of touched on it there. These guys must play each other so often. It's probably actually a real part of the reason as to why Anubis, I think, have leveled up so much and got considerably better, because they are playing against the best in the region, I'm assuming, relatively regularly, right? So, you know, we're in a kind of a position where they're starting to kind of scale up and starting to look like a really, really solid team at that kind of top end. And yeah, it does make things really interesting. I mean, it feels like it's inevitable at a time where they, you know, take the side to, you know, like a third map, or kind of even potentially even kind of steal a series away, right? That would be, you know, a really interesting change of the guard. I mean, it's been a very simple season so far for ROC, and I think regardless of how games play out for, you know, the rest of the season, I think they'll have, you know, no issues really in getting in towards playoffs. Snake, Dipsy, they go one apiece.
Yeah, not bad. I like the idea of Snake getting a little bit aggressive here, just kind of, again, figuring out some stuff. And I think these guys are not even playing together in the same house, it looks like, too, for ROC. So this, again, very interesting. They used to, right? Anubis has been kind of doing this. We always talk about them as one of those teams, one of the Egyptian teams that's kind of landing together and trying to get that team chemistry built up as fast as possible. ROC were doing that for quite some time. I think they're not right now, but somebody can definitely let me know if I'm wrong. But either way, Dipsy, player that was being spotted as a, you know, one of the MVPs or one of the highlight players, is putting up some good numbers so far right now for Anubis. He's got himself 3 kills, so not bad at all. But now it's a 2-on-4 that's going to go against here for ROC Slayer. Ooh, a little bit scary of a timing on this, but might be able to find this head. Comics is really just playing a dangerous game here. And there we go. This round should be done and over with here now. And Anubis, you know, putting themselves at a 2-0. This is a very interesting little bit of a start on a map like this.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, pretty cool where we're seeing Anubis looking really good. I mean, this is a map that's definitely had its ups and downs, I think, for ROC. I mean, you know, we've seen them really have moments where, you know, I think they're kind of fantastic at times. And then unfortunately, they've also had moments where I think they're a little flat. I think this might be kind of option 2 here for ROC. Out the gates, not looking great. They do occasionally at times as well take a minute or two to kind of get in towards the game and really start to find their form. So I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I guess, you know, so far where we're at, I do actually like what I'm seeing out from Anubis, playing really solid Crossfire.
Okay, not bad. A little bit of a vent drop. Okay, there we go. There we go. Horace is going to be able to find that triple kill, making it look easy. Now things are getting a little bit sweaty. You know, everything's against them. They start to activate the firepower that we know that they can bring to this, and there we go. They get right back on the board. A quick and easy round. Anubis trying to mix it up a little bit. But really, really nice hold right there from Horace. Honestly, just locking it down. That we don't get to see that very often, right? Not a lot of players are able to hold that angle and get a multitude of kills, but damn, oh damn, when it happens, chef's kiss.
Yeah, exactly. Oh well. I am enjoying it at the very least for Anubis putting pressure on, but the issue is if they start to fall a little flat now, we know ROC are a side that so quickly get in towards these games and so quickly put so much pressure on. Cannot allow for that to happen. Either way though. He's going to make his way in towards doors. Going to have a little... it's a little look to see what's on offer, basically. Snake on the other side behind that smoke, waiting his turn.
Yeah, and Snake's been kind of the guy that's also been just, again, like kind of pushing a little bit randomly here, and he's trying to get some extra intel. He's been trying to make a little bit of plays here, which is a cool thing to see, right? A lot of the times he's playing pretty conservative, but you know, lately I feel like their style has changed with their new coach that they've had. So obviously everyone knows the Penguin was there for a very long time, which did a good job. But you know, they got they're mixing things up a little bit here, so it's been proven not too bad for these guys, and I've shown a little bit more variety of their gameplay, which has been good as well, and different stances that I thought we wouldn't see from some of the players, right?
Yeah, agreed. Under a minute. And still a bit of a waiting game about where this one's heading. Not a huge amount on offer, unfortunately, just yet. Horus. Standard box angle for him, waiting. Oh, he has to take a peek. There you go. Spots the information. Flashing him around the corner. Now he wants to fight. Jaguar's dropped down, which is really good, but he does need support because Horus is doing so well.
Yeah, not bad at all. And yeah, Horus, once again, my goodness, he's just, again, putting up these big numbers and really locking it down, which is a good thing to see. And I think there's been some change positions here for some of the, the defense here right now. I feel like Horus has played that spot, but I felt like he also was kind of rotating a little bit differently. So he's really just dialed in right now. 6-1, and now they're even going to fight for radio control. So this is huge. So, I mean, they're not going to be able to find any players, surely, but at least now they got some information. A deep smoke is going to be info for Comics to realize, look, these guys are close. These guys are definitely, fighting for real estate. So this is where they have to either make a decision that they want to make a play at A, or they want to regather towards that C4 and make sure they don't fully lose it. But it does look like Dipsy's the one that's kind of getting a little bit contested here with some action, and Tolson just on the other side of the smoke on top of the box waiting for him. A little bit of cat and mouse situation, that nade. Ooh, I thought that could have been bad, but no, it only just takes off a sliver of damage.
Yeah, for a moment there, that did look a little bit like it could have been funky. Thankfully, it wasn't. 2-2 though. I mean, you look at where we're at now, and for Anubis, we were sort of giving them all this praise coming out the gates, being like, all right, this is a decent spot that they're in. Unfortunate thing for them though is if things start to fall pretty flat pretty quick, that's where then ROC will run away with things. We know we've seen them do it time and time again. We know this sort of the thing they kind of do best in a way as well. Don't worry. Just a tad. Thompson, swing, fine. Nice find as well. Horus will be there for the trade. He can't quite get the second though.
1 HP though too, right? Like Comics he just got bruised here and he's surviving on the skin of his teeth, so not bad. I mean, it doesn't go the way for ROC, but it's still not a bad fight. But now, I mean, again, this 3-3 situation is interesting because they still got to pick up the C4. They have to make a decision where they want to go. Dipsy's the kind of the one that's maybe going to entertain this A hit, or even just kind of, again, hope that the utility usage will bite them in a bit. You can see they kind of rotated for like half a second. They were just moving, but they're really not letting it go. They have a good inkling of this. And the timing right now of Dipsy might be able to find it. No, but Snare gets him better, and now it's only 2. Sad's able to make a connection. Can he find a second one? It's looking like he's trying to do something, but it's not looking good. All down to him now. The sniper needing a 1-on-2 with 16 seconds remaining is not looking good here now. I mean, he's going to have to hit the shots of his life to get himself into the site and to get a round win, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, not to be. Not what you wanted to see either. Falls a little flat. I mean, we had kind of obviously kind of big expectations there from Sad at the end, but I felt like they were kind of trading quite well for a moment there, Anubis, and unfortunately things did fall a little flat. 3-2. That's 3 in a row now for ROC as well. Potentially concerning position to be in. Definitely not what you want to see. Got to be said, I'm a little concerned.
Yeah,
I think for Anubis, you just can't afford to give any space. That's just the issue. You just can't afford to give this ROC side, even an inch. They'll take it a mile.
100%. Yeah, exactly. And that's where we always kind of stress this, that again, this is the top team that has not taken a single loss this whole season yet. So yeah, like you said, you cannot make any big mistakes. You have to almost play perfect if you want to get any map wins, if even talking about getting a series win. So you got to be pretty much picture perfect, which is not an easy thing to do. Ooh, Snake, is he going to have the timing? He will, so he actually does find it nicely. But now, Horus, he's been able to hold on, but he can't this time. He finally gets bested. Now, this allows a little bit of room here for Anubis, maybe to get themselves in the site. They still got to get the plant down. And now this post-plant position from Doom. He has to be able to find this kill. He gets a bit of a spotting. He only knows one's there. He doesn't know two is. So this might be a little bit of a surprise attack against him.
You might be right. 25 seconds on that C4, and they're going to try and make their way in. Snake tagged up Hotson. A bit of damage. I mean, Dipsy back to sight. What's he got for us? Unfortunately, not enough. All down to Doom, and down he goes. He can't even get one before he falls, and he hasn't burned enough time. So another big round taken by ROC. Got to give them credit. They continue to be a really, really difficult team to break down, especially like you said, you give them a bit of space and they'll continue pushing it. Anubis in this derby, they have to be honestly kind of perfect all the way throughout, and unfortunately that's just not been the case so far.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, with that being said too, like we had that, you know, a bit of a tech issue in the beginning, but now it's actually going to be the tactical timeout. So Anubis calling it a bit early, honestly, probably the best thing to do. Like you said, it's, you know, things were going a little bit back and forth, things were looking okay, but now you got to reevaluate the game plan. This is where they really got to figure out what to do differently, because you know, I do think ROC are playing, you know, a really, really good game right now. Like, I think that was the first time we saw Horus that really didn't get one kill, you know, holding on to that site. So that was a little bit of a glimpse here for these guys. But yeah, they got to have to change up something here, because they're trying these vent little sneaky plays. It's not working. I hope they kind of scrap the idea. It's clearly not the idea. But they got to figure out a new game plan quick. Otherwise, you know, this could just be another little bit of a ROC, you know, bulldozer.
I understand the call for timeout here. It does feel like the right choice. You know, just take a bit of a breather, take a moment to sort of discuss and see kind of how do we actually find a way back in. We started quite well, a couple of rounds back to back. That's exactly kind of what we want to be seeing. Now, let's do what we can to put the pressure back on. You know, for ROC, you look at them and you talk about how they're a side that are difficult to deal with, and this is what we're seeing. I honestly feel for Anubis, if they can't come off the back of this timeout and they can't find a round immediately, it might already start to be kind of slightly the beginning of the end in this one, unfortunately.
It very well could be, right? And again, you know, I always feel bad because every time I watch Anubis, it's like, you know, I try not to go back into history too much, but for me, it was always a team that I don't feel like they were always great when things weren't going their way. They've proven that a lot better this year for me, like where like things are really negative. It's not like it just snowballs against them and they can't find a round, but you know, you're going against the top team right now. Like, this is where you got to figure out a way to just bring in this as close of a scoreline as you can. Two rounds is not a bad thing, but again, you know, if ROC can be able to find this one, if another one, like, that just gives them way too much of a jump start here on a map like this. That is their pick too. So yeah, this is gonna be tough. A lot of demo that's against them on this map, but again, I think ROC have done a really good job of just mixing things up just enough that it's still not predictable and it's still unexpected.
All right. Edgar, having a little look in towards doors. Not too much of a move just yet. Not putting too much pressure on. Just seeing ever so slightly what's on offer. And, I mean, to be honest, not really a hell of a lot for now. Minute 15, a Snare will push his way in. I like this angle. Doesn't need to overextend. Or if he is, he needs a flash. Oh, my God. I should have even questioned him. That is Snare doing what he does best. You know, we were speaking about Spoxy earlier, but Snare is the guy. That is a guy who continues to step up, and with flicks like that, you can see why.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and you're absolutely right. It should be like in the tactical sense and playing the perfect crossfire. It's like, yeah, get the pop flash, go for the swing. He's like, nah, man, you know what? I'm going to just do it, you know, the old-fashioned way. I'm just going to swing. I'm just going to win a big old fight. Why not? And that's the thing. Like, he is the guy that is a top sniper in this whole league without question. And there's I think the desk has even talked about his placement in, you know, world rankings, like what he could be in. So that's a cool little bit of a moment where you get to see what he really brings to the game. But man, oh man, that just hurts here for Anubis. Like, that just is so frustrating to go against.
Yeah. So difficult to deal with, honestly. Up. Final towards Horus is good. Comics trying to punish, and he will. Versus 3. Make that 1 now. Door down to Snake. Big ask for him. C4 down. This round's probably done, but they are tagged. That is the big thing. There's the first. Oh, I needed a quick second if you wanted to make this a doable affair. Tapping away. Pistol bounding round the corner, but he can't see off Jaguar. Anubis finally get around back.
Yeah, honestly, if he would have, like you said, like if he would have been able to find that kill like a second or two faster, Snake honestly could have been in a position where he could have tried to stick it. Like that other player was so far away, like he was going to get into top radio, but again, it might not have been enough time. So that could have been really, really problematic for Anubis. They were not expecting his position to be that close like that on a flank, but nonetheless, they pull up a round. It works out for them. They are able to even get this duel as well. So they take down the sniper threat here of ROC. So things are looking a lot better since this timeout here from Anubis. They've been able to find themselves a round win, finding the opening duel. Now these pieces are starting to slowly, like, you know, stick together a little bit. But now the question is it enough to get themselves back to the 4-4, making this thing a very close encounter in the first half?
That is the big question. If Anubis can get up to 4, I actually think it's a really decent first half. I think it's a very workable one. Questions, I guess, change and sort of differ. They can't, right? You know, if we able to see kind of rock up towards 6, I think they're then in a more than stable enough position to see this over the line. So Anubis, I think even just this next round could be a real difference maker.
Okay. Totson, you know, definitely he's been known in the past for some sick clutches, but yeah, I think this one might be a little bit of a write-off. I think this is just going to be, you know, extra time, little discussion. He's just going to go for a nice little bit of a lap here. And, I mean, this is going to be a 4-4. And yeah, honestly, I'm just going to say it's 4-4. There's no way. Yeah, he's just going for a lap. So anyways, you know, I think it's a good idea just because ROC can just kind of clean things up. Maybe if they can find a way to get this, you know, 5th round across here, getting themselves on the first half win. But yeah, really, really impressed to see how well Anubis been able to bounce back in pretty convincing fashion too, right? Like they had that timeout and now they've been putting themselves, like, this is a flawless round for them too. So that's a really good note. Like these haven't been scrappy like the other series we were talking about. These are dominant rounds that they're starting to win now.
Yeah, and they're really starting to look like quite a uniformed side, right? You know, we're seeing this team start to put up kind of the rounds that we won of Anubis are actually starting to really punch up. You know, we already spoke about this year being really good for them, and I still think a large portion of that probably comes from the fact that they scrim against this side on a somewhat regular basis. But man, I mean, what we're seeing so far from Anubis, they're taking the #1 team in the region, the #1 team for a long, long time, actually kind of in a back and forth affair. That is a really, really good indication of the level that they're at the moment. So for all, Anubis are able to steal away a 5th here as well, right at the end. What a way to start on your opponent's map pick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, heck yeah. I couldn't agree more. And, like, that would definitely be a nice way of, you know, when we talk about the timeouts and teams that, you know, look so different after that conversation and how much it really makes an improvement. Like, if they can get a 5-4 going into the second half, man, oh, man, that's going to be great for them. But, you know, Comics goes down a little bit early. Snares still putting himself in activation mode here with the sniper. Got the TRG this time, but now Anubis, a little bit of an awkward position because they either can go double players in wood. I might even try the triple here. This is kind of interesting. They've been really trying to contest for this real estate. Hasn't always been so generous to them, but a good nade has actually been able to catch on to Jag and to Doom, but I think they're waiting for Dipsy to possibly make a play here, be a bit of a distraction, allowing them to slip through. Yeah, that's not bad. This could be good, but now Slayer, oh, dear God, it's a blender. It's a massacre, Neo. It's not good. It's just a murder scene, and now Anubis, they got to figure out something quick.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough to see. A very quick kind of eradication there, and unfortunately, feels like not a lot to offer up ROC. Nice way to just see that over the line, just to make sure kind of, you know, this half is in your favor. We've now got a bit of space to work with, a bit of breathing room, because Anubis are putting up some actually, you know, fairly decent rounds on the board, and, you know, dominant ones as you were putting it. Let's just make sure that we're sitting here and saying, okay, this is fine, we can work with this, we're in a fairly decent spot, we don't have to kind of rush or be too worried.
Yeah, it's honestly been, like, again, you could tell that these teams play against each other a lot. Like, I would imagine they probably, like I said, scrim against each other. They definitely know a lot of gimmicks, but I've been really impressed. Anubis is looking better and better. And again, a team that, you know, their placement's kind of interesting because, I don't know, like, I mean, they're in 5th place technically. They're 5-5, but you know, they've had close encounters, they've had some dominant losses and even wins, but it really does feel like a lot of the players are playing a little bit more of a step above, which is great. We just need to see more of that, especially against a team like this. Like, we always talk about ROC. They have a massive target on their back, but nobody's really been able to, like, get close to beating them, right? They've had a couple little weird, like, 3-map series, but they really have shown that they are this, like, top echelon of level in this whole league.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, it's just one of those things. Anybody that's able to kind of push them in any sort of way does make us sit here and say, all right, this is nice, right? This is a side who have got kind of ideas up their sleeve. You know, still, of course, got to ask plenty of questions about how deep does this kind of Anubis side go, especially when you look towards this map, for example. If you've exhausted a lot of your kind of ideas and your gimmicks out the gates early, it puts you in a bit of a weird spot, looking kind of a bit more long-term, but I think, you know, for Anubis, I'm still happy with what I'm seeing so far. I think ROC, this is a map in which they've been playing a fairly decent amount, but I've not always been super convinced by, even especially when we've seen it internationally as well. I've just not seen this side look really, really good on it. And I mean, I think for Anubis, I think they're probably not too upset by this being picked in. Also, there's a lot of tape on it too.
100%, yeah. Like, that is the biggest disadvantage here for ROC, is that there's so much demo against them. But now they're just trying to make it around where, like, no tape is going to be able to save you, because they just full send it. Like, they literally just lace up to go for a massive sprint, and they get themselves into a round win here, and just getting themselves a bomb plant quickly. And now Dipsy, he's going to have to dig super, super deep out of this hole. But now Snake just above him. I think, ooh, Snake actually looked the wrong way, so he gives up his body. Now this is where ROC need to kind of, again, they have to kind of pull back a little bit. This is where they're getting a little overzealous. This could be problematic for them. They're trying to play it together, but, I mean, again, Dipsy, if he can find this one kill, that could make it a little bit closer for comfort. But no, ROC get it done. Make it a little bit interesting, I guess. But look, really funny round, and honestly, I don't mind them just coming right out the floodgates like that.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I like that. For a moment, it did look, you know, maybe a little bit questionable, but don't mind. All we do, see it over the line. So, now where we're at again. 6-4, like we said, for ROC. If you get that final round of a half and then you start off well towards the second, you put yourself in a decent spot. And I think ROC are always one of those sides. I mean, we've seen this all throughout last year and internationally too. ROC are a side that just play better when they're the ones dictating the pace. They don't like sitting back and waiting to see what's going to happen. They like to be the ones in control, and you know, we're seeing it here.
It does make, like, going back to one of your points you made too, and you know, it does make me happy that we're seeing teams play this map. And I think for ROC too, like you said, it's like, it hasn't been a map that I've always been convinced that they're very good on. I think they have international experience, but it hasn't really been like the win column all the time. But
sure,
I think it's a good map that I think Anubis kind of got in this veto that they do have a slight winning chance on. But I think for ROC, again, they just need to polish up their map pool as much as possible. So we'll see. A 6-4 is still good. And right now, Anubis, oh my God, okay. Wow. I don't even know how he found it. I didn't even see him, to be honest.
Yeah,
it just felt like
I didn't, so I don't know how he did. It's one of those things that seems to be a classic with Snare. Somehow he finds a way every time. Numbers advantage. You double down momentarily. Of course it is. Snare, Horus, combining excellently. Leave it all down to do Dipsy and Comics. This one feels like a lost cause.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, again, it's leaning very heavily here for ROC, and yeah, even Totson just picking up the sniper. He's having himself a little bit of fun with it. And this is where we talk a lot about these teams, where how well they can play on the BL side, and ROC is definitely one of those where historically, I would say probably a year or so ago, probably the better GR-sided team than they were the BL. Now I feel like it's kind of flipped around, where they're playing a lot more better on the offense than that defense, and you're starting to see it right now, right? It's starting to look so convincing and so easy when they're playing on the side against these teams.
Oh no, you are right. 3-round buffer. It is a nice spot to be in, no two ways about it. Really, really looking pretty excellent. Dipsy playing up close towards stairs. Only issue with this sort of a spot is that one flash can put you in a world of trouble. It's aggressive, and it sometimes doesn't really pay off. Okay, well. Quiet for now. Not a huge amount on offer.
Yeah, tension's getting pretty high right now, especially with the score lines getting a little bit harder. And, you know, ROC, I mean, they're feeling okay. They're feeling confident, but I think they're also worried that Anubis are going to try something a little bit sneaky. Yeah. Now the execute's coming through. Some really good nade work. Look at how coordinated these smokes are. Now Dipsy, can you be able to find more than this? Just one. He needs to be finding a second maybe, but Comics is able to assist him. But look at how quickly the ROC just load the kill feed, just like that. Blink of an eye. 3 different S's that now just go across the board, and now it's just a man advantage here for ROC with the bomb down.
Yeah, super simple, super effective. There's really no question marks about that. 3 versus 2, I mean, what does Sad and Jagu even do here? They need to find an isolated fight early, in which they take basically no damage, and, well, safe to say for Jagu, that's going to be unlikely here. Should be insta-traded. Oh my god, he's snuck by. Yeah, snuck by! Oh my god, Jaguar. Not bad work. Sad has been spotted, but so Snare. This is definitely still doable. Sad, I think he has the right idea. Cole pulled out, tap onto the bomb, and Snare does not lose those. Classic from him.
That was honestly, I hope you catch this on the replay, because that was a really, really nice attempt from Jag. Like, that was so much discipline. Like, being in a position like that, yeah, just at the end there, he snuck so slowly down the stairs, didn't make a peep. Everybody was playing these, like, hard angles where they were looking at one specific spot. He took almost full advantage of it, but thankfully for Snare, he's able to save the day. But, man, you got to give a lot of kudos for that attempt. That was a really, really nice way to, you know, in a deficit, no less, to almost making it a round win.
For a moment, that definitely got a little funky. It's safe to say. Oh my nice shot into a Slayer. Knows about Snake too. Snake doesn't need to be careful, but of course he's got the M4, so it's good for this sort of position.
You know, the 2-2, this is, you know, with 15 seconds remaining. Yeah, they're going to have to get moving, but yeah, it's just all she wrote there. But look, map point on the plate here for ROC, and they just look like they're never going to slow down. Like, they really don't. Like, they've just been so dominant here on the BL side. Like, Anubis just cannot find an answer.
It just doesn't really seem to be, unfortunately, a lot on offer. It's a side who are fallen, unfortunately, kind of flat when it's mattered most. The first half was looking okay, right? We've seen these back and forths. We've seen these moments where we're like, all right, this is, you know, an idea forming here, and I think, you know, when you wanted to see a bit of consistency come through, they've just fallen a little flat. Of course, already lost Comics. Not exactly the spot that you want to be in. And then down goes Dipsy too. So, lads, it feels pretty safe to say right now that this is the beginning of the end. Subbase was feeling like maybe a bit of a question mark for a moment. Now, no longer.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where we were kind of saying, you know, like we both have been just mentioning the GR side, you know, does show a little bit of weaknesses here and there, you know, in the sense that it was a 5-4 first half, but now it's just been like the reign of terror here from ROC. Like, they have not lost a singular round on this BL side. So that's where we were kind of talking about how dangerous their BL sides can really be. And look at this post plan. Like, you have double players up top. You have everybody just all over the place. Like, there's just not a hope in heck that you're going to be able to find it. And ROC convincingly take the second half, and they sweep it with a 10-4. And now we're going to move things on to the to Black Widow, which, I mean, honestly, this is Anubis' last saving grace.
Yeah, honestly, a very rough display, it has to be said, from that second half from Anubis. But let's talk about posters, man. ROC looked fantastic. That is the ROC that we know and love. We know this is a bit of a derby, and we know there's kind of stakes on the line here, but my God, dude, ROC make moments like that look quite effortless, right? You know, that second half was absolutely excellent. This is a side that have so much to prove in terms of be dominant domestically, so you can go internationally and really start to make a, you know, a continued name for themselves as they had all of 2024. Fantastic work. For now, lads, we're going to throw it on over to the desk.
ROC with such a convincing win, and now the question is, can they finally get their first win on Black Widow, yes or no?
I don't think they're gonna be winning Black Widow, but I'm not saying. But today, maybe we see them winning Black Widow because the guys feels it's the. I feel it's their day today.
Yeah.
How they're hitting their shots, how they are playing more freely. The guys are playing very fast. We've seen how Anubis played very slow, and you even mentioned that Anubis played very slow, but in the blacklist. But when we switch it to the blacklist of ROC Esports, they played very fast.
Yeah.
So it's kind of shows how aggressive these players want to be playing today and how good they wanted to achieve good results today versus Anubis, and they did. To be honest, Anubis started very good. They had 2-0 lead and then they dropped it into a 4-2 lead. Tactical post came 4-3, 4-4, but then we haven't seen Anubis since then.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing in the highlights right now, I feel like Anubis had a very good head start, like 2-0 at the beginning of the game. I felt like ROC Esports, like these 2 rounds, they were just studying Anubis on how they're going to approach the sites, and then afterward it felt like complete domination from ROC Esports in terms of the read, in terms of the beats that they had, the angle that they covered, and everything, and like especially like when they went to the BL side, it was complete sweep, not a single round. Anubis Anubis won on the GR side. Even after the timeout, Anubis tried to figure it out, but like ROC Esports, they stayed solid. They made a statement in the first game, and like maybe this shape of ROC Esports can get their first win.
Oh, this is gonna be a different tournament celebration for ROC Esports to get their first win.
Like they won the league.
I'm pretty sure that their coach is going to be going out celebrating today in the streets if they win Black Widow, because he's struggling so much and he's always getting mad. He's always getting mad when they lose in Black Widow, because he kind of studied hard all the teams in Black Widow and tried to do the best with his teammates. But I want to be mentioning something about Anubis, which I've seen lately, and is going over and over, that the guys are so quiet. Only Dipsy, I guess. We've seen in the cams between the games.
Even in timeout, yeah.
Yeah, between even the first half and second half, he started talking. He's vocal. He's trying to talk. He's trying to motivate his teammates. Let's go. Let's kill them. Let's kill everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's push together. Let's play as a team. Even he can read his lips that he wants to motivate his teammates. But no reaction at all. Comics is completely. Maybe quiet, okay, that's good for your mental of your teammate, but if your teammate is down, that's not good. So you would love to see Comics interfering. Doom is so quiet as well. Sad is definitely so quiet as well. I guess only Jaguar might be the one who's acting with him, trying to shout out, trying to hype the teammates, because they are not losing because ROC Esports are better. If ROC Esports are better, maybe the game is going to be like 10-6, 10-7. Okay, that's why ROC Esports are better. This is kind of one-sided game. We haven't seen a single round on the global side. That's not Anubis that we're looking for. That's not the players that we're looking for. So these guys need to be talking together. They need to be hyping and motivating each other. Staying calm is good, but when you're losing normal game, but when you're getting crushed in a blacklist side, being pushed in the first 10 seconds by ROC Esports, that's staying calm will not help you to retrieve the game. But hyping your teammates and motivating them, routing together, let's go, hype your entries to go and get the kills. That's maybe gonna be helping your teammates in order to play more aggressive, because Dipsy is the only vocal player and he's the only guy who's talking to his teammate, and he's the only player who's playing aggressive. And by the way, he's the only player who's getting the first picks on his teammates and the highest KD on the teammates as well.
Yeah, and highest KD, but like through the numbers, like no one of Anubis actually like
positive KD.
Achieved the positive
KD.
KD.
10-4.
Yeah, it's a 10-4 game, and I feel like, okay, from what you said, motivation is good. Like pep talk is good, but I feel like you need more than pep talk.
Yeah, of course, it's not only about this, but I'm saying the guys, we don't know what they are lacking. I'm just saying what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
What we only see deeply inside from where the players in the game, we don't know. We don't know how their coach is talking to them, what strategies they prepare, but maybe it didn't work out because definitely they have a coach and he prepared for ROC Esports in some ways maybe. So maybe it didn't work out for them. That's okay. That's fine. But still, I feel that the players are not playing the game right now. They are not the Anubis players that we've watched how they played versus them in the playoffs. This is not them. Everybody was shouting and shooting to each other. Let's go. And after every round, you see how hyped the player is. Was it because it's only playoffs and grand finals? You guys, every game should be a grand finals for Anubis because the guys are not in the playoffs yet. So they need to be hyped up, motivated more in order to crush their enemies. Because we've seen ROC Esports, they didn't do anything special. You guys are just split it in the first second of the round. We've seen Todzin pushing BC to 15.
Yeah.
That's a boost. Someone just pushed Todzin to BC and he got the first entry. Where is Anubis?
Yeah.
So that's not Anubis that we want. We want to see a different Anubis in Black Widow because that's your map, that's your pick. And this is the worst map for ROC Esports. So we want to be seeing the 1-1 from Anubis. Other than that, we can talk about ROC Esports. These guys are scary.
Yeah,
I wouldn't love to play and just log into CrossFire and just play versus ROC Esports. That's a hell.
100%.
That's a hell. I played versus these guys season 1. That was a nightmare for me. I couldn't sleep all day. So I don't want to be playing ROC Esports anymore.
I mean, they are looking very, very scary. And like you said, Anubis, if they lose map 2, like the worst map pick for ROC Esports,
There is no point.
it will be very hard mentally
Yep.
for Anubis, right? And like to lose your mentor now in this state, it's
One
very,
of the
very
most important times, yes.
yes, exactly. Like you're playing for the top 4. Like one game diff can
make you into play top 4, yes.
Exactly. So you need to keep your mental. So can Anubis keep their mental, or can ROC Esports
I hope.
take their first win
I
on
wish
Black
Anubis
Widow?
gets Black Widow then.
Let's know, guys. You have the mic.
Thanks very much, guys. And yeah, we're ready to go potentially for the last map of the day. And I mean, there's a lot at stake here because Anubis, they need this map win to push this thing to a 3-map series, which hasn't really been the case at all here, Neo, because a lot of the matches have been, you know, pushing 2-0s for the most part. But yeah, we'll find out here in Black Widow. It's the big test. And right now, ROC looking like they could maintain solid form to maybe get themselves still undefeated in the whole damn league.
Yeah, one of these where you look at this ROC side and just how good they are and can be, and my god, I mean, where we're at now might just be more of the same. Despite this being the map pick of Anubis, we know for a fact that this is a map that can be played at a really high level by ROC. If they start well, if they get the first couple of rounds here, actually, as much as it might be early, I might call this already. Anubis, they might just be being slightly outmatched. That's just how good ROC can be.
It's true. Yeah, it is really, really true. Like in the sense that like when ROC starts getting things moving, you're like, yeah, that could be all she wrote. Really, really could be. But
yeah,
we'll find out, right? I mean, Anubis. Let's not forget Anubis did, you know, make things relatively competitive in the first half, but you know, as soon as we went to the second half, it was a whole other game. But look, they're on the BL side. ROC, we obviously know that they're strong on the BL side. And these are kind of reasons why. They're finding, you know, just easy kills. Or should be able to let himself another one. Yeah, there it is. This is already looking problematic here now, and your predictions already one step closer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where you look at this ROC side, and I think it maybe just took them a minute or two to get underway, to get cooking, and well, I mean, now they are. My God, they're looking kind of fantastic. Comics, he's of course got a lot to do with not a lot to work with. He's just looking for stats here. There's no way he's getting this round. He's just hoping that he can get a couple of kills under the board, just a little bit of a stats farm. He knows there's no chance in hell. So it will be ROC getting that first round on the board for them. I mean, really solid stuff from Snare. You know, we'll always kind of bring up this guy's name, but I mean, Laz, just that first map from him, fantastic.
Yeah, honestly, it's been like everybody from ROC. It's always so interesting because I felt like, you know, I'll probably get a lot of flaming for this from people, but like I felt like Horus, you know, always a really high profile player. I felt like there was a period where he wasn't really putting up the best numbers, but he was playing his role perfectly, right? Like he was doing what he's supposed to do. Now I feel like it's different where he's playing his role and he's still putting up big numbers. Like him entering and him just locking things down is so much better than it was before. So it is a great thing to see as a ROC, you know, any ROC fans and stuff like that, because it just seems like the foundation and the system is getting better and better and better as the season goes on. So it's also a scary thing for all the competitors too.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Dodson, a little jiggle peek to see sort of what's on offer. Not a lot here for now, but just a bit of patience. Snare. It's a risky play here. If he can jiggle peek up and get away, that would be huge. He also does a support too. Flash over. Gets one. Oh, brilliant work. There's the support from Horus. You love to see it.
Yeah, you really do. Sad, really nice kill, but again, it's just a one and done, unfortunately. And that's a thing, right? Like I talked a lot about this for the previous series of a team like InnerCircle, where I was like, yeah, the protocols are good and the teamwork's really good. This is like, again, that other level, and it's hard not to just keep talking about ROC, but like when you watch it like on a tactical perspective and the teamwork perspective, it is just light years above all the other talented teams in this league. Like you really do get to see why these guys are 10-0. Like there is a reason they are 10-0, and you're getting glimpses of it here right now.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Slayer and Snare start well, as they seem to kind of always do, in all honesty. Snake, going to find Jagu as well. Beautiful work. This is Yeah, this is the kind of display that we were thinking about. Doom, down he goes. Dipsy, all that's left. Lads, this is looking worryingly quick.
Yeah. Like, honestly, the fact that we're getting some of these rounds where we just hit the just under 2 minutes and they get the bomb down and it's a 5-on-1, that's not a good thing here for Anubis fans. Like, that should not be happening. And this is where ROC are now starting to build this confidence, and then higher and higher and higher. That's just meaning that they're probably going to get really overconfident where they go for these big fights, and that's not a fun thing to go against as a competitor when a team is feeling it and then that confidence is just off the gauge.
I mean, honestly, the fact that they can sort of just hold W in a way and really look difficult to deal with. I mean, man, this is where Anubis, you actually quite rapidly start to kind of lose confidence in yourself and start to think, you know, do we actually have the ability to kind of put pressure on us out of this? Do we have the ability to really make them feel uncomfortable? And that's, you know, the kind of the worst spot to be in, like in your own head thinking, can we actually take this side on? And that's kind of where things are feeling like. ROC are very kind of easily and simply just setting the tone here, nice and early, saying we're the better side.
Yeah, no doubt about it at all. And that's the thing. Like, and this is where I think a lot of people always wonder, like, what kind of, you know, performance are we going to get from a team like ROC? And again, like, it is this big target on the back, and they are the heavy ones on the top of the hill, the king of the hill, if you want to go there. But I mean, for Anubis right now, it feels like, you know, it was a 5-4 first half. They lost out. Now, when we're talking about it, they haven't made any of these rounds close. Like, they're really, really struggling to figuring out any sort of, you know, keys of success for themselves. But
yeah,
it's just, and it just gets so frustrating when you're playing against that too, because you're like, well, what do we do differently now?
Yeah, how do we change things up? And then, you know, you look to things like the depth, right? You know, for an Anubis side who have been slowly getting back into things and have been starting to really kind of show their level. Do we actually have the kind of strategic depth to take that outside like ROC? And it feels like no. A couple of kills that come through as Comics and Dipsy will get caught. Jaguar, big flanking, but he actually doesn't spot Slayer. Slayer's holding for rotations. Now he has been heard though, and he won't be given the luxury of getting out.
Oh yeah, but I mean, with the C4 down too, Snare's ready for the big flank of Jag. He's posted up, ready to go. Time is ticking away, so Doom and Sad now, they have to find a little bit of an opening, but I don't know if ROC's going to be able to give that to them. Jag actually does win that engagement, so now this is where the sandwich is coming in a little bit. So now ROC need to find a kill quickly, and now things are falling apart. Snake's going to be able to find it. It's a greasy little bit of a spray, but now it's the double kill. It's all down to him. 7 HP, but no, Jag!
Wow.
He jumps through the window. There might be just enough time. Oh, this might not even be enough. No, he's dead. He can't even find the timing. He's too far away. And oh man, they get it by just this mere second of a timer.
That's so unfortunate because that was close. That felt like he might have been able to get it over the line, but not to be. ROC, it is a pretty huge sigh of relief, if we're being honest. I mean, probably shouldn't have even really been as close as it was, but doesn't matter. We'll take it all the same. Round on the board. Dipsy, just be careful here. Slayer's around, and he's a bit of a nuisance. Finally will go down, but he does get one before dropping.
Yeah, a little bit of an engagement here for this long A control. So yeah, Dipsy's going to be able to hold on to it, and he does have the snipe ready to go. He hasn't really used it at all, so this is kind of the first time where you're seeing him do this in the second map. But ROC are ready to go for the 3-man execute on the cat. Have the lurk of Totson here through mid. They're going to try to jump through this. Sad does catch a little bit onto this, but Totson finds the better of the lurk. Oh man, and he's able to at least get this one-on-one trade. Comics is now even reevaluating, is there anybody lurking on this? So now they're positioning. You can see it's a little bit scattered.
Yeah, it's not good. Not a decent spot to be in, honestly. Comics. He's got to be somewhat aware of Horus. It's such a common angle to play from, and he is. Brilliant work. Horus actually, unfortunately, just a little bit asleep at the wheel there.
Ooh, that's not good though. Yeah, 1 on 3 Snake. Ooh, he's got 12 seconds, and yeah, his position's compromised. Now they're just hunting him. Now they're just chasing him. Nobody's on the defuse yet. This is a little bit worrying. Okay, there they are, the defuse. I was like, wait, can I not see the defuse bar? I was thinking something's wrong here. Like, this is weird, but okay. The Anubis are back on the board though.
What we want to see. All right. Anubis, big thing is, and we've said this all throughout today's proceedings, do not make this a flash in the pan. That's the only thing we can really ask of this. Just don't allow things to fall super flat. I guess that's the case. Yeah, should have no real issues. Or it's just tapping away down long. A huge amount offering up just there, though.
Yeah, a lot more of a slow pace here. ROC is, you know, I don't even want to say they're humbled. I think it's more just like they're going to take a breath on this now. They finally lost a round. That was in a clutch scenario, but yeah, they're going to take a bit of a breather. They're going to wait things out. You can see Anubis are just, again, posting up on this and playing a hard turtle defense on this. Double in the B site. Double A with just, like, again, the lurk. I think, I'm trying to remember who that is, who's kind of playing just on the outskirts of underpass right there. But either way, ROC are getting themselves ready to go for potentially an execute into B. They're going to try to pull these rotates in. They could even fake this if they want. So that's the thing. They got plenty of time to do this if they choose. And that might even be the case, and it looks like that's going to be it right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Snap. It's a good angle. I don't really think Doom is going to or needs to basically overpeak here. So, simple one for now. 25 seconds though. Decision going to be made soon. Bit of a spam through the door, not a huge amount found behind it.
Yeah, this is a very slow pace, and this is kind of like vintage ROC, like with the old school ROC where they just kind of take it right down to the wire in the timer. So it gets a little bit predictable in a way because now they have to do something. They're starting to make some good utility usage. Oh, man. Slayer makes a full connection here with the sniper. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah, it's kind of the question, isn't it? Is that going to be enough? Get that C4 down with just about 10 seconds to spare. I was looking a little dicey for a second. Now it's about this post-spawn. 4 versus 4. Only Tots and the Sad to have fallen so far. Snare one of his first contact, and my god, does he fight it? He's so quick.
It's just too quick, man. It really is. Nice little bit of a spam here from Doom. That's the M14 ready to go. 3 and 3 here, and now Snare's just finding good connections. Snake has been able to spot him. Oh my, wow. Okay. Damn, Daniel. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, that was a nice flick, actually. That really just settled any of the nerves that were potentially brewing there. My god. You really do love to see that. Fantastic work. 5-1 now. ROC already guaranteed the lead in the way they're playing. It could just continue to get worse. Tots and the Snake fighting one apiece. Snare will fall, but the numbers still favour that of ROC as they're barreling in towards B.
Yeah, they're not even messing around. Even Slayer's trying to get a little bit of, you know, low-hanging fruit if he can with a massive kill down long. But these guys are stuck together. This is a little awkward, but okay, they're good. But they're going to be able to pick up the bomb. So, I mean, this is where they can go the long rotate. You already have Slayer that's just literally calling out, look, it's a free site. Just run with the knives out. Like, you're good. You have lots of time. Yep. You can make it across. This is a little bit unfortunate here for Anubis because now they're clearing up mid. They spot Snake. That might distract them just enough, and they clearly have bitten on this bait.
See, comics. I'll get drained. Nice. Actually, nice shot. Just get traded immediately. And just C4 dropped as well. So Slayer needs to be a little careful here. He's actually waiting for support. 1 minute 20. Got so much time. There is the support from Snake. Very well played. All he had to do was just draw, you know, a bit of attention. Just try and make it feel uncomfortable. And he did. Fantastically done.
Yeah, that was really nice because you could see that, like, Slayer, I was wondering what he was going to do because he was kind of swinging out a bit, then he was tucking away again. He kind of jiggle-peeked again pretty aggressively, but yeah, really good work. Just, again, just waiting for his teammate to go for the big flank kill. At least the two of them can kind of play this, like, 2-on-1 very nicely. So yeah, honestly, again, really good communication between the team of ROC. And now finding themselves another kill on the comics has put themselves in a 5-on-4 advantage with a 6-1 to scoreline right now. This has just been a dominant performance thus far. And Anubis just, they look lost to sea. They have no idea where to go. They have no idea. The navigation is broken. GPS doesn't work at all. These guys are just getting obliterated. And Dipsy getting himself a little consolation prize here and there. But again, there's still 3 players he has to go against. And this would be an ace clutch to get themselves a second round, which it just does not feel likely.
Man, this is so simple for ROC. They're looking yeah, they're looking to make this second map light work. And you know, the real positive thing, you know, you talk about this ROC side, and especially, you know, the guys in the desk were touching about this a lot, about the veto and maps that ROC want to play or can play. First of all, fantastic shot from Snare, and Snake gets 2. But, you know, this is now proof in the pudding that ROC have such a deep veto. They have so many maps they can fall back on and really test teams. Sad, can't be affording to miss those shots. That's really unfortunate, especially the second time of asking and down he'll go. He really made a meal out of that one, and it's not a good tasting one.
Yeah, this has just been full dominance here, and now Jag again. Just it's like, what do you even do in this situation, right? I mean, he's got 1-on-4. He has so many different angles he has to clear, and everybody, like, you have, I think that's Snare in the back and mid. He's just probably gonna find this cross. He doesn't actually. Maybe he just missed it. So Jag's able to sneak away, but surely won't be enough for him to get himself that big of an opening into the site, because you can see one player, that's Snake, just waiting for him. There you go, Snake in the grass, and yeah, damn, an 8-1, man. That is a star performance that we've seen here from ROC, and honestly, it's just it's such a beautiful showcase to see.
Yeah, no, exactly. Really is sick. Where for ROC, they are seriously flexing their muscles right now. And man, Snare is having a field day. Some of the shots that him and Snake have been hitting are just absolutely ridiculous. Slayer's also having his moments too. These are guys that are all stepping up in a massive, massive way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is. I mean, Snake is 12-2, which is like something you don't. It's not like he's a poor fragger on the team. Like, it's just not normal to see him putting up like the high numbers, right? Like Slayer's behind him with 10-5, which is kind of crazy to think.
Yeah.
We'll take it though.
Yeah, we will. Comics, with him falling, it very quickly puts pressure on towards Anubis, as this entire map has been, where we see the side having not that much of a leg to stand on. And my god, Snare again. Nice shot from him. Down goes Doom. Sad's up close. Also kind of isolated here. C4 is going to be dropped, but you can just tell the way Anubis are playing, they're so frightened. They're so scared.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like when you just take a beating like this with an 8-1, and like you're losing duels like that, where like you're trying to make a play and you're just getting caught, like it just feels like nothing's going your way, and then frustration just builds up so quickly, right? And then you second guess yourself, and then you don't really know what to do. So you can see even ROC right now, they're ready to crunch mid. They got double players here on short. They're going to be just swinging out of this. Snare should be able to pop into middle, maybe. Slayer. Okay, he's dead, but this should be an instant trade. There it is. One more, why not? There it is. Yeah, this is a cleanup round. 9 should be on the board, unless we see one of the clutches of the century, but no, not going to happen at all. And ROC are looking like they want to make a bit of a statement on this one here now.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're really proving that there is basically no conversation in this derby at all. I think it's kind of the main thing. 9-1. Oh my god, I mean, there's just so little to talk about, honestly. ROC swinging in towards fight. They're not missing right now. Every shot they're attempting seems to be kind of quite effortlessly going on the board. And like I said, Anubis, they're so scared. They're so frightened. They cannot seem to fathom a way to take down this side right now.
Exactly. Yeah, like you said, it's so much one of those things where you're a little bit speechless, just because, again, like how dominant this has been. It's just been like a masterclass performance here from ROC, and really one round as a mistake that's even hard to argue, because that was a pretty close round, I'm pretty sure. So it's been just a dominant performance from these guys, and now series point on their hands, plenty of padding if they need to, if they can't find this round. But Anubis just look like again, they don't look confident in what they want to do. They don't really have a vision on this, and they're so hesitant. You can tell, like, look at how scared they are to even just commit to anything. The utility is just going to block them off. Like, they are so hesitant on everything they're doing.
Comics. Spine Horus. I don't know, Doom is super low, but in a spot where, at the very least, I feel like we haven't seen it for a long time, that Anubis have a man advantage, and technically or statistically the favorites for this round.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Ooh, nice shot from Comics again. So he's actually getting himself a couple kills here. So now this might be the situation where Anubis might be able to show a little bit of life into this. Again, a 2-on-4, but let's not forget, Doom is very low. Well, now Snake's got a lot of work. He's got 3 HP.
Yeah.
3 HP in a Dream. Yeah, no, probably likely. So Anubis do put themselves in survival mode here for another round.
Yeah, at the very least, it's something on offer. You know, for Anubis, it's a hell of a long road to recovery, but it's better kind of late than never to start putting rounds on the board. It's not to prove that. We do have a little bit of, you know, kind of fight up our sleeves. Sure, I very much doubt that anything's really going to happen here, if I'm being completely honest. And it might just be a bit of a flash in the pan moment. But Snake doesn't want to give them the satisfaction of a kill. He wants to keep those stats. I mean, 13 to his name. 13, 2, 2, and 5. It's pretty insane, to be fair. So, understandable. Doesn't want to give away those stats. It's a pretty good KD to be carrying.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing well. And yeah, again, it's just a nice little moment for the team to have a conversation and just do any little bit of checkups they want to do and just making sure everything can a little bit one more round here they just need, right? And then they're done. So they go for a full long A control on the 3 players. And look at how fast Anubis have just conceded defeat. They wave the white flag. They don't even want to fight for it anymore. They're throwing a little bit of utility maybe as a teaser, a snare. Oh my god, again. Oh, he's just cooking. And now he's trying to hunt for a little bit more. You can see Jags trying to get himself a little bit of action here, but is he really going to be able to go toe-to-toe with somebody like Snare?
It's a big ask, isn't it? Down to 4. Not a good spot to be in. Slayer spotted 1. It's an awkward angle to fight from. He's not fighting multiple. If he can just get 1 from this scenario, he's actually doing alright. Just 1 kill could go huge, but unfortunately not to me. Oh my god, and Horus was going to get caught as well. Sad was so ready for that. Numbers go back in Anubis' favor.
Yeah, and again, a 4-on-3, so still like a one-man advantage, which is nice here for Anubis. Make it 2, so a nice little bit of a quick kill. I don't know if they'll expect Totson to be this close, but they probably have some sort of an anticipation that there's some aggression that's happening right now. C4 is in grab right now for Anubis. You can see that Totson's just going to tuck a little bit away here in mid. Snake's the one that's going to do a little bit of investigating. If he finds his kill against Jag, that could be really big. That's nice because now he can get the intel to say, look, nobody's towards B. Be prepared for an A hit. And now Totson might be able to find a good flank onto this. This time it could be great because now Snake has made his presence known, but this is a lot on Totson. He has to be the playmaker right here and right now. Oh, that's looking good too. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's a bomb down 2 nail. No way.
Yeah. That's not where you want to be, is it? Comics all alone. Oh, the drive by Snake. That is sumptuous. ROC, I mean, they just don't put a foot wrong, lads.
Even that round was looking really good. Honestly, it really was. Like, I thought Anubis, they had themselves, like, they were winning some fights. They had a bit of an inkling of what was going on, but honestly, just cool, calm, and collected on the screen here from ROC. Like, they didn't even break a damn sweat. Even in a situation like that, where it was like a 2-on-4 or whatever it was, it just, you could just tell, like, they were just on a whole other level here today. But man, they made a big statement to end the day.
They did. They're really showing just the level that they can play. I mean, this is a ROC side that, you know, we always talk about as being untouchable, and that's a prime example. Map 1 had its moment. Half 2 most definitely didn't. ROC looked so good, and the entirety of map number 2. Fantastic work. ROC dominant. This derby really didn't show all too much, but we'll throw it back on over to the desk.
Thank you, lads. Thank you, Neo. ROC Esports managed to win their Black Widow, and if you're going to tell me that ROC will win Black Widow against a team which is Anubis, and they're going to do it in this way, I think Bingwin is a bit busy.
Can you sign here, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys gonna be seen, but it's ROC won Black Widow today, guys. Okay, so we just wanted to document the day that it's 28/6, it's 28th of June. ROC finally they won Black Widow versus any team. So I'm just gonna leave this here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a statement. I mean, it fell down, but it's a statement. And ROC Esports, finally, they did it. And we are witnessing history
they won
today.
10-2.
Yeah, they won 10-2. Yeah, exactly.
So where is this performance since playoffs season 2, and they played, by the way, Anubis, and they lost the golden round versus Anubis and Black Widow. And now these guys are coming here dominating. I don't know what to say, what to analyze in this game, but everything went wrong for the side of the Anubis. But the one question that I need to some answer is, where is the tactical pause? I'm pretty sure, I could swear even that one of the ROC Esports players, he asked definitely, when are these guys going to be taking the pause, or will they take the pause, or he maybe guessed, okay guys, chill, they will take a pause and we will change.
Yeah.
They didn't take the pause. And even Anubis, I'm not sure that if these guys were so pressured that they couldn't ask to take a pause, or maybe they asked, I'm pretty sure someone asked to take a pause also.
Are there some situations when you are playing in game that you feel like it's already doomed?
No, you can't have this. If you are having this, then that means that your everybody's mental is down. Definitely no. Even the coach. Okay, the 5 players, maybe they think it's already done. But what about the coach? The guys, it was 5-1.
Yeah.
6-1. 7-1.
Yeah.
8-1. Where is the tactical pause? I'm pretty sure that one of Anubis players asked for the pause, definitely.
I mean, Snake 4.67.
Yeah, Snake had a very good game.
Yeah, the numbers are looking scary. Like, I mean, it's a 10-2 game, and ROC Esports coming today against Anubis, leaving Black Widow open, Anubis picking it, and they do it this way. It's very impressive, and Snake, the MVP of this series.
Yeah, definitely he's an MVP. The guys played very good in Black Widow. He was dominant on Black Widow. We've seen how good he was.
Yeah.
Black Widow also on the subbase, to be honest, but especially Black Widow, because all his rounds were clutch rounds from him, or at least it was a deficit round going for Anubis, but then suddenly Snake pops off and it's a bite from Snake and everybody falls from Anubis.
I mean, it's a bite from Snake indeed, and such an incredible win, such an amazing performance from this team, and like the huge mental boost to get from this game, winning Black Widow against Anubis, and to do it in a 10-2 map as well. It will take this team. I mean, they are in already a very good spot, but they're going like to skyrocket, and standings right here 11-0 ROC.
This team
Esports.
needs to get banned, bro. maybe banning ROC is the key of getting someone else on the first place for the West League Season 2. InnerCircle is the second place, 7 wins. These guys are doing so good, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. And like from the standings, we have like GGIC. They are getting closer to the top 4, and in a pretty like maybe comfortable place. I mean, GG, they still have a game still, them and PingPongPals. So like it's still yet very close. But like I want to talk more about Anubis, because like this loss, it will affect their mental 100%. No?
Well, they still have 999. They're gonna be playing. Maybe they are confident in beating this, but they will have also InnerCircle. So this game might be the key factor, and they have DG as well. So three games are very hard for Anubis. Okay, 999 maybe the game that's versus the 8th place should be the easiest, but still 999 last time 999 showed the very good performances versus all top tier teams. But Anubis, they have GG, they have InnerCircle. One of them needs to be a win 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
And if ROC wins Black Widow, that means that anything can happen in our league. Because ROC today, guys, they won Black Widow.
Yeah, we witnessed a lot of action today. We witnessed history today. ROC winning Black Widow. So like there is a lot of action that we were witnessing, and a lot of action is coming tomorrow as well. But like for today, that was it. We hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the ROC winning Black Widow as well. And we're going to see you tomorrow. But for tonight, have a good rest and have a good night.